I was drifting in something like lukewarm water, half awake in a hazy, dreamlike world. It felt like an endlessly long dream, yet I never grew tired. Maybe because I didn't have the function to feel boredom yet. My mind was blank and peaceful. The warmth around me was comforting. In that place, there was nothing but calm happiness. I floated there, sinking deeper into an endless sleep. After what felt like either a year or a week of peace, everything suddenly changed. A crushing pressure like a wrestler's headlock gripped my skull. The tranquil world shattered in an instant. It felt like my head would split apart, like I might actually die. Then just as suddenly came relief, an overwhelming sense of freedom, as though I'd escaped a nightmare. The pressure vanished, replaced by the feeling of open air. Once more I was surrounded by warm water, but this time it washed gently over me, cleansing my body. Soon after, soft cloth wrapped around me and a pair of hands lifted me up. My eyes, still weak and blurry, couldn't focus on anything. Everything was neither near nor far, just vague shapes in a fog. My brain felt light and dizzy, as if I'd had too much good sake. All I could do was follow instinct, eat when hungry, sleep when tired. Someone fed me milk. I didn't know who it was, but the warmth and rhythm of it filled my dim vision with flashes of light and darkness, again and again. Slowly, my mind began to clear. Am I still dreaming? I wondered weakly. That thought kept circling in my half-formed consciousness. It had to be a dream. But hadn't I been dreaming for far too long already? A few days ago, or what felt like it, there'd been a strange, splitting pain in my head. A memory from within a dream, maybe. The thought almost made me laugh. Yauka, I tried to speak, but only nonsense came out. My throat wouldn't work properly. What was happening to me? Had I died and gone to heaven or hell, or perhaps another world altogether? The last clear memory I had was of drowning. Icy water closing over me, my body frozen and unresponsive, lungs filling until I sank. But now nothing hurt. I wasn't cold. I lay on something soft, maybe a bed. That seemed to be all I did, sleep and lie there. Everything was so unreal that I could only conclude one thing. Somehow, I'd become a baby. The woman who held me to her chest, my mother apparently, fed me milk and rocked me gently. She cared for me constantly, humming as she changed my diaper. Her breasts were small, her face beautiful, not quite Asian, not quite European. Back when I lived in Japan, I would have turned my head to look twice at someone like her. But something was off. Her ears, slightly pointed, peeking out beneath long silken hair, weren't human. They resembled those of an elf from fantasy tales. Her words, too, were incomprehensible, a soft language I'd never heard. She would sing lullabies at night, her voice quiet and soothing, even if I couldn't understand a single word. Sometimes, when she cooked dinner, I was passed into another pair of arms, a man's. My father, I guessed. When he held me, I sensed strength in him. Slender but muscular, like a gymnast or boxer. His light clothes revealed the shape of well-trained muscles. I wondered what kind of work he did. Judging from their lifestyle, this wasn't modern Japan. Their clothes were woven from natural fibers, and the kitchen used a large stove fueled by firewood. It wasn't a poor life, though. Meat appeared often on the table, the house was sturdy, and they seemed well off for the world they lived in. Still, I was certain of one thing. Whatever he did for a living, it was work that demanded regal strength. Indulging my own laziness had always been a specialty of mine. Before I knew it, a year had slipped by while I lay there like a fool. Around then, I started practicing how to stand and walk. I assumed it would be easy. It wasn't. My legs kept giving out, the way they do after months in bed. My head felt too heavy for my neck, and balance was a joke. I had become a creature that desperately wanted to walk but couldn't. This family seemed to celebrate birthdays. I couldn't count the days, so I only noticed seasonal changes and the rare feast days. The food on those days was the same as usual, which made the whole party feeling a little vague, but I was clearly the star. I figured it was my birthday. Watching daily life from my crib, I pieced together a few things. They were stoic, almost reclusive. We rarely went out as a family. Visitors came only once in a while. It was an unusual household. Father left early and returned late. Sometimes he didn't come back for several days. Mother was always home. With a baby who couldn't stand yet, she couldn't wander far anyway. Mother spoke to me in a language I didn't understand, but I was learning. I picked up the rhythm of Papa and Mama first, and once I tried chopsticks, they were shocked. Teaching me felt slow to them, but I was fine with starting over. 3 warm, ordinary years passed like that. After a few events I'll skip for now, I turned 3. The very next day, Father took me to his workplace in the forest. From 3 years of eavesdropping, I knew this much. Father's name was Rook and Mother's was Suzuya. Rook came from a board game piece in this world. Suzuya was taken from a place. There was a beautiful valley called Suzu Valley, full of Suzu grass. As for me, they named me Yuri. The day after my 3rd birthday, Rook led me over the small hill behind our house. We rode there on a big, flightless bird called a galloping bird. I sat in front of him on the saddle, tucked between his arms. Its head was ostrich-sized, feathered from neck to crown. There was no such bird on earth. Ostrich was the closest comparison, but this one had a sleeker silhouette. If it existed back home, zoos would fight over it. Between this and people with hairy, pointed ears, I accepted it. This was not Earth. The galloping bird was a fantastic mount. It ran on 2 reverse-jointed legs that soaked up impact like suspension. The body barely bobbed. Honestly, more comfortable than a horse. Rook's workplace was like a ranch. Not quite a place for cattle, but it had that feel. There was a big barn, a fenced course like a riding ground, and open grassland. "This is my workplace," Rook said as he dismounted. He lifted me off the saddle and set me down. "This is amazing," I said honestly. An open ranch tucked among evergreen pines had a calm, idyllic air. The wood on the barn was weathered but well kept. No rotted boards, no holes. Everything had been patched with care. Even the light felt familiar, almost like home. "Do you know why this ranch is here?" Rook asked. "Did you build it yourself?" I asked back. "I did," he said. "You're incredible," I blurted. A man this young had made all this from scratch while supporting a wife and child. It wasn't just impressive, it was intimidating. "Never mind that, answer my question," he said wryly, I thought. "Because even if the animals make noise, no neighbors will complain." He chuckled. "Interesting answer. True enough that noise is a problem in towns. But people around here usually keep livestock themselves. They wouldn't mind." He tipped his chin toward the distance. "Look, we're ringed by hills. The wind passes over the tops. Birds don't mature well in places blasted by wind." That sounded like the kind of practical wisdom only a working pro would say. He must have scouted land for years before settling here. "Are you the head of this ranch?" I asked. "Well, more or less," he said. "So I was right. This was the family business." "Do you run it alone?" "No, I have hands helping. They should be here already." He tied the galloping bird to a post, took my hand, and led me into the barn. Inside, stalls lined both sides, each roomy enough for a large bird. 2 workers in farm clothes were shoveling feed from a wheeled cart into the baskets. I didn't think bearings existed here, so I wondered how they built that axle. "I see. Hay," I said. "Not only hay," Rook corrected. "They lose weight if that's all. We mix in grains, nuts, and beans." "Omnivores then?" I asked. "In the wild they eat grass and fallen fruit, but in winter they'll hunt small animals. Even ours will catch rabbits when grazing." "So not horses, more like very fast, beak-armed wolves in feather disguises." "Do you feed them meat?" I avoid it. It does make them stronger, but once they learn the taste, some get wild. "Because of bloodlust," I muttered. "Maybe. Or maybe this world's animal science hadn't nailed down minerals and salts. If I could, I'd run studies on calcium, sodium, bone meal, salt licks. Some customers want that wildness," Rook added. "For special orders, we train them to hunt rats using fence guards. It's hard work." "Why would anyone want an out-of-control mount?" "Warriors. Many can't handle them, but in battle a blood-hot bird will kick and kill without hesitation." I decided that when I learned to ride, I would not choose the murder bird variant. "By the way, I leave most galloping bird work to others. I handle their final training," he said. "My main charge is the Eagle King." "The Eagle King," I echoed. I had seen the term in a book but didn't know what it meant. "A bird that flies," he said simply. "Come." He took me to another building. This one was 3 stories, with many open windows barred with iron grills. The moment we went inside, my knees nearly gave out. The interior was one vast shaft crossed with heavy pillars and beams, and on those beams perched the birds. They were huge, 3 to 4 meters from beak to tail. Great hooked beaks, knife-like talons, brown striping over powerful wings, a predator's bright, hard eyes. My mouth fell open. Surprised? Rook grinned. Yes, I said. It's amazing. 5 eagle kings lived here. Only 5, yet the building felt full, its beams thick enough to handle their weight when they hopped, flapped, and slammed to a stop. Bands of brown barred feathers cloaked their wings. Their chests to bellies were mottled white and gray. Their legs were vivid yellow, their talons a dull shine, beautiful and terrifying. There's really a creature like this, I whispered. My favorite, Rook said. Very clever, very affectionate once tamed. They can be tamed. Of course, otherwise riding would be dangerous. Riding, I said faintly. Were you picturing legendary sky knights? He teased. That story exists. You want a ride, don't you? He said, eyes sparkling. Can a person really fly on one? You won't fall, you'll fly with me, he said, as if it were nothing. In our Who family, riding the Eagle King at 3 is tradition. I did it when I was 3. That was not the reassurance I wanted. Is it strong enough to carry people? That's why I raised them, he said, suddenly serious. And I'm the best Eagle King rider in the world. A father's boast, but there was no empty bravado in his tone. I still felt the sensible part of my brain screaming, but he radiated the calm of a man who had done this 1,000 times. All right, I said. I'm ready. Good, that's my son. He blew a wooden whistle. 1 Eagle King dropped from the beams and landed before us. Only one answered, which made me think the whistle calls were individualized. Rook fetched a special saddle from the wall. He slipped a light rein around the beak, set the saddle on the back, and cinched a broad strap under the belly. The saddle rose like a small chair, more camel than horse. Raise your arms, he said. I did, and he buckled a metal ring belt around my waist, tight enough to sting. He lifted me onto the saddle like a figurine and secured me to it with a short tether. Then he climbed up behind me and fastened his own belt, sitting with his legs folded on either side. There were no stirrups. My seat was a little higher so I could sit solidly. Once we were both locked in, he gathered the rein. The Eagle King beat its wings. We skimmed forward, weight building in my stomach, and then we lifted. There was no steady engine hum like a plane, just pulses of force with each wing stroke. We crossed a hill, skimmed a brook, slipped past conifer tips, and surged through invisible walls of air. The Eagle King climbed, aiming for the zenith. The higher we rose, the wider the world became, until the green roof of the forest fell away and the horizon opened. It was stunning. Not like the view through a tiny airplane window or from a fenced lookout. Sky in every direction, crystal air, distant details drawn sharp to the edge of sight. We circled. Rook shifted the rein and the Eagle King rolled lazily, the world tipping upside down. For a moment I lifted from the saddle, saved by the belt at my waist. Then the weight vanished and the ground filled my vision. Pure, ancient fear flashed through me. Seconds later the bird flared, caught the wind, and leveled out. We still had plenty of sky beneath us. We flew for about 20 minutes. Then a familiar shape appeared below. The ranch. I had no idea where we'd gone, but Rook did. The Eagle King angled down with a speed that felt like falling. At the last moment it flapped hard, braked, and touched down like a feathered master. Phew, I exhaled. Rook unclipped his belt, then mine. He hopped down, held out his arms, and told me to jump. I did. He caught me easily and set me on my feet. How was it? He asked, expectant. Incredible, truly. I said, good. Then you're fine, he said, relieved. What do you mean? Some people never get used to the Eagle King. They need their feet on the ground, he said. We let kids try at 3 to see which way they lean. That made sense. Some people refuse highways even if they can drive, or won't go out to sea if they can't see the bottom. No shame in it, but you can't force it. I'm fine, I said. I don't know if I can ride alone yet. You will. You've got talent, he said with a confidence that warmed and embarrassed me. My parents in Japan hadn't been the praising type, and after they passed I'd had no one at all. In this small body my heart felt softer, my eyes quicker to sting, and I had to blink the feeling away. Does everyone start young? I asked. Pretty much, he said. In our family it's tradition at 3, but in general you have to start early. If you can't ride solo before you're grown, you won't become a sky knight. Why not start as an adult? The Eagle King can't carry 2 grown riders. Too heavy, he said, smiling. And there are always rich merchants who want lessons late in life. It usually ends badly. If they fall, they die. Noted, I said. Until I say otherwise, no riding without me, he added, shifting from expert to father in a heartbeat. I understand. We went home on the galloping bird. As the trees slid by, my head stayed in the sky, replaying the flight and the name that lingered like sunlight. Eagle King.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
My name is Suzuya. I lived in the southern part of the peninsula, Serena. The geology of this place wasn't suitable for the production of barley, but there was a lot of lake water. Since the grass grew well, the people cleared out the land and tamed livestock such as sheep, goat, cattle, and others. There were people who hunted in forests and lived with semi-pasture and hunting. The lord of this land was the famed Hu household, and the people of Serena lived a peaceful life under them, who were generous in their rulings. Currently, I was a bit estranged, but I was certainly live the same life. I lived the same life as a down-to-earth girl until I was 20 years old. Let me introduce a bit. A farming family's day began with cooking. My mother and I got up earlier than my father and my brother. It was a routine to prepare breakfast and bento for the men. After the meal, we sent the men out to hunt. When the cleanup was over, we went out to follow the men. First, we hunted the animals and released the livestock to the pasture land. Then we went to the hayfield and collect the hays to become the fodder. It was a place where I could enjoy the beauty of nature. Unlike the pasture land, the hayfield was in contact with the swamp. The growth of the grass was good, but if we released the livestock here, they would mostly drown in water. For that reason, we made fences to prevent livestock to go there and turned the place to the hayfield for them. We would cut the overgrown grass here, stooped and crunched it in order to make bundle. Then, it would be easy to carry. It was a very hard work. The grass cut here wouldn't be used to feed the livestock immediately. While the grass were growing, we released the livestock into the pasture land and let them feed on the naturally growing grass. The pasture land was for that purpose, and the grass harvested in the hayfield would become the hay, which would be the winter food for the livestock. Even if the hay was collected over a summer, the amount gathered wouldn't be enough for all livestock if the winter was long. Because of that, the number was usually adjusted before the winter by slaughtering the livestock. We mowed in the morning, then finished our lunch. In the afternoon, we went into the shallow part of the forest to collect fruits and medicinal herbs. When the short autumn became long winter, the plants and animals in the mountains hibernated like they were dead. Hence, I spent my days doing such works like embroidery, making clothes, and spinning yarns. I was doing so until the spring came. Then the mowing began again. It was a boring but satisfying life. At that time, the ladies in the house were only my grandmother, my mother, and myself. If I wasn't there, the female help wouldn't be enough. Since it wasn't possible to maintain the livestock, I couldn't marry into the husband's family because there wasn't enough women. If my brother got married, the number of people in the family would increase or decrease due to his wife entered our family or my brother entered her family. Therefore, my marriage was supposed to be after that. As the number of people would either increase or decrease, my marriage would be adjusted accordingly. When my brother was 25 years old and I was 20 years old, a marriage proposal came at the right time, and my brother got a bride. There was an additional lovely daughter in our family, so I decided to enter the husband's family. After the feast of my brother's marriage was over, I was accompanied by my grandmother, who was the head of the household, and visited various places to look for a daughter-in-law. In a little further south, there was a large-scale farming village. There were many love marriages in the village, but there was no such a village in Serena, which was a land near the mountain. In the forest, the house where family lived was scattered. When the settlement became burgher, the hunting ground in the forest would occur at the same time, and inconvenience and quarrel occurred. So, my grandmother asked my brother to send letter of marriage to various places. The house that wanted me to enter their family would send a letter to my family. They could tell my brother their intention right on the spot, or they could do it privately. Then, I was accompanied by grandmother and went around many houses. In the tradition of the Serena region, the two sides shouldn't talk about the specific of the marriage at the place when people made their first debut. If not, it would be an inelegant act. It was said to be polite for a household that wanted a bride or groom to display an attitude with hospitality rather than saying it in words. For example, we would be happy if a bride comes into our family. It has been decided. That kind of conversation wouldn't happen. Then, it would be something like to appeal as a husband candidate by treating with delicious alcohol. Prepared a feast with the meat of the best part which packed with fragrant herbs that took time to gather, and said something like this guy works 3 times more than common people. He's honest and kind. Since I also prepared the welcoming as a side to receive when my brother got married, I had been bothered if I did something shameful and unforgiving when I would be the one who was accepted into one's family. In any case, it was my first to meet so many other people in such a short time, and it was also the first time to eat such a meal frequently. At that time when the stay at the other side ended favorably, I met him while walking on my home in a good mood. My grandmother and I were walking on a road so narrow to the point that 2 people couldn't go past each other. A galloping bird came from the end of the road. A galloping bird was a huge bird that could be ridden like a horse but was incapable of flying. It was a creature that ran fast, but it was more prone to exhaustion than a horse. Hence, it wasn't used much for farming and carrying loads. If people weren't in a hurry in most cases, the horses were more suitable. The eggs seemed to be delicious, but the meat wasn't so tasty. Even if the farmers were rich, they wouldn't have galloping birds. The merchants also wouldn't want it because it wasn't suitable for carrying goods. Naturally, it would be a ride exclusively for upper classes or knights. That didn't mean it was particularly a high-class vehicle, and there was no punishment if people owned it. If people or merchants liked the bird, they were going to ride it, but since people were afraid to be looked down if they bought the bird, not many people owned it. Since there was such a circumstances, we were surprised hurried out of the road to give way and went into the grassy place. The galloping bird came here with a good rhythm. It naturally slowed down when it noticed us. Then, it slowed down even more to the walking speed level. After that, it stopped exactly in front of my eyes. The male rider was wearing a durable cotton cloth. At first glance, I couldn't guess his status, but the cloth wasn't as crude as the one made by a daughter like me during spare time from doing agriculture job. His piece of cloth was seemed to have been woven by a craftsman, and it looked good. Whether the man was skillful at riding, the galloping bird was stopped well and it didn't become disgruntled. It just extended its neck and pecked the grass nearby. After the male ride saw my grandmother at a glance, he looked at me. My eyes and his met. Were we looking at each other for a minute? I wondered why this person looked at me like this. It made me really wondered. Suddenly, my grandmother opened her mouth. "Excuse me, are you the son of the Who household?" "Grandmother," I was taken aback and looked at my grandmother. "Yes, I am." The man answered politely. He took his eyes off me and looked at my grandmother. Speaking of the man of the Who household, they had been the lord of this land for hundreds of years. They were those who departed to the front line by riding the galloping birds with spears when the war came. However, this person was kind and polite, and he didn't seem like a warrior. "This girl, her and I are from a farming family in the neighborhood. We are returning from the town nearby in search of marriage candidates." "Grandmother, I see." The man looked at me again after saying that. What my grandmother said was no more than self-introduction, but since it might sound rude, she looked puzzled. After that, the man looked at me again for a few tens of seconds. "I'm sorry for holding you back. Are you trying to go home before the night comes?" That was what he said. "Yes, we would like to return as soon as possible." "Grandmother, well, take care. Then please excuse me." That man let his galloping bird walk slowly in order not to let us covered by dusts. After getting a bit away, that man increased its speed and ran off. It was a week after that there was an offer to be married came to our house. We received a warm welcome by the Hu household in their grand mansion that I had never seen before. I was excited. The man who I met on a road was the second son of the Hu household. He was born in a warrior family, but he had no war talent, so he was doing the work of breeding and training birds. My grandmother gave a quick reply that we accepted the marriage talk, and I also didn't say no. Then I got married and entered Hu household. Anyhow, I didn't enter the main house. My husband lived alone in a small home located in a different place from the main house. Since it was decided to live here, the size of the house I lived didn't change much. 5 years had passed since I got married. I continued to live a happy life, and I received my first child with him. That child was so quiet since she was born. The midwife, who saw my child, didn't produce the first cry, and she thought it was a stillbirth. Even when she looked at my child sucking milk vigorously after the 3rd day, he was too quiet and didn't act too much. So the midwife suspected that it was a disabled child. However, I wasn't too concerned. This child certainly didn't cry much, but when he was hungry and wanted to change the diaper, he would call me loudly. Moreover, when I hugged him after finishing the housework, he seemed to be happy, as if he felt very relieved. When I left him alone to do the housework, he made a lonely face in the baby bed. Was he feeling lonely? If he was a normal baby, he should cry and call the parent, but that child must have noticed that he shouldn't do so. When that happened, I hugged him and talked to him. Then he put up a warm and gentle look. I thought that this child was a gentle child who easily succumbed to loneliness. The one who named this child was the head of the Hu household. He was the head of the chivalric order of the Hu family, Gaokhu Sama. He was the matchmaker during the marriage ceremony. He lent clothes to my family who had nothing but crude clothes. He was a great benefactor. When Yuri learned how to move his body, like standing up and walking as if he was hurried on something, he was actually asking where the toilet was. Plus, he graduated from diapers quite early. By the time he was 3 years old, he was able to read difficult books that only my husband could read at home. When my husband was there, Yuri asked him to read it. Occasionally, the husband went to the imperial capital on business purpose. So, he borrowed books from there and began to read it out loud. The story that my husband read was something fresh and interesting even when I listened to it. When we celebrated Yuri's 3rd birthday, my husband took him to workplace as promised beforehand. When they came back, I didn't understand well, but my husband happily told me that Yuri had a talent. It seemed that Yuri was also excited more than usual and enjoyed the experience of today. When my 4th birthday was near, I told my parents at the dinner table, "Can I get a blank book for my birthday this year?" Yuri. This was the first time I asked things from my parents. They were surprised for a moment, and then they looked at me with a slightly troubled face. "Yuri, what do you want to do with it?" "Rook, it's like a diary. I want to write down what I think." "Yuri, is that so? Are you able to read and write now?" "Rook, of course he can. I have nothing to teach him anymore." Suzuya, actually, I could hardly learn anything more than the national language teacher, Suzuya. But that didn't mean my language learning was perfect. Suzuya was a woman from a farming family, and it was said that she married Rook in the form of love marriage. It was surprising when Rook was at the end of a noble family. Suzuya, who was raised by a farmer, could read and write a little, but if it was compared to the education level in Japan, she had the ability to graduate from an elementary school. She was at the level where one could write her own name, could easily read the sign on the road and circular notice that came occasionally. Since Rook came from a noble family, there were books like legal books and books on simple history, but Suzuya couldn't read those books written in difficult words. Leaving that aside, the reason why I wanted a blank book was, of course, not to write a diary. I wanted to make a note the knowledge of the previous life when I was in Japan so that I wouldn't forget it. Please. I don't need a birthday gift next year and the year after that, so please buy me that. Yuri, I bowed my head deeply. You probably don't know about this, but books are pretty expensive. Rook, I felt that Rook had entered the sermon mode peculiar to a father with that tone of voice. Yes, Yuri, in that situation, I was confined to be a yes man while taking an auspicious attitude. I don't mind buying it, but it is different from toys, so it's not worth buying if you make it like a sketchbook. Rook, that was exactly what Rook was saying. The paper in this country wasn't Japanese paper or Western paper. It was parchment paper. Parchment paper was made by scraping the skin of animals. The skin could be sold as it was, but for parchment paper, the fur was removed and scrapped until thin. Then it was cut and sold in that way. Needless to say, it was a product that took time and effort, but a book bundled with it must also be expensive. I didn't know the actual price, but speaking in Japanese yen, it should be around 40 to 50,000 yen. Of course, it saved labor of writing letters as a book. However, even if it was blank sheet, the cost should be around 30,000, and that was still expensive. It was different from buying the console of video game. Where could one find a parent who would buy a 4-year-old child that seemed to be useless to them and also very expensive? Even if I said that I was going to keep it as a diary, it was normal to think that it would be a picture diary of a kindergartner. If that was the case, it was probably better to write it on a wooden board. However, I wanted it by all means. Dear, let's buy it for him. Yuri always helped with the housework. It's the first time he asks for something. Suzuya Akasen made a nice follow-up. Say some more. Even so, a book is about 4,000 ruga, you know. Rook, that much. Suzuya was surprised. It might be a bit understated, but yes, she was surprised. She made a surprising face. I didn't know the monetary value of 4,000 ruga. That's why if I'm going to pay that amount, I can buy a bunch of toys. That's how much it's worth. Rook, I thought about a lot of things, so the toys are good. Suzuya, I didn't need toys or something like that. In any case, it was like a building block. I'll do anything to help in the house, so please, I'll never waste it. Yuri, I refuse to back down. Are you sure? Rook, yes, definitely. Yuri, I showed a serious expression with all my might. Even so, since I had a face of a child, it didn't look impressive. All right, well then, keep helping your mother, and from now on you need to help me with the work of the ranch. If you promise this, I'll buy it. Rook, really? I promise. Yuri, I gave an okay immediately. Now that I'd learned majority of the words, it would be a spare time even if I stay at home. All right. Rook held out his right hand in a fist. What's that? Is he planning to give a handshake? What is that? Yuri, I'll tell you how to make a promise between men. Give me your fist. Rook, I took a fist as I was told. Rook beat the top and bottom of my fist that I held vertically. Lastly, he attached the fists together tightly. Open your hand. Rook, as he resolved his fist and opened his hand, I imitated him. I thought that we were going to shake hands, but Rook grabbed my wrist. I tried to hold Rook's wrist, but my hand was too small to do so. Pull me all the way here. Rook, as Rook said that, he lightly pulled my hand. I also reflexively pulled back. Do you get that? Let's do it again. Rook, now that I understood the sequence, the strange handshake with fist striking was done smoothly this time. Is there such a custom? I see, it is a formal and much odorous handshake with a man compared to pinky swear. When Rook grabbed my wrist tightly, I noticed a warm feeling swelling out from my chest. I felt that I shouldn't break this promise. It is said if you break the promise, you will no longer have the pride. If you think it as a simple thing, don't do it, all right. Rook, I understand. Yuri, I'll keep that in mind. You said that this is done among men, so I can't do it with women. Yuri, when I casually asked, Rook watched me while looking startled for a bit. Then for some reason he awkwardly looked at Suzuya. She was smiling with a calm face. It's unreasonable. Suzuya, is that so? Yuri, perhaps it felt like fooling around. This is a knot that can be done between men, between women, and between a man and a woman. You absolutely can't do the knot between a man and a woman except at a wedding. Suzuya, I understand. Yuri, was it a kind of thing that was more problematic, that premarital relation? Perhaps it was a custom to perform it, or something like having an affair with women working in the sex industry. It was said to be very problematic, so I guessed I would lose the social trust. If I did that, the gentle Suzuya Akasen would beat me with a full swing. It's all right, I will absolutely not going to do that. Yuri, promise. Suzuya, yes, I promise. Yuri, it's all right. As long as you understand that you can't do this with half-hearted feeling. Suzuya said it with a gentle voice. I felt that tone of voice wasn't worrying about me even slightest, but on the contrary, I became uneasy. Either way, I'm not a trash. I see. Yuri, leaving that aside, I have to go to the imperial capital if I want a book, you know. Shall I bring him next time? Rook, capital is it? Yuri, it's the first time Yuri asked for a thing. I'm sure it's something he wants very much. In that case, it's better to let him to choose by himself. It will be sad if you buy something that is not good and he will be disappointed. Suzuya, nice follow-up. That's true, it could be a good opportunity for Yuri to see the capital. I have to deliver an Eagle King next week, so shall we go at that time? Rook, seriously, that is a welcoming news. I'm very happy, thank you very much. Yuri, my cheek were loosened with joy. When the parent looked at the face of their own child, they smiled softly. On that day, I went to the capital city with a long-distance flight by riding the Eagle King brought by father. Across mountains, rivers, and villages, and we saw a castle that was clearly different from other cities. This country was called as the Kingdom of Shiyalta, and the capital city was Shibuya. While Rook reigned the Eagle King, we made one full round the city of Shibuya in midair. I was imagining something like a big fortress city on a flat land or a hill, but my imagination was greatly betrayed. Far from being a fortified city, there were no walls around the city. Shibuya was a city that stuck to a large river where there were several islands rose on its surface. There wasn't much open space between one island to another, and they were connected by not so long bridges. And the city easily spread on both banks of the large river. As a person who longed for a medieval cityscape, I was fascinated by the beauty at first sight. It was a beautiful cityscape. After that, the Eagle King went around the Shibuya for one turn. There was no wall on the outline of the city, but the islands were surrounded by walls at the entire of the water's edge. The island in the middle of others had a huge castle on it. It was the royal castle of Shibuya that I heard in the story. It was called the Kingdom. I wondered if there was a king in this castle. It was a really good castle. There was no unrefined ambience, and it was white as whole. Was it decorated with decorative stone or something? Far from being intimidating, it made the castle look rather elegant. When I looked at what was on center of the island, the places was dotted with parks planted with trees. There were many fine houses built in other places. As expected, the buildings were densely packed only at the center of the royal capital. Rook brought down the Eagle King to the south side of the castle. There was a small open clearing there. Other places usually had parks, but this was the only place that had a vacant lot that looked like a school ground. The surrounding area was surrounded by buildings with deep blackish stone. The facility was located at the edge of the island. The buildings were protruding the downstream of the river. It looked completely like a square. Is this a fortress? The Eagle King descended to the clearing accurately and dynamically. I had gotten to hold the reins several times, but I couldn't imagine bringing down the Eagle King by pinpointing to such a narrow place. If it hit a wall or a building even at the end of its feather on the way down, it could lose balance a bit and would be in slight tailspin state. In that case, there was a possibility of dying. But Rook seemed not to be worried at all, and he showed how to do the difficult thing easily. When Rook unraveled the belt and put me down, someone came from the stable. "Hey, Rook." "Oh, it's you, Gala." Rook, it was an unknown middle-aged man. His name seemed to be Gala. He was much better than Rook. He was a man that gave a feeling of a warrior, and Rook would be a thief when compared to him. "I came to deliver this, but have you heard about it?" Rook, "Yes, I did. It was specially ordered for Haim Sama or something like that." Gala, "Goodness, I'm troubled when you are that honest. I've told you that only young Eagle King can be handled by children." Rook scratched his head with a slight troubled face. "Was it because of such an order? Gehahaha, did you say that?" Gala cheerfully laughed. He was a good old man with a frightening look. "Well, I've brought the most obedient bird in the house, you know. Please handle it with care." Rook, "Ah, that's right." Gala, "You probably aware that there are about 100 heavenly knights who follows Haim Sama, but it would be best for a matured old people to train it." Rook, "Is that so? There was no such a thing like an old Eagle King in the house, so I never rode on that kind of Eagle King. The female Eagle King for breeding purpose was the oldest, and the others were put on sale. Hence, they usually were put on sale before they grew old. I guess I can understand that, but the queen doesn't know that. Rather than the Eagle King raised in the Imperial Guard's bird cage, yours, Eagle King, are probably the best. Gala, don't flatter me. The bird can't do the techniques by itself unless someone trains it. Rook, I suppose that's what parents do. Gala, Rook suddenly sigh. My head will be severed if Heim-sama is thrown off from this, so it can't be helped to train it well. Rook, that's reassuring. Even if Heim-sama won't ride it, any heavenly ride can ride it. Gala, is that so? Rook, anyhow, who is this kid? Gala looked at me. Due to the body size difference, I felt like being overwhelmed when I was looked down. He's my son. His name is Yuri. Rook, Gala crouched down and lowered his eye line. Even so, it was still higher than mine. Hello, Yuri-kun. Gala, hello. Yuri, I bowed my head. Gala's appearance relaxed and he smiled broadly. You can give a proper greeting, that's admirable. Gala, even a normal child or a 4-year-old would be able to give a greeting. No, if it was about this man, most children would cry and run away. Thank you very much. I'm happy to meet father's acquaintance. Yuri, you are a good. Will you be a scholar in the future? Gala, I'm not sure, but I think I want to succeed father's work for now, but I don't know whether I'm fit for it or not. Yuri, when I said so, Gala had a blank face. He stroked my head with a hand and got up. You have a splendid, precocious kid. How old is he? Gala, he will be 4 years old soon. Rook, 4 years old is it? It's been a while to see a clever child other than Heim-sama. Gala, oops, did I overdo it? That seemed to be an unusual reaction. Don't think too highly, he is just a normal boy. Rook, that's right, tell him, father. My son is 4 years old too. Gala, is that so? Rook, yup, I've sent you a letter. Gala, oh, I remember that I read it somehow. Rook, do it properly, father. Goodness you, well, there is a great difference between him and my kid. It's all good, but I'm envy you though. Gala, really, that's not going to change anything. Rook, my kid is not good with stuff like these. Gala, is this a discussion of kids that happens among fathers? There were times when I thought so. Galadono. A young woman ran from behind and called out to Gala. Ow. Gala, it's time for the war council. Woman, oh, is it already that time? Rook, I'm sorry, I have to go. Gala, is that so? Rook looked a bit sad. I felt sorry that he could meet his old friend after a long time. Will you stay at whose secondary residence tonight? Gala, no, I will return home after bringing this kid for sightseeing in the city. I would like to go home tomorrow. Rook, is that so? Gala, he also looked sad. Well, see you later. Rook, see you. Gala, Rook-sama, here's the receipt. Woman, oops, I almost forgot. Rook received the receipt presented. While still keeping the reign of the Eagle King, he left with the woman accompanied him on the right side. Aru-san, who is that person? Yuri, I asked Rook when we left the castle. He was my classmate when I was in school. Now he is the big shot of the Imperial Guards. Rook, what do you mean by school? Yuri, it's the School of Night. It is located in the royal capital. You will also enroll it someday. Rook, is that so? This was the first time I knew it. I was actually wondering if I could become a rancher someday by working hard, as I was going to work hard for it. Nevertheless, the School of Night sounded strange. Since the word night was definitely a military term, it sounded like a military school. I hoped that I made a big mistake. So you have graduated from there, right? Yuri, no. Rook expression became a bit bitter since he was remembering a bitter past. Is that bad? I haven't graduated. I stopped halfway through. Rook, I see. Yuri, it seemed that he was a dropout. Apparently, I had reminded him of something unpleasant. But if it is no good for father, it may not be easy for me. I mean with that school. Yuri, I told that to divert the mood. No, if it's you, you'll be fine. Rook said so and tapped my head with his palm. I wondered what adults trying to do when they tap the head of the children. As soon as we stepped out of the stone castle, the castle town soon spread before us. The building of the castle was considerable, but the castle town also was quite good. There were many buildings made of stone and bricks, and there were many pedestrian streets. It was lively compared to the countryside. Under my feet, it was a cobblestone road. In the meantime, we reached a bookstore. It was indistinguishable since it was similar to the surrounding buildings, but at the eaves there was a signboard shaped like a feather pen hanging on an open book. It was more appropriate to call it sculpture rather than a signboard. Perhaps the book is sold here, but well, let's go in. Rook opened the entrance to the bookstore and went inside. I also came in. I thought that it was a bookstore, but when I went inside, it wasn't really a bookstore. Rather than a bookstore, it was a stationery shop. Various types of feather pens, stationery, colorful inks, and brushes were placed on the shelves of handcrafted wood. On the interior side, there were canvas paintings and folded easels. Surely, if it was a diary, it was within the domain of stationery shop compared to bookstore. A bookstore wasn't the place to buy a notebook. When I looked around for a bit, there were wooden boards and carpenter's tools. It felt like being out of place, but I also used that when I practiced writing with Suzuya at home. It was made of soft wood that was easy to shave. By using the unspoiled part of the tree, I practiced writing by shaving it. I didn't know what kind of wood it was, but since the ink didn't sip into the bottom part, it could have a new surface again when it was shaved. There was no cheap note paper in this word. Since the risk of losing a piece of parchment, Rook was also using this for trial writing when writing letters. However, even if it was a wooden board, it wasn't a book. Shopkeeper, I want to have a book without anything written inside it. Rook said so to the granny owner, who was likely to sleep at any moment. Oh my, really, we have it. Shopkeeper, that reply was returned. It's expensive, so I don't put it on display. Shopkeeper, I see. Certainly, when I looked closely, the luxury goods were placed in front of the shopkeeper. Well, if robbers came in, the granny wouldn't be able to go against them, but it would be effective against shoplifting. Is that so? I would like you to show it. Rook, please come here. Shopkeeper, the granny unlocked a wooden box with a key that seemed to have been placed under the foot of the counter. Then she took books from inside. The books were wrapped in something like a thin cloth with oil. When the cloth was unwrapped, splendid books appeared. Then the books were displayed. In those days, these would be in a glass case, but since it didn't sell well, it was supposed to be put like this. Come, please choose. Rook lifted me up and put me on a nearby chair. It was possible now to see the counter. There were 4 books on the counter. The first book was a memo pad size book, so it was out of the question. There was another size bigger. It was about B6 size, or in other words, it was about the size of comics for young men. However, this was considered as small too. On the contrary, the most impressive thing was with the leather-covered surface on which the tack was punched, and the corner was reinforced with brass or some kind of metal. The 4th book was about the same size, but the binding wasn't that good. It was similar with leather-covered surface, but the thickness of the skin was thinner and the tack wasn't punched. A strap was attached on the surface of the cover. It was supposed to be sealed with a small key so that the content couldn't be seen. Can I check the content, please? Yuri, of course, it's all right. Shopkeeper, I got the permission, so I tuned over the binding. When I opened the inside, it was a blank page, and the content was the same. However, the splendid one had the thickness of the leather and the book was bulky. It seemed that the parchment was thick when old animal skin was used. In this case, the number of pages weren't that much different from the other book. I didn't think I could write anything in this, but since there were other uses like books that filled the bookshelves in this world, that place might be more convenient. I choose this. Yuri. I pointed to a book that wasn't splendid. When I turned the cover, I couldn't see it like a cheap wooden board that were lined up in the store, and the skin was attached thoroughly. I wasn't very familiar with bookbinding, but it didn't like it was done badly. Are you all right with this? It is rare to be here, so I'm fine with your choice, you know. Rook, yes, it's all right. Yuri, you don't have to hold back. There are things in the world when expensive things are better in the long run. I mean, you get what you pay for. Rook, really. The parchment is too thick and the number of pages is not satisfactory. It may be convenient because it can be shaved, but I am not going to scrape much and rewrite it, so it is better to choose book with more pages. The book binding doesn't look bad either. Yuri, I see. That's fine, but Rook, it seemed that I had managed to convince him somehow. Shopkeeper, how much is this? Rook, it is 2,800 ruga. Shopkeeper, I didn't know the value of 2,800 ruga, but it was surely expensive. As expected, it is still expensive. Rook said as he was a bit hesitant. After all, it was still expensive. Are you going to buy it for your child? Shopkeeper, ah yes, he somehow wants something like a diary. Rook, I see, that's great. As for people, even if they can remember important memories, it can be forgotten. Shopkeeper, is that so? Rook tilted his head. When I was in Japan, I didn't write a diary, so I didn't understand the necessity. I was also in the same opinion as him. Yes, it is. I am also like that. As I got older, the words of my father heard when I was a child, the recipe of soup that my mother made. I can't help being regretted very much since I forgot many things, so this book can benefit you as well. After all, after we die, our children don't remember at all about me, and if they forgot everything you said, wouldn't it be a sad case? Shopkeeper, yeah, that made him groan. The granny said such a nice thing, it would be sad if that happened. You're right, surely it is. Rook seemed to feel impressed. Somehow he was nodding. All right, I'll buy that. Do you have something to write with it? Rook took out 3 pieces of gold coins and placed them on the counter. The color was a bit dull, probably because the mixture was mixed, but it couldn't hide the glow of the original golden color. It was definitely gold coins. In other words, were those worth 3,000 ruga. Even so, I never thought that gold coins would appear when buying a single book. I was also surprised. I have it. Are you all right with these? Shopkeeper, 5 silver coins were placed. I have another 300 ruga. Rook, since this child has good judgment, I'm fine with 2,500 ruga. It's scary to take another 800 ruga. Shopkeeper, the granny was laughing worse than a girl. Teehee, aren't you a sleepy person? Well then, let's buy the ink. I'll spend 300 ruga for that. Rook, yes, here you go. Shopkeeper, a large ink port was placed. I guess it was a good to say 300 ruga. Anyhow, that was with the 3 silver coins. Rook wrapped the 2 goods in big cloth as if he was used to do it. Then he put 2 silver coins change back in the wallet. Well then, Rook, come again. Shopkeeper, after that we left the store. There was no problem with the feather pen since there were so many feathers when sweeping the ranch. With this, all the stationery items were complete. I got it. 1 ruga was approximately $1 copper coin equals 1 ruga TLN. Chinese letter, copper coins equals 10 ruga TLN. Chinese letter. Yes, both can be translated as copper coin. Silver coin equals 100 ruga, gold coin equals 1,000 ruga. It was good to think that a gold coin was worth 100,000 yen. After the bookstore, we went to cutlery store and clothes store. Then, Rook went out of the capital. I wondered what we would do on the way home. As I was strangely wondering, Rook went to a place that looked like an outskirt guard post. He immediately brought back a galloping bird. I was seriously worried if we were going to return on foot, but I was surprised that it was easy to secure the transportation. Are they renting out the bird? Yuri, I asked that. That is the country stables. It wouldn't loan the birds except for the business of the country, but the delivery this time was for the country's associate. Rook, now that he mentioned it, it felt like he was talking to someone when we got out of the castle. I was wondering whether he was asking for the permission to leave the castle, but apparently I was wrong. I see. Then you got it. Yuri, yes. It's because we usually have to wait for a couple of days to ride a carriage or look for merchants or rent an expensive horse or even walk to go back home. Rook, it seemed that was such a trend. Poor people might have to walk. I was glad that we didn't have to walk back home. I see, that's how ordinary people travel. Yuri, well, yes. After all, walking is really difficult, so I don't do it often. Rook lifted up my armpit and put me on the saddle of the galloping bird. Let's show to your Akasa-san your important book and the souvenir. Hold it properly, all right. Rook, as he said so, I tucked the goods with the wrapping cloth and put it on my body. Like that, he jumped on the galloping bird and lightly turned it aside. He then pulled the rein a little. While taking a break every hour, we rode the bird for about 3 hours. There was a big city called Jamuna, and we switched the galloping bird in the stable there. The galloping birds were tired easily. Since the fatigue took time to wear off, it was prohibited to let the birds did the impossible. We didn't enter the city. We rode the bird again for another 3 hours. Then, we entered a small village before the sun set. Rook tied the galloping bird to the stable in front of the inn. We drew water from a nearby well and placed it in front of the house. After that, we entered the inn. Rook went through the accommodation procedure and left the luggage at the inn. We will keep it for you. Would you like us to prepare breakfast tomorrow morning? Innkeeper, ah, yes. By the way, where can we go for a dinner? Rook, once you leave the inn, turn right and there is a tavern. Innkeeper, since this was a small village, there was no restaurant at all. This inn was a small, elegant house that rented out a guest room like a guest house. They also served straws that had soil on it. Wouldn't it bad to sleep there? Let's get going. Rook took my hand and left the inn. When we came through the entrance and looked to the right, there was a tavern nearby. It didn't take more than 10 minutes to walk from one edge to another edge of the village, so it was really near. When we entered the tavern, nobody was there. The sky was getting dark, but it was still bright. We might be too early. I wondered if drink would gradually come once it got dark. After entering the tavern, the owner of the tavern appeared immediately. He looked at me and soon brought a tall chair for the children. The service was attentive. Travelers with children similar to us might often come to this inn. Thank you, that's very thoughtful of you. Rook. When Rook said that, the owner, who had good body build, grinned. Thank you very much. Yuri, I also thanked and lowered my head. Please call me once you have decided. Shopkeeper. The shopkeeper went back to the kitchen, as if he hadn't done with the preparation. Yuri, what do you want to eat? Rook, I want to have stew. Yuri, stew is it? All right, what should I have then? Rook, the stew was great. Generally, the dishes of this world were naturally inferior to those in Japan, but in exceptional cases, stewed dishes didn't change very much. The meat would even soften if you simmered it vegetables. Then we could have soup stock. If herbs were added, the bad smell of meat could be suppressed as well. Rook called the shopkeeper and made the order. I would like a beer, rabbit meat, and cheese pie. This child wants cut baguette and milk stew. If you have grated cheese, that would be great. And a cup of goat milk, please. Rook, I've confirmed the order. Shopkeeper, goat milk and beer were brought in immediately. After 30 minutes had passed, a young daughter of the shopkeeper appeared, and a number of customers showed up at the same time. Judging from their appearance, many of them were hunters and farmers. Rook and I were talking while waiting for the meals. Well, the galloping bird we rent this time is not that good, right? Yuri, I won't say that it's not that good. I mean, that's normal, and if it is trained by me, it can do much better. Rook, I see. Our birds are exceptional birds. Yuri, well, yeah, that's true, but that's the average of the world. Rook, the bird that we rented today, moved its body higher and lower than those from our house. My bottom was rubbed too much and it became painful. While drinking the goat milk, I told Rook about it. Apparently, the upbringing of that bird was bad. In the meantime, the young daughter of the shopkeeper brought us dishes and arranged it on the table. As the dishes had come, we continued the conversation while eating it. When I soaked the baguette in the rick milk stew with grated cheese, it softened, and when I ate it, it tasted really good. There was some rabbit meat in the stew. As if it was waiting for me, it was boiled and became soft. This was also delicious. The movement of moving up and down was inherently disturbing. Think about it. When you're moving up and down with your feet, you will do extra exercise when you climb the stairs. Rook, I see, it isn't only a bad ride. Yuri, of course, the ride comfort is bad as well, and that will make it tired easily. Our galloping birds can run 2 times longer. Rook, it seemed that the energy consumption would change due to the way of training. It was a matter of course because the ride quality was completely different. The galloping birds raised by Rook smoothly run like an electric car. I had never thought about hurting my bottom by the rubbing. By the way, the Eagle King is very fast, isn't it? Even though it was a short trip only. Yuri, it took about 1 hour to go, but for the return trip, we already rode a bird that was faster than a horse for 6 hours, and yet we hadn't reached the destination yet. When considering the speed and convenience, it was at different dimension. Well, yes, it is fast and it can go straight. The road that we've been running today was a considerable detour. Rook, yes. When we flew in the sky, I felt like we were flying southward than Jamuna. Yuri, you understood well. Rook had a slightly surprised face. There was a distinctive mountain beyond Jamuna. Although I could see in the distance when we came from there, it made me thought that the return trip was near. Yuri, you observed well, that's great. Rook, I was praised somehow. At first Jamuna seemed small when we came. Yuri, is that so? I didn't notice that. Rook, if it can bring 2 people on it, the use of the Eagle King would be more popular. Yuri, when I said what I always thought, Rook made a grim face. If it could carry 2 people, it could become like a taxi. For that reason, it wasn't such a nice ride. Yes, but that can't be helped. I also tried to make the Eagle King stronger, but it is impossible to have 2 people ride it no matter what. Rook, is it impossible with a slim woman? Yuri, I felt like there is such a scene in a book. You are smart. I think you have a good sense. With a good Eagle King, it can fly even with 2 people. Rook, it can really fly with 2. In that case. Yuri, when I said so without thinking, Rook restrained my remarks with his hand. Actually, you can notice when you it flying. It can fly, but it barely floats. It has to move the wings restlessly like Japanese robin. Then it finally can fly. It is also very difficult to maneuver. Just before it stalls in flying, the eagle bird will fall into a state of panic, and the distance that it can fly will be from our house to the ranch. Even with that distance, it was extremely dangerous. Even if I can do it, I can't say anything because I have never done it, but the probability of crashing would be 90%. Rook, I see. Yuri, in other words, there was no compromise when it came to the safety factor. A wire cable that was written as for 2 tons had an actual cutting load of 12 tons. There was no fool who actually caught heavy items of 12 tons. It was the weight that would break if it caught it. Therefore, it was safe to use up to 2 tons. To put it simply, an overloaded vehicle required a driver to ram the acceleration until the red zone, and the car finally moved slowly. It was like a 4-ton car carried 8-ton load and moving it. In case of overloaded car, it would break the ground. However, in the case of the Eagle King, it would crash from high altitude. That would be a life-threatening matter. Even with a rider like Rook, there was still 90% probability of crashing. There was no way he could train with 2 people. If it crashed, not only a best Eagle King, the riders would also die. Hence, the risk was too big. But is it possible to have 2 riders if it were women? Yuri, such a scene often came out in a story of a common half-foolish hero. If the other rider is slim woman, it is worth considering the weight limit. I can't say much because it depends on the weight of both riders. Rook, have you tested it? Yuri, no. Rook, he gave an immediate answer. At any rate, if it comes to extreme movement, the woman has to get undressed and ride naked, I think. Rook said so with a serious face. He wasn't joking. In that case, it's better not doing so. Yuri, was it still risky to make it lighter even by a piece of cloth? Well, if it was winter, the riders would freeze to death. Goodness. Keep this in mind, Yuri. Considering the weight is the most basic of basics. Rook, yes, I will remember that for sure. Yuri, when I said so, Rook let out a breath as if he was relieved. It might have been the alcohol. You will understand when you go to school, but it is relatively fair to believe in the girls. Occasionally, there are apprentices who are doing foolish things. I think that such things are unlikely for Yuri, but even if you are told to do it, don't ever do it, all right? Rook, somehow the conversation had diverted. What do you mean? Yuri, there are many who have misconception about the number of riders for the Eagle King. The scene where a heavenly knight put a woman on an Eagle King was common in stories. The reality is not that simple. Rook, it was a classic piece of love story between a knight and a princess. I had seen it a few times as well. It was a dramatic scene. When you talked about an apprentice who does foolish things, does that mean he pester a girl to ride the bird together? Yuri, yup. Especially those who just got permission to ride alone. The children usually got excited when they obtained the permission to fly alone, and there are many who do such a thing. Those who have been trained at great pains will have bubbles coming out from their mouth. I mean the rider, the girl, and the Eagle King. Rook, Yuri, the children who did stupid things with their youthful indiscretion became panicked in the air and crashed down. Then they got crushed and collapsed. It was easy to imagine. I was also a person who couldn't do more exercise and running more than usual, so I didn't think that was for everyone else. When I displayed a frowned face, Rook opened his mouth anxiously. Yuri, Let me tell you this in advance. You don't need to be afraid of the Eagle King because there is an accident. Even if I say that it crashes, the rider usually doesn't die. Rook, he was somehow trying to offer a temporary peace of mind. Perhaps he worried that his son became afraid of riding the Eagle King. It's all right. Although it's scary, there is no other ride that excites me to that degree. Yuri, is that so? Rook had a somewhat relieved face. After eating a lot, Rook drank quite a bit of alcohol and returned to the inn. He hadn't drunk yet, but his footsteps were light. We went to bed as it was and left early in the morning the next day. After riding for 2 hours from the 2 hours, we got off from the Galloping Bird when we stopped at a town. From there, we walked for about 2 hours and returned to our house. I spent 3 years learning how to ride birds with Rook and knitting from Suzuya. I also did shepherd jobs while writing about my life in the book at my spare time. I turned 7 years old. When my 7th birthday passed about 2 months ago, gloomy subjects had multiplied at home. I lived in an environment with very little information. Nevertheless, I had lived for 7 years, so some information came in. It seemed the people like Rook, Suzuya and me were called Shanti in this country. Shanti was a word pronounced as it was based on the original language. In a sense, we were people of Shan. The tribe of Shan people was very long-lived. It wasn't uncommon to live until 80 years old if they lived safely. Apparently, they reached the limit of the longevity once they became centenarians. In my opinion, most of Shan people were nice people even though they didn't think too much about the longevity. In addition, the Shanti were strong against cold. They lived in the north of the continent. Shanti used to have a unified state called Shantilla Great Empire in the northern part of the continent long time ago. However, there were ups and downs and it collapsed. The reason was because of an allied force of another race called Kurin. When the allied force entered the capital city, the great empire became loose and the kings of each state became independent. The political system of Shanti was unique. I didn't understand well, but from the old Shantilla Great Empire, the ruler was decided to be a woman. In other words, the Shantilla Great Empire was ruled by a queen for many generations, and even after the dissolution of the empire, the kingdoms had been ruled by a queen. Several countries that I wasn't aware had been dissolved, and every time that happened, it was done by the Kurin country. They were overthrown one by one, and the last remaining kingdom was Shiyalta Kingdom, and it seemed to be the Shiyalta Kingdom where I was now. Geographically, there was a large protruding peninsula. The inner part of the peninsula was where the Shiyalta Kingdom located, while the Shiyalta Kingdom was located close to the peninsula. For that reason, the Shiyalta Kingdom hadn't been attacked much. However, from the view of the Shiyalta Kingdom, if the Shiyalta Kingdom perished, their turn would come next. Even an idiot could understand. They had been sending reinforcements many times. This time, it had been decided that the head family of Hu household would be sent as the reinforcement. As for the head family of Hu household, it was called a lord household. It was a family of military rank called knight, and it was the highest ranking among warriors. In Japan, it was called daimyo, and the family head or leader of the head family was Rook's brother. By integrating the information occasionally heard, that was such a circumstance. Hence, our cheerful house was always wrapped in a gloomy mood. Rook had an impressive title of the second son of the Hu household, but since he hadn't graduated from the knight school, he wasn't qualified to be a knight, and there was no need for him to go to war. However, as a second son of the chief of the Hu household, he seemed different from other. Generally, it was embarrassing for not having the qualification of a knight. In this country, if the chief of the main family was called to be the leader of the expedition, the knights under his control must accompany the chief by carrying their own spears. Unfortunately, the current Hu household was short of capable people. It was said that there weren't many family members carried spears. Speaking of Hu household, it was one of the lord household, and every time there was a war in the neighboring country, they would come out as a reinforcement. I wasn't sure whether Hu household had a weak standpoint among lord households, but for some reason, they kept getting the short end of the stick. Anyhow, they were being in charged for this matter. In this way, The Hu household had been sent as a reinforcement to the neighboring country again and again. Before they replenished the weakened forces due to the previous reinforcement, they were sent back as a reinforcement again. This was repeatedly done, and the army of the Hu household became weakened. Therefore, Rook had to be sent to war this time. Just the other day a messenger appeared, and it became such a talk as I was sent to the child's room. But Rook declined it once and for all. Rook loved to raise living animals. He was a man who likes to ride birds. He was a man who was unrelated with the violence of the world. He probably dropped from the night school because of that. Now, he lived in a small house in the mountains like this with a family of 3 people. He was living a reclusive life. It seemed that he didn't want to engage as much as possible with the main family. When he heard from Suzuya that there was a messenger from the main family who came when he wasn't there, he didn't display displeasure, but he made an obvious depressed face. If he was a good-for-nothing NEET, his neck would be grabbed and he would be taken away, but Rook worked hard as he built a ranch by himself. Since his birds were excellent commodity which were required by the royal family, I supposed it was quite impossible to drag him. Ultimately, Rook wasn't going to go to the front line. However, in that situation, he had to show his face at the departure ceremony. The departure ceremony was a feast held on the day before the departure of the army. That day, I wore a newly tailored clothes and headed for the feast. Our ride was a galloping bird. Suzuya was sitting at the rear, but I was the one who held the rein and controlled it. I rode the birds every day, and I was thoroughly trained by Rook. Due to my small physique, I couldn't make complicated movements, but as far as moving the birds, I could do that. But today was the first time I rode a bird without Rook watching me. It wasn't a young galloping bird, but this was an adult one. Today was the second time practicing it, and the other time was yesterday. Suzuya, who sat at the rear while holding me, held reins of 3 galloping birds that accompanied us. Rook was supposed to come later. While being taught the direction by Suzuya, I advanced slowly. The galloping birds which Suzuya was pulling would escape if she released the reins. So, this was a show of the arms. If the galloping birds misunderstood the instructions and increased the speed suddenly, the reins would be tightened, and she would have to let go of her hands. I manipulated the rein while breaking out in a cold sweat. After riding for nearly 1 hour, I saw something like a castle gate. It was a town, Karakumo, where there was a mansion of Hu household. Karakumo didn't seem to be a big town. The stone gate was barely constructed. When I went to the front of the gate, it was opened and it was crowded with carriages. When the guards looked at the galloping birds, they turned suspicious eyes to us, a mother and a child who rode together, but they still opened the way. It was probably because we were riding a galloping bird. The galloping birds were animals that were ridden by the warriors or the knights to be exact. It would be a bad idea to deter our movement before the departure. Even fools also understood that. We led the 3 birds and went down the road by slowly pushing our way through the crowd of people. When I entered the town, I knew that Karakumo was a small town that couldn't be compared with the capital. There were many houses along the road, but most of them were made of wood. Surely there was no specific industry here. However, in response to the demand of Hu household and their vassals, merchants and servants under their protection gathered here, and the town was established. Actually, I came here once when I was small, but I couldn't remember well because I was confused. However, although my father was the 2nd son of the Honorable Lord Household, he had never brought me, the eldest son of the family, to the head family after conveying about my birth. Not even once in 7 years. When I thought about it now, it seemed a bit unusual. Rook probably didn't want to come here as well. The mansion of the main family was surrounded by a moat with water. It was a castle town, but there was no castle at the center. Of course, there were walls on the interior side of the moat, and there was a mansion on the inside. There was a gate and a bridge that became the doorway to the interior side of the moat. As I entered the gate, I was questioned by the soldiers who were patrolling the area. "Who are you?" "Soldier." The voice sounded sharp, but it was probably because they were going to depart tomorrow. "I am Yuri, the son of Rook Hu. My mother and I came to attend the departure ceremony." Yuri, when I said so, the soldiers stared at us blankly. It was probably because some brat had uttered something unusual. This is bad. As I instructed the galloping bird to knee, Suzuya got off without saying anything and brought me down. I'm Rook's wife, Suzuya. There should be a message about me. Suzuya, when Suzuya said so, a woman among those soldiers appeared from the back and asked to come in. The mansion of the main family was a big two-story building. Both wings were stretched into a U-shaped building, and there was a garden in the center. In addition to the mansion, there were about 4 storehouses that seemed to store grains. There was a building called Bird Cage that was a stable for the eagles. It was a relatively large building to put the Eagle King. The stable for the Eagle King was smaller than the one in our ranch. Suzuya walked ahead and stopped at the reception. At the reception, there was a woman who was somehow receiving guests, and there was a man who walked from the other side spoke to Suzuya. You have come, Suzuya Dono. Suzuya quickly turned around, and when she looked at the owner of the voice, she hurriedly bowed. Gauk-sama, it's been a while. Suzuya, somehow, this didn't look to be a trivial matter, so I kept my head down. Gauk was the name of Rook's brother. In other words, he was the chief of the main family. Raise your head. There's no need to be humble. Aren't we siblings? Gauk. When I heard the word sibling, a question mark floated in my head for a moment, but then it disappeared. That was probably brother-in-law. Since Suzuya raised her face, I also did the same. I looked at Gauk again. He was one size bigger than Rook, and he was as big as the guy Gala who I saw a few years ago. Although the hair was dark, red hair grew from the ears to the chin. However, he looked like an expert warrior. Did you come alone? Where's Rook? Gauk, he looked slightly angry. He has to deliver an Eagle King. Suzuya, Rook planned to ride an Eagle King and gave it to the main family. We were giving them 3 galloping birds and 1 Eagle King. He hadn't come yet, probably because he wanted to delay as much time as possible. It'll be a problem if he's late, though. Is that so? But I can't forgive him to let his wife to hold the rein. Gauk, as expected, he was angry. It seemed he was angry not because Rook was late, but because Rook didn't accompany his wife. Is there a law that forbid a wife to ride a horse? No, this child escorts me here. Suzuya put her hand on me, who was hiding behind her. Hey, don't do that. Come on, give me a break. When I slightly resisted from stepping to the front, the pushing power on my back increased as if telling me not to resist. That is unexpected. A meager resistance served no purpose, and I was brought to the front. Hello, Yuri, I lowered my head. Here's my son. Suzuya, did the child hold the rein? Gauk, he was slightly surprised. Yes, he was trained by my husband, so he was able to escort me safely. Suzuya, is that so? So you are Yuri. Gauk, dang, he remembered my name. Well, I don't mind being remembered. Yes, he's Yuri. Suzuya said so. Are you good at riding the galloping bird? Gauk, he's good at it. Suzuya answered arbitrarily. Is that so? Is he good at riding the Eagle King? Gauk, he seems to be good at that too. Suzuya, is there anything else he's good at? Gauk, he can read and write. He is also good togi. He's my proud son. Suzuya, are you good at togi? Gauk, I'm not sure what to say. Don't say unnecessary things, Ka-chan. She thought in the same way of a child. Togi was a kind of board game. Speaking of the earth, it was equivalent to that Zayanki. Shogi was something I had played before, but this game had the enemy camp and own camp divided in the middle, and as for its system characteristics, the intrusion methods were limited. I was confused at the beginning. Anyhow, Rook loved togi. It was something he often forced me to play since I asked him to read me books. However, to become skillful to something that one loved to do didn't really apply to Rook's togi. In 1 month, I became more skillful than him. After that, his face looked either happy or lonely. He also became sulky. That happened twice to Rook. He thought Suzuya just after they got married, and it seemed that Suzuya became better as well. Suzuya didn't seem to like this particular kind of game, but as for being skillful, it took me 3 years to be able to stably win against her. When Gauk heard that I was good at togi, his expression changed plainly. Somehow he looked like an excited young man. There is still time before the feast begins. Shall we have a match? Gauk, what is this guy talking about? I looked at Suzuya and she seemed worried. But since we can't be rude to Gauk-sama, we will. Suzuya, it's all right. He is my nephew and that's similar like my child, so you don't have to mind it. Gauk, oi, don't force me. Aka-chan, say it clearly. Ask him why does he has to be serious against a brat. Are you sure? I understand. Yuri, please accompany him for a game. Suzuya, that was fast. Isn't this bad? Suzuya mama sometimes changed from being a passionate mother to a lion that pushed its cub in the bottom of gorge. I was actually worried. Please take care of me. Yuri, I reluctantly lowered my head. After separated from Suzuya, I was taken by the man called Gauk, and we both went into the mansion. In my head, there was a theme song Donna Donna of a calf being sold that sounded. It didn't feel awkward though. When Gauk gave instruction to the servant, the preparation of the togi was being done in a place just after taking off the shoes from the porch. 2 soft easy chairs, a table and a board were prepared. Compared to what we had in our home, all the items had good quality. There were a lot of conifer trees in this country, but evergreen wood was valuable because of the severe cold. Conifer wood was generally soft, and it wasn't suitable for furniture. For that reason, the furniture made from evergreen wood were expensive. However, almost all furniture of the Hu household seemed to be using that expensive evergreen wood. When it came to a board and pieces, hard wood was preferred. The surface was black shined, and the wood used make it looked very solid. I took the seat and I could take a close look at Gauk's face. He was certainly looked similar to Rook, but unlike Rook who always had a gentle expression, I was somehow feeling tense. Even now I also felt restless. It might be because his firm expression was a habit. It wasn't intimidating, but it felt overwhelmed. However, it didn't come out on his face. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying a bit. Perhaps he liked togi. When I played togi with Rook, he often had such a face. These are good board and pieces, isn't it? Yuri, for starters, let's give compliments. Ooh, did you notice that? Gauk, it's different from the woods that you can find everywhere. Yuri, well yeah, if it's something like this, there's nothing much else. Gauk, I see. Yuri, since I wasn't familiar with the subject, I had no way to expand the conversation. Well then, shall we? Actually, I'm a bit busy. Gauk, yes, you are. You should be busy. Gauk began arranging the pieces. I'm not going to think long, so this won't be a long game. Yuri, shall we play without the sand, and you can have the first move? Gauk, the sand he meant was an hourglass. Generally, the first move was more advantageous, but it seemed he gave me the opportunity. Well, since it was rude not to accept the offer, I should accept it. Then, I'm doing this with the intention of going against you who have better skill. Yuri, when I pointed to the first hand, I heard a click sound. As we produced the clicky sound, the guests and the soldiers invited came to watch. It was a curious and intriguing scene where a brat and a chief were playing with board pieces. Nevertheless, we didn't spend much time. That was because he and I made moves without stopping. I liked the way Gauk made moves. He was strong. I was dominating at the early stages, but he used a lot of tactics that I didn't know in the middle of the game, and soon I was overmatched. Eventually, it ended in around 30 minutes. Nevertheless, the number of hands exceeded 100 moves since we used only about 20 seconds. I lost. It seems I am still inexperienced. Yuri, yeah, I lost. Since I was being subjected to unknown tactics, it was a game that made me feel as if I was assaulted by surprise attacks. I only knew the tactics that Rook taught me, so I tried hard, but I still couldn't do anything. Let's have another game. It ended earlier than I expected. Gauk, I was told that, but surprisingly I was happy with those words. I felt delighted. Gauk's play style was without faltering. Moreover, it felt refreshing and I had fun going against him. Well, let's do this. Will it be all right if I make the first move? Yuri, sure. Gauk, you got me. Yuri, I put my hands on the board. It took me an hour to try various things. Unfortunately, my ability couldn't keep up with him. I was able to counter since I was wary with the tactics that I understood from the previous game, but he turned the table at the very late of the game. It was regrettable, but there was no point of doing it anymore. Plus, I didn't want to hinder Gauk plan. I learned a lot. Yuri, I bowed while sitting. Me too. Gauk, what is this? Is it a lip service? Is that so? There was nothing to learn from me. Yuri, no, it's been a while to learn many things from a game. If possible, I would like to talk about this all night long, but it's not going to be that way today. Let's have a match again after I return. Gauk, I am also looking forward to that. Please stay safe. Yuri, I got up and lowered my head. Gauk calmly nodded. It's a boring feast with only men and you can't have alcohol. You should play with my daughter then, I will tell Rook. Gauk, he said so. He told me to play with her daughter. I got it. Yuri, after attending an adult, I have to babysit now, huh? This is going to be tough when I am also a child. I was guided by an adult maid to a room where there was a child in it. She was a girl with black hair. Her body seemed weak. I suppose she didn't learn any martial arts. The maid was probably busy and that was why I left immediately. I didn't get to ask, but I guess the girl was that Gauk's daughter. She sat on a chair in front of a desk. While leaning against it, she was closing her eyes quietly. On the desk, there were wooden plates and ink pots. A lamp with a wick and an oil plan was illuminating the girl's face. Looking at her appearance, it seemed that she was about the same age as me. Well, since she was a cousin, I knew her name and age. This girl was a year younger than me and her name was Siamu. Hi, good evening. Yuri, when I said that. Siamu, there was no reply. What's with this girl? Even if I talked to her, she didn't move her eyebrows. She still leaned on the chair and shut her eyes. I knocked when I entered, and since the maid lightly introduced me, she was probably not sleeping. Is she dead? I became uneasy. It would be bad if she died. I would be made the culprit. Did it mean that there was a plot of someone who tried to turn me into a murderer? I nervously came closer and touched her face with my hand. Then she opened her eyes. That's rude, isn't it? Siamu, she was alive. Are your ears bad? Yuri, when I asked that, the girl glared at me with suspicious eyes. What was she going to say with that kind of eyes? My ears are fine. Siamu, you're supposed to return the greetings. Well, if your ears aren't bad. Yuri, even in this country, the greetings must be returned. If it was about being rude, it was the other side, not me. I sat on a nearby chair without permission. Were you thinking about something? Yuri, I asked so. Well, since her father was going to war from tomorrow, she might be worried about him. Siamu, are you angry because I interrupt your thought? Yuri, no, you don't have to worry about that. My mind is not calming down anyway. Siamu, really? Yuri, I could heard noises and slight clamor from outside the door. It was quite obvious because the feast was held in the middle of the mansion. Before that, I probably should worry about father. What were you thinking about? Yuri, you will not understand anyway. Siamu, that was a short reply. I guess so, but I wouldn't know unless you say it. Yuri, that's true, but you'll end up in vain later. Siamu, what a cheeky brat, isn't this interesting? I have nothing to talk about anyway. I'm not sure what are you thinking either, but whether I can understand or not, you can try me. Well, if it's something secret, I won't ask, all right. Yuri, I don't understand what you mean by trying. Please leave me immediately. Siamu, I can't do that. Well, just think of this as some sort of play. Yuri, Siamu let out a sigh. A monkey doesn't understand civilization, but it rudely enters my room, and now I have to speak to the monkey. I wonder if I should chase it away. That was the feeling I had from that sigh. This. If I talk, you'll go out, all right. Siamu, yeah, I promise. Yuri, is that so? Siamu, she sighed again, but she began to talk. I was wondering whether there are infinite Sasu. Siamu, I couldn't understand what Sasu meant for a moment. However, as for the word number was the essence of Shan language, it was combined word that meant to be united, so I was able to understand somehow. It was a prime number. Are you talking about 2, 3, 5, and so on? Yuri, yes. Siamu, then it will be 11, 13, and 17, right? Yuri, that's what I'm trying to say. Siamu, it seemed that she was talking about prime numbers after all. What's with this girl? You're still 6 years old. She is certainly 1 year younger than me. Then she is supposed to be 6 years old, right? She has the nerve to be so direct, but she is bright, huh? Doesn't 6 years old should be saying something like Akasan, I want this, while playing toy car or something like that? Does that mean that she is a true Aju-chan? She was really amazing, as if she had no problem taking a private elementary school exam. Are you talking about prime numbers? Yuri, as I said before, I was thinking whether the prime number is infinite or not. Siamu, oops, this girl is. I was wondering what you were thinking about. Yuri, it was a mystery why children of this age cared about such things. Moreover, that is what, there are other things you can do. I just don't get it. Listen to me, just play house or something. Ha, as I expected, you don't understand it. Please go out. Siamu, I understand, you know. Yuri, prime numbers were infinite. I didn't have the proof, but I just knew it. Ha, fine, please tell me about it. Siamu, I was looked down. She probably thought that I was bluffing. By any chance, are you still unable to prove it? Yuri, I know there is a proof. Siamu, nonetheless, there was a proof. It was a proof from the BC era on the Earth. Speaking about that, it was obvious. I suppose there were genius at the level of Euclid in this world too. I was deeply impressed. But though, why was this girl thinking of something that had already been proven? Did she like to think about number theory? As expected, you can't explain it. Siamu, I can. Yuri, then explain it immediately. Siamu, I was somehow getting annoyed. She was probably judging that I was trying to buy a useless amount of time. How should I explain this? It is written in my book at home. Let me think. Yuri, well, go ahead. It would be pointless anyway. Siamu, I slightly ignored her and began to lost in deep thought. I wrote in the book over a year ago, but as I expected, I quickly remembered because my brain was young. I remembered the proof as if I pulled a string. Let n be the number of 2 or more. Then n and n plus 1 don't have a common divisor other than 1 for each number. Yuri, since n wasn't in the Shan language, it was convenient. Siamu, she looked at me with a somewhat puzzled face. Do you get it? Since the difference between n and n plus 1 is 1, it would be strange if there were 2 or more common divisors. Yuri, well, yes. Siamu, then, if we multiply n and n plus 1, that number has 2 or more prime numbers as factors. It is not possible to think that the prime numbers overlap like 4 and 8. Then let m be our prime number. If we multiply m and m plus 1, then the number has more than 3 prime numbers as factors. And since it can continue infinitely, prime numbers are also found infinitely. Thus, prime numbers exist indefinitely. Yuri, when I finished saying so, Siamu absent-mindedly opened her mouth. For quite some time too. Yuwa. But Siamu, that was what she said. She smoothly wrote on the wooden board at hand, and it seemed she confirmed it after a while. It was a simple proof that there was nothing wrong with it, so it should be wrong. If I got wrong with this, I might shut myself in a hole as if I was having seizure, or I might want to fall from high place and commit suicide. Sometime later, that's amazing. Siamu muttered so, she looked at me with different eyes. How about that? Have you given up now? Did you read books of the house? Siamu, her face turned bright as if she had a complete change. It was because I was grinning. Well, yeah, Yuri, I'll remember it well, thank you very much. Siamu, it is a simple proof, I can do this much. Yuri, if you don't mind, can you lend me that book? Siamu, her eyes were shining brightly. No, whether it is a book or not, how should I say it, the book is written in Japanese. Since it has different character system, maybe no one else can read it. Sorry, it's not a book I read at home, I read it in the capital. Yuri, I lied to her in the spur of the moment. In the capital, is it? I see. Siamu, well, if she went to the capital, that was something to be expected. I didn't know whether the solution was similar or not. What is your name? Siamu, Yuri. Yuri, my name is Siamu. Do you come from the capital, Yuri-san? Siamu, no, I'm from the neighborhood area. Yuri, neighborhood is it? Are you my relative? Siamu, you are my cousin. Yuri, when you say cousin, are you Rook-san's? Siamu, yes, I am. Yuri, it seemed she knew the name of Rook. I see, you're not from a knight family. Siamu, well, a knight family was a knight family. Since we were relatives to a general household, if the head of the family had a qualification of a knight, the whole family would be recognized as a knight family. I'm jealous. Siamu, what are you jealous about? You are living better than I am. My family doesn't understand me much, and they aren't buying me a lot of books. Siamu, she probably thought that I was educated because I read a lot of books. It was probably reasonable to think so. Actually, it was only a memory. Today was the first time I heard the word of prime number. Siamu made a shabby face. Is that so? That's a shame, you're so smart. Yuri, that is. Siamu's face was reddened. Do you really think so, Siamu? Well, however, if everyone is as smart as you, I will be an inferior student immediately and you'll be far ahead from me. Yuri, that's not true. You are better. Siamu, it is nice to be complimented, but rather than you who only live for 6 years, I have lived 5 times more than you, so it can't be helped to be inferior. That is indeed sad. I appreciate that. Yuri, if you don't mind, please teach me more. Siamu, even if you say that, what are you interested in? Yuri, I'm interested in everything. Siamu, everything, that's impossible. Yuri, maybe not all. How about your aru-sama or togi or maybe knitting and embroidery? Siamu, that's pitiful, Gauk. Even though you have good-looking daughter, you are not interested in her hobby at all. Because of that, you are not buying her books. This girl was smart. It should be fine if she attacked him by acting like a spoiled child. I was convinced that she could ask the father to buy books or learn togi. Nevertheless, I am also not very knowledgeable. The only thing I can teach you may be mathematics. Yuri, perhaps I should say that it was right to say since mathematics was the only thing I could teach. It was obvious that I had come to another world and the laws of physics also might have changed. Even if I taught with chemistry with a triumphant face, the laws were completely different and it was normal if they didn't apply in this world. Of course, it doesn't matter. Please take care of me. Let's talk about various things. Siamu, in a vague dream, I realized that it was a dream. It was a dream that I had seen several times. Why does Sato-sen get fired? MC, I was yelling at my father in that dream. At that time, I was a senior in high school. Sato-sen was a subordinate of the company where my father was a manager. Since it was a company in rural area, the company was small when I was little, and I got to know who was Sato-san. By the way, Sato-san's son was my classmate since I was a junior high school student. What you should do if you can't go to university. MC Sato was my close friend. We were in the same club in junior high school and he was a good friend. When he came to school with a pale face, he started talking to me. His father was fired and he told me that the company that he served for more than 20 years fired without giving the retirement money. By the way, Sato was aiming to enter medical school. It had been decided that medical school cost a lot of money. Sato had finally entered the public medical school with his academic achievement, but the university wasn't kind enough to say, please come to our university because we are giving you a scholarships that you don't have to pay back. Didn't you know that he was caught stealing things from the company? Of course, I fired him. Father, that was what my father told me. Since I didn't hear anything from Sato, it was my first time hearing about this. What did he steal? MC, I thought Sato-san embezzled money by the accounting process. Plus, I thought that it would be impossible for a high school student to do so. It was nails and metal fixtures. Father, at that time, my father sounded like he was proud of himself as a manager. Nails and metal fixtures. How much did he steal? MC, my father's company had become large until now. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for Sato-san, who was a senior employee, to flush millions of yen from nails and fixtures. Well, it was used to make a dog house, so I guess about 10,000 yen. Father, when I thought about it, my father was bad at numbers of 10,000 yen, so I was thinking he just made up the number. The nails and the metal fixtures used for dog house weren't going to cost 10,000 yen. In fact, it would have been around 2,000 yen. There was a possibility that it would be around 5,000 yen. Did you fire him because he used the company's equipment? MC, of course. Theft is theft. Father, it was true, but I wasn't convinced. There are also other things like salary cut. You don't have to fire him. MC, kids shouldn't meddle in the company. Father, I figured this out later that Sato-san was in charge of the site, but he wasn't good at managing his subordinates even though he had worked for a long time. He didn't have the ability to manage, so my father fired him off. Of course, it was a bad thing to mix company and private business when Sato-san took the company's equipment to his family and used it. But as for my father, he fired Sato-san with that excuse. When Sato-san was interrogated, he was recommended to confess. So they recorded it and they called the police. They deliberately put out Sato-san's name. Then he was caught for theft. He was dismissed due to disciplinary action. In case of disciplinary dismissal, it wasn't necessary to pay the retirement benefit based on the Employment Act. As I expected when I recalled this, my father didn't seem to be an honest manager. Eventually, Sato gave up entering university. He stopped studying for the exam in November and went for job hunting, but it was late time of the year to find a job. Eventually, he graduated from high school with empty eyes. After my mother died, his relationship with women became harsh, and he barely go back home around this time. The year I graduated from college, my father realized that I didn't intend to take over the business. So, he sold it and earned the money to play for the rest of his life. He also changed job to become a gambler. Then, he met a Southeast Asian woman who I didn't know where they met, and they went to Philippines or somewhere together. He waved his wallet with small amount of money inside, and he was killed by a robber. He died. Yuri, when I woke up, I was sweating all over my body. My head hurt like having a hangover. Yuri, am I dreaming? I saw that bad dream again. In the fireplace, the firewood that was about to disappear was red. The room was warm, but I felt a bit cold and came to my senses. When I opened the window, a cold wind blew through my body. The outside was still pitch black. After having bad dreams for more than 7 years, I could remember the knowledge of the past. By relying on the light of the nightlight, I wrote in the book some of the science mechanism that I remembered. The chills were gone as I was writing. Then, as I went to bed again to sleep, I heard a noise from the entrance. Who is it at such time? I opened the door and headed to the entrance. It wasn't a mistake since there was a sound. Who is it? Yuri. When I asked that, the words "I am Shun, a servant of who household" were returned. I see. Do you have business with my father? Yuri, if it was business, I could think nothing but it was for my father. Yes, that's right. Shun, I can't open the door on my own. I will wake up my father right away. Yuri, thank you. Shun, I went to my parents' bedroom. In the bedroom, Rook and Suzuya were sleeping side by side. I put my hand over Rook's body. Aru-san, please wake up. Yuri, even if I shook him, he didn't wake up at all. Wake up! Yuri, I called him while making the shaking stronger. It might be faster if I hit him. Yuri, what's wrong? Suzuya, who was sleeping next to him, woke up first. There is someone comes at the front door. He said that he was coming from the main house. Yuri, when I said so, Suzuya quickly got up in the dark. Dear, wake up. Suzuya, it wasn't a loud voice. It was a voice that was clearly lower than my voice. However, while saying is it morning already? Rook immediately woke up. What the heck with this couple? Father, Shun-san from the main house is at the front door. Since I couldn't let him enter the house alone, he is waiting outside. Please hurry up and go. Yuri, Rook's expression changed and he got up from the bed. What's wrong? I mean at this kind of time. Rook, when Rook opened the door, there was a small man with a pale face. I'm not sure how to say this. Shun, get in. Rook, there was a bit snow piled outside. The snow didn't piled up too much in this region. The air was dried and cold, but it could become severe cold in the winter. Now it was in the early of winter. Excuse me, I'm coming in. Shun, Rook lit the oil in the oil pan and stuck it in the firewood of the stove. Then he moved the fire from the wick. The fire spread in the meantime. Suzuya gave him hot water and lit up another fire. First off, show me your limbs. Rook, they are fine. Shun, I will decide that. It seems you aren't sure yourself. Rook, I got it. Shun took off his gloves and his socks. The fingers was pure white and it looked like a corpse. Rook gripped Shun's hand and he slowly massaged it. Then he grasped the toes with slightly bad smell without hesitation and massaged it as well. The toes are fine. The hands are more dangerous, but it will be all right if you hold the hot water. Rook, I'm indebted. Shun, when riding the galloping bird, the legs were surprisingly warm because half of it was covered with the feather. However, the hands holding the reins got cold. It wasn't probably cold enough to get frostbite anyway. That was good. So, what is it? Rook asked while wiping his dirty hands. The expedition team has returned. Shun said it with a gloomy expression, and that made Rook stiff. Is brother safe? Rook, he quickly changed and asked that, but Shun shook his head. He died in battle. Shun, for a moment, the inside of my head turned blank. Oh, he stopped joking. Rook, I'm sorry, I'm not. It is only hearsay since there is no remains, but Gauk-sama certainly died. Shun, no remains. What is that? What do you mean that there is no remains? Rook, it seemed that Rook also had the similar question as me. Gu-sama rode the Eagle King Rook-sama provided, and he splendidly accomplished the assault with the Eagle King. Shun, Rook held his breath. Is that so? Did he manage to accomplish it? Rook, yes. Shun gave the affirmation and seemed to be in tears. What is the assault of the Eagle King? The mood here told me something was unusual. but I couldn't keep up with the story. Is the war situation bad? Rook: yes. The expedition team lost half of the number in the battlefield. It is said that they were surrounded by the main force of the Shiyalta Kingdom in the fortress. On that occasion, Gauk-sama launched the assault of the Eagle King together with the Heavenly Knights of the expedition team. Then the army pulled out. Shun, I.C. Rook, who was informed about his brother's death, looked grieved even though it was moderate. I came here to invite Rook-sama to the relative meeting to be held tomorrow. Shun, I understand, I will go. Rook, as Rook said so, Suzuya told the tea was ready and brought it here. And if you like, you can have this too. Suzuya, a hard-baked bread was warmed and served. It must have been baked over a fire along with the tea. There were also jam and butter. I really appreciate it. I haven't eaten anything today. Shun immediately at the bread as if he was really hungry. From morning, Rook, yes, I was in a hurry. Shun, since the time was currently before dawn, I wasn't sure what he was talking about. In this country, there was very little circulation of mechanical watch, and people didn't care much about the time after the sun went down. In other words, the tomorrow's relative meeting would be on the day after the night was over. Whatever it is, that was too dangerous. It's strange that you didn't die. Rook, that's true. Riding a horse or a galloping bird in the middle of the night is different from driving a car on the main road at night. Cars had headlamps, but horses and galloping birds did not. Moreover, the roads weren't maintained. If people moved in such a cold night, the head could become dizzy due to the cold. In addition, if they collapsed, the possibility of freezing to death was high. It was similar to when I drowned and died. When I was exposed to cold with empty belly and lower blood sugar level, the body froze since it had no fuel to burn. That is reasonable. I think people in the mansion said something when I headed out, but I forgot. Shun, we have a guest room. After you finish eating, drink distilled liquor and go to bed right away. Rook, no, Shun, if you don't sleep, you'll stay here tomorrow. It's troubling if you to fall from the bird and die. Rook, I understand. I accept your offer and I will take a rest. Shun, Rook firmly ordered him. He brought his favorite glass and poured alcohol. He did that on the brim and gave it to Shun. You must drink the alcohol. You can't go to sleep when your body core is cold. Rook, thank you for your concern. I really appreciate it. Shun, even if the body wasn't cold, he probably couldn't sleep in such a situation. However, that alcohol made him forget it. Rook, Shun and I went to the main house. Suzuya didn't have to come because it was an all-night vigil. I was also summoned, probably more or less, because I was the heir of the branch family in the tradition of this country. The first child inheritance didn't necessarily apply. If there were sons or daughters born after that, there was a possibility that they would take over the household. At present, I would be the next family head. When I went over the sill of the main house again, the mood was different from the departure ceremony. I also wore a black mourning dress similar to everyone else. But today, it wasn't just all-night vigil. There was a possibility that the remain would come out, so the funeral would be done later. When we arrived, we were allowed to go into one of the lavish guest room and was offered a light meal. As Rook and I were eating the meal, Shun came. Rook-sama, here is the list of people who participate in the relative meeting. Shun, thanks. Rook quickly glanced through when the parchment paper was handed over. Then he frowned. Wait, Rakunu Dono is not here. Rook, Rakunu Dono refused to participate in the assault of the Eagle King, so my lady has removed it from the participants list. Shun, what? If he refused, he can't be a knight. So if he is alive. Rook, my lady said that those who run away from their leader can't be called knights. Shun, by the way, the lady mentioned was probably Gauk's wife. It was Siamu's mother. I wondered if she had the right to speak. However, was it only Rakunu Dono? Rook, from the sound of it, Rook seemed to think that Rakunu and others would be the next chief of the household from the beginning. At the very least, he probably thought that Rakunu was a promising candidate. I also knew the relative name Rakunu. It was a branch family called Ek household. If it was compared to the Edo period, it was a minister household that served a daimyo for eternity. In other words, it was one of the most prestigious members of the retainers. Since the household received a daughter from the Hu household during their grandfather generation, they were considered a distant relatives. Therefore, it was certainly strange not to be called to attend this relative meeting. However, circumstances are circumstances. My lady said that if Rakunu Dono is appointed to be the chief, she has to bring in a son-in-law. Shun, does she want to have a son-in-law? Rook said something that Shun didn't expect. Perhaps there was no concept of bringing in a son-in-law. I also didn't have a slightest idea to marry that Siamu. However, when I thought about it, it was a matter of course since this had been done for ages. Even in Japan, there was a trend of bringing in talented people to maintain family lineage. Rather, this was a basic strategy. On the contrary, rather than letting the chief position to the leftovers, it was better to bring talented people chosen among men. There was also an opinion telling that was a good idea for the future. I understand in general. Thank you for your hard work. Rook, yes. Well then, please excuse me. Shun, after that, Shun went out of the room. Well, I don't have right to speak anyway, so just going to sit still then. Rook, when Shun went out, Rook sat on a chair and calmly said that. It was an ambiguous statement. Was he talking about him or about me? Is that so? Since you are the younger brother of Gauk-sama, you'll be the first on the list. Yuri, no, the chief of the Hu household must have the qualification of the knight. That's the rule. Rook, oh yeah. When I think about it, that is as a matter of course. Rook was a member of the Hu household, but he wasn't a knight. The qualification of the knight could be obtained from a school called Knight's Academy, but Rook dropped out midway because he didn't like it. To be a knight was similar to obtaining certification from Japan's Self-Defense Force Training School. If people didn't have that, they couldn't hold the position that lead the soldiers. In other words, they weren't military experts. It would be unreasonable to appoint civilians who knew nothing about military. There was no path for Rook to become the chief of the household. That was fine, but there were things that need to be asked first. What is the assault of the Eagle King? Yuri, yes, that one. Oh yes, I didn't explain it to you. Rook, yes, please tell me. Yuri, well, this might be the time to teach you. Rook, somehow he looked deeply moved. What's with that? The assault of the Eagle King is fighting by riding on the Eagle King. Rook, do you mean fighting in midair? Does it mean that you have to fight against the enemies who ride the Eagle King in the air? Yuri, that's not it. Rook, that's wrong. Well, there is no gun, so how are they fighting? There was such a scene in the legend, but it was quite unreasonable to swing with spears. Of course, they are fighting the enemies on the ground. Rook, then. Yuri, since they weren't cavalry, it was impossible to fight while riding an eagle. They probably attacked like an eagle catching a fish in the river, and that was difficult. Although it wasn't impossible, there were so many risks and it didn't seem to apply in real combat. Even if they threw spears from the air, would that kill the enemies? Well, it means that you are going to get in the middle of enemy camp and take out their general. Rook, Yuri, I was speechless. What do you mean by that? Are you telling me it is a suicide attack? I didn't tell you because I don't like it. Rook, is there any chance of success? Yuri, I said so reflexively, and I remembered Gauk had succeeded in doing that. Indeed he was, and now he died. Well, that's too low. Rook, yes, of course, I see. Yuri, it is said that there are 4 difficulties to proceed with the assault of the Eagle King. Rook, with that as an introduction, Rook began talking. First, you need to find the whereabouts of the general as a prerequisite. This isn't included in the 4 difficulties. Based on the prerequisite, the 4 difficulties are the appearance, the descend, the landing point, and the blocking. The difficulty of the appearance is due to body double. Even if you think that you have taken out the general, there's no point if it was just a body double. The difficulty of descent relates to the speed. I usually descend slowly because of safety first, but if the general notices in the meantime, they will run away. Therefore, it is necessary to descend vigorously to the point it breaks the Eagle King feet. The difficulty of landing point is the difficulty of getting to a specific descent point. It would be meaningless to descend far from the general. The difficulty of the blocking is the difficulty to open the path, get close to the general until he is killed. These don't relate to how skilled you are as a rider. Rook, I see. There are various things to consider, but all of them are difficult. In short, it's like killing an enemy general in the middle of densely packed enemies through the airborne assault. It's too messy. In particular, the compatibility of descent and landing difficulties. It depended on the wind direction and the strength of the wind, but the riders must have an exceptional talent in these. For the rest, the difficulty of blocking would be the most difficult. In regards of the difficulty of appearance, they might not know the real person, and there was a possibility that the riders were going for the body double encampment instead. In short, the Heavenly Knights had the highest talent in both operation handling and combat skills, but as a result, it was a hit or miss attack. They might kill the general or the body double, but basically it was a method of battle once they were determined to die in the battle. Whoever thought about this plan must be stupid. That's difficult. Yuri, but brother had done it, so he is amazing. Rook, while saying that, Rook had a sad face. Yes. Yuri, Gauk did it probably because he was a top-class warrior. They didn't know whether Gauk killed the enemy general or not, but it was a fact that the enemy forces retreated because of them. Actually, he had done it multiple times. Several Heavenly Knights flew away at dawn and they ambushed the tent where the enemy general was. It would be best if the general were mixed with the officers and trampled by the Eagle King. Rook, well, that's true. Yuri, it is an amazing tactic if it is thoroughly planned. What is this? Does that mean the Heavenly Knights are a suicide squad? As I expected, I don't want to be a member of the suicide squad. If I become a Heavenly Knight, do I have to do that? Yuri, no, but to accomplish the assault of the Eagle King is the highest honor for the Heavenly Knight. Rook, so that Raccoonu is. Yuri, the assault of the Eagle King is done by own free will, so they can't force the knights to do it. Even if people do in a group, it depends on the will of each person at the same time. Rook, I see. Yuri, this wasn't a typical military action. If not, no one would want to become a Heavenly Knight. Rather than due to the war progress that had reached the extreme, if people wanted to enter a suicide squad during the peacetime, it couldn't be helped to call them suicidal people. If there was no right to veto, people had to obey even if a foolish commander gave the order to do it at bad timing. Even if they were going to lose their lives, it was common sense that they wanted to do it under a competent and respected commanding officer. In this country, the system of aristocracy spread out, but it didn't promote the nobles to become a commanding officer, whether they were competent or not. However, in the case of Gauk, it was probably a proper setting for that situation regardless whether it was a suicide attack or now. Therefore, Raccoonu's refusal to join was technically not something wrong, but it was probably a problem. Before long, we heard a knock on the door and a maid came in. She said that the participants had gathered so she would guide us. Have fun. Yuri and I tried to send him out with a smile, but Rook was, what are you talking about? Come quickly. Rook, he said that. Do I have to attend? Yuri, give me a break. Does it make sense to let a brat to join the meeting? Of course. Why do you think I brought you here? Rook, I don't know. I guess it's not cool not to have a companion. Yuri, nope, you were also invited. Rook, that was the first time I heard it. Why do I have to participate? Yuri, it was unusual after all. I was still a child. Since the direct descendant of the household is no one but Siamu-chan, it can't be helped. Rook, is Siamu-chan called? Yuri, she isn't called, but they will call her when it is necessary. They were calling you from the beginning because you wouldn't be able to come immediately if they needed you, right? Rook, Yuri, that is true. Even if I come here when it is necessary, it will take more than half a day doing a round trip since there is no cell phone. We have arrived. Welcome. We had arrived. Then the maid opened a large door. The door was big, but the inside was bigger. There were about 5 large rectangular tables arranged side by side, but the room was still spacious. The tables were covered with large tablecloths with delicate embroidery. The table couldn't be covered with a piece. It took about 3 pieces, but the design was matching. Even with a piece of that tablecloth, its worth of money was likely to be enough for a common household to live for about a decade. Of course, with such a tablecloth, it made me think that this was an extremely distinguished household. For common household, they didn't need this kind of tablecloth, but there were 3 pieces with a matching design. It might not be possible to see this household everywhere. Chairs were lined up around that big table, and a large number of chairs was already occupied by the guests. When I looked around, there were only Oji-chans. Considering the longevity of Shanti, some of them might be more than 100 years old. As I expected, there were dignified figures with wrinkles on the face. These Oji-chans were probably retired knights due to old age. It wasn't necessary for the oldest person to be the chief of the knight household. For example, it would be a good idea to give the seat of the chief to the succeeding person in the form of retirement when the body declined. Otherwise, the chief might not be able to enter the battlefield. In short, the current situation where full force of old people were here in this relative meeting meant that the Hu household was watered down because of their knights died in the recent war. They seemed had given up. Then, the maid began to usher us to our seat. She steadily led us to the interior. Isn't that the seat of honor? Then we came up to a woman who didn't have good expression, as if she wasn't feeling well. The maid told us that these were our seat. After that, she bowed and left us. Even if it wasn't because of that seat, this seat would be the topmost seat. I thought that I would sit at the foot of the table. I had a bad feeling about this. Rook came forward and greeted the woman in a strange manner. "I'm sorry for not contacting you for a long time, Satsuki Ajishini-sama. This time really, Rook, TLN, Ajishini-sama is older sister-in-law. You can stop with that Ajishini-sama." Satsuki, the woman, slightly smiled with a troubled expression. The voice was lacking of vitality. This woman was Gaok's wife, and her name was Satsuki Hu. Since she seemed to be exhausted, she couldn't be compared in general, but it looked like her age wasn't so different from Suzuya. But she must be 10 years older than Suzuya. The shanty changed slowly due to aging. I couldn't tell the two apart at the extent of 10 years old difference. Satsuki was a woman who gave a feeling called the wife of respectable family. Suzuya had an image of doing housework energetically, while Satsuki had a composed and gentle air. "Why are you holding back? Please call me Satsuki-san like you used to." "Satsuki, I understand, Satsuki-san. Rook, is that your son?" Satsuki, she turned her eyes to me. They were gentle eyes. "Yes, he is. Hey, say hello." "Rook, hello, Oba-sama, I am Yuri." "Yuri," I bowed my head immediately. It should be fine to call her Oba-sama. "Hello, you have grown up, isn't it? When I saw you in the past, you were still a baby." "Satsuki, it seemed that this wasn't our first meeting. However, I didn't think that I had seen her since that time. Normally, it would be normal to meet each other once a year if it was a close relative. Plus, we weren't living that far away from here." "Yes, he is my proud son." "Rook, that feels awkward." "I suppose so. Siamu also admires him." Satsuki, when Satsuki said so, Rook had a question mark on his face. Rook had never spoken with Siamu. Well, he and Siamu had nothing say to each other. "Seems you have talked to her before." Rook, "Ah yes, she is much smarter than me." Yuri, "Not really, oh my." Satsuki, "That was true. When I was around the same age, I had a hard time securing Game Boy's AA batteries that would soon deplete. I was given a high standard of elementary education, but Siamu learned on her own, and she had reached the point of thinking about the prime numbers. The difference was comparably large." "Aren't you being humble?" "I was surprised when I heard from Siamu. I wonder when have you learned it?" Satsuki, "I read a certain book." Yuri, when I said so, Satsuki's eyes became sharp. They were completely eyes of investigating something. "I wonder if there is such an academic book in the house of Suzuya-san of farmer family and Rook-san of night school." Satsuki, "Oops." A sonar alarm equipped in mind rang. However, I had an excuse for that. I often go to the capital city to deliver goods for my father. Yuri, "I see, so you have gone there." Satsuki, "Yes, it is for work experience." Rook, "When I'm done with the business, we will go to the large library." Rook, "Thus Rook helped me out. Nice assist, it's true anyway, but I haven't read any book related to mathematics." "Is that so?" Satsuki, "Yes, I'm studying a lot." Yuri, "That's remarkable." Satsuki gently patted when she put her hand on my head. She no longer had those investigative eyes. "It's dangerous. What's with this woman? Now, why don't you have a seat?" "Ah, Rook-san, you can sit there." Satsuki, for some reason, I was sitting next to Satsuki. "Ah, give me a break already. I was sandwiched between Satsuki and Rook. You know, I was a bit down, but thanks to this young child I felt better. That really helps. Satsuki, I'm glad he did. Rook said it. Of course, it was on his own convenience. However, what was the deal with that? I was looking at the chair. I wondered how I supposed to do about this. Yuri, what is it? Take a seat. Rook, when I stood still in front of the chair and still didn't take the seat, Rook urged me. I would do that if I could. It would be fine if I can jump daringly, but I am considering since I will be greatly humiliated if the chair tumbles over. Yuri, the chair had a particularly thick cushion for child like me. It was an instant child seat, but that made things a little bit complicated. If a bar was attached to the leg of the chair, it would be a footstool, but it wasn't even there. If you can't sit, please say so from the beginning. Rook took my sides and lifted me up. I was made to sit down like a doll. It was embarrassing to say such things in front of others. As I was sitting in daze while drinking barley tea, the meeting began. To everyone who has gathered here, I think you all know that my husband, Gaoku, was killed on the other day as he bravely led the reinforcement force and fought along with Shiyalta Kingdom. Satsuki. When Satsuki said that, the venue was quiet. About this time, he must be crossing the river of afterlife together with his eagle partner which shared life and death, and I'm sure he is looking at this place from above the clouds. First of all, although it sounds simple, I would like to offer a silent prayer to the spirits of the warriors who have sunk in the distant war. Satsuki, she clapped once. Well then, a moment of silence. Satsuki, and she said that with a solemn voice. Then a quiet prayer began. It took about 30 seconds. Then, in the room where only chirping of small birds sounded from outside, loud footsteps rang from the hallway, and the door was opened with a bang. Everyone stopped the silent prayer and looked at the only door. What's the meaning of this meeting? Who is this guy? I didn't care about the meeting, but I was getting irritated. He didn't seem to offer a silent prayer at the funeral, and he seemed to be a distant relative who I had never seen the face. Even though it was overnight, my relationship with Gauk revolved around Togi. I didn't close the eyes that didn't feel anything. What is this meeting when I, Rakunu, am not here? Rakunu. Ah, is he Rakunu? That's Rakunu Ek. I don't understand. When I looked closely, he had a body packed with muscles and he didn't look too old. He was also wearing a fine-made dress. Well, I don't remember sending you an invitation. Satsuki, is there a problem with the invitation? And why am I not called? Rakunu, why don't you put your hand on your chest and ask yourself? Satsuki's voice went well even though it wasn't intense. When I saw the face of Satsuki who was sitting next to me, she had a thin smile, but her eyes weren't smiling. If Rakunu's anger was like a red burning flame, Satsuki's anger looked like a bright blue flame that burned even steel. I don't feel guilty. Rakunu. Well, think whatever you like. I have already told Her Majesty the Queen about the temporary removal of the Ek household from vassals, and I have received her permission. Should I give you the notification? Satsuki, it was the first time I heard about it. It wasn't strange to hear it for the first time, but would it be fine to let the participants here knew about it? I supposed it was justified. From Satsuki's way of speaking, the Ek household was temporarily removed. In other words, it seemed that a measure similar to the expulsion was taken. Speaking of who took such an action after Gauk died, that would be Satsuki. To the bitter end, Satsuki was a temporary chief. Therefore, she must appoint a legitimate chief as soon as possible. Should I say that it would be better to do that as soon as possible rather than immediately? By the way, the chief of the Lord household was a male. Speaking of shanty countries, the head of the country would be female. Therefore, it was the male's right to become the chief of the household. This should be the right that needed to be protected in the highest priority. Anyhow, it was a problem of balance. Since men had to go to war, they wouldn't go if the chief was a woman. The politics and top positions of military were held by female, but it was the male who fought and suffered limbs losses or die as low-level troops if it wasn't due to this right. The men would become mere slaves. If Satsuki was a knight, a member of warriors, the story might be different, but she wasn't. In this situation, it was a practical matter for Satsuki to temporarily become a chief, but as soon as the next chief had been decided, she had to give up the chair. For that reason, this meeting was held. However, the fact that such a decision was coming immediately from the capital city meant that Satsuki exercised her authority as a temporary chief from the moment she held the position. She looked like a smart woman with such political endeavors. In this country, it might be a strong point since women held political power, but I wondered if it was all right for her to do that. I couldn't find a good word for this, but it felt like an act of non-compliance in a company. Speaking of the ideal, Satsuki didn't do any political work. It should be good to think that she was merely chairing the meeting, choose the next chief of the household, pass the authority to the next person. But I didn't think that Satsuki would understand that, so there was no point in creating unnecessary confusion. I guess she was angry because that guy didn't join the assault of the Eagle King. Of course, I saw the notification, but Rakunu, I said that the Ek household is temporarily removed from the vassals. Do you want to make it forever? Satsuki Rakunu deeply held his breath. What does she meant by temporary? Does that mean his household will become the vassal again once the heat has cooled down? Perhaps the household will rejoin once Rakunu stops being its chief. According to Rook, the assault of Eagle King wasn't something that was enforced. Thus, it wasn't a military violation. In a sense, this removal from the vassal was a punishment of disgrace act. Ooh, Rakunu. Well, since the Ek household is not dissolved, I'm not going to ask you to leave. However, I don't tolerate any remarks. If you are fine with that, you can stay. Satsuki, when Satsuki said so, Rakunu sat at the foot of the table while he was in state of not knowing how to deal with the anger. Well then, let's start the meeting. Satsuki declared so. I, Satsuki Hu, will serve as the chairman of the meeting. The goal of this meeting is to obtain a constant agreement on the decision of the Hu household next chief. Satsuki, this looks like a general meeting of shareholders. No, it would rather be a board meeting, I think. They are probably trying to achieve a certain agreement. I wonder if Satsuki has grasped the right to decide. I don't really understand the details of this tradition. First off, here is the will of Gaoku. Satsuki, when Satsuki said that, the participants' eyes were all concentrated at once. What, is there a testament, really? Satsuki put her hand in her clothes and took out a letter. It was a sealed letter in a form of a paper put into an envelope. There was no evidence of it being opened, and it was sealed with a bright red sealing wax. There was a beautiful no. The paper was slightly stained, and overall it was dirty. There was no further mistake since I was the closest to it, but there was a red stain mixed into it. It was blood. Indeed, it was an envelope that gave a feeling of being brought from a battlefield. As you can see, it hasn't been opened yet. Now, I'm going to open it here. Satsuki tore off the wax seal so that anyone could see it. There were 2 sheets of parchment and some sort of hair included inside. The hair wasn't tied with a thread, but it was merely put inside roughly. I wonder if it was done in a hurry. The letter fell along with a few strands of hair and were scattered on the desk. A cast of shadow appeared for a moment on Satsuki's expression. Satsuki took out a handkerchief and carefully picked the deceased hair one by one and wrapped the hair in it. There are 2 letters and the deceased hair inside. Satsuki, everyone in the room had a sunken look. Are they having some kind of hope? I had only a short-time relationship with him, so I had no idea what kind of feeling I should have. But for others here, that wasn't the case. I will pass this to everyone who come here today. First of all, I will read it for you. Satsuki picked up the letters and started reading. She finished reading up both pieces in about 5 minutes. A piece of these letters is personal letter to me, so I will refrain from reading it out loud. The other piece is his will. Satsuki, I have a bad feeling about this. I feel like this is a setup of many things. For starters, she started it with opening and reading the letters, but would a person who does something like that in front of such a seat will invite misfortune? Even if it is sealed note left by the deceased, the contents of the will usually known by the bereaved family. Speaking of the opposite, just because she knew the contents ahead, she wouldn't open the letter. Her action made me think in that way. Well then, I'll read this. I, Gu Hu, the 27th chief of Hu household, name my younger brother Rook Hu as the next chief. That's all. Satsuki, I knew it. There was something black swirled in my chest, and it went to the gut. When I looked up at Rook, he had a look that was somewhat lost. That was something expected. Rook, who wasn't good at politics, was completely relieved. If Rook assumed such a likelihood, he should have been more concerned in advance. He should have been walking around in the waiting room and worried about it. He must have never dreamed that this would happen. Surely he had some sort of trust in his brother. His brother would never appoint him as his successor, since he knew that he wasn't fit for the position. Besides, he had a conviction that one who isn't a knight won't be chosen. Rook used to say something like that, but it was a lie. I was also convinced by that, but it wasn't an absolute condition, and it was Rook's misunderstood. Then I looked at the participants of the meeting. About half of them were frowning and thinking about it, while the other half had a calm face. Rook wasn't a knight, and he rarely showed up at his parents' house, but even if it wasn't illegal to be chosen by the chief of the Lord household, the decision itself was irregular. I couldn't think any other reason why he didn't move his eyebrows so much except that it was already a known information. Opening the letter was urgent, but it seemed that Satsuki had carefully laid the groundwork in advance. This is ridiculous. How come a person who isn't a knight become the chief of who household? Rakunu, that was Rakunu who yelled. Isn't he deprived the right to give remarks? Silent. Satsuki. When Satsuki said so, Rakunu had a face that looked like he had chewed a bitter insect. What's with this guy? But, Rakunu, we are aware that this is an unusual measure. However, I have already made inquiries to Her Majesty the Queen. There is no problem. Satsuki, even though the letter was just opened, she had already verified with the Queen. Are you a telepathic? I don't think so. I suppose she knows this beforehand. There is no way that there is no problem. Rakunu, let me warn you once more. Keep silent. Satsuki, Rakunu. Satsuki told Rakunu coldly, and he reluctantly shut up. He sat on the chair while trembling. As you all know, Hu household's territory is located in the interior part of the peninsula, and it is the warmest and richest land in the kingdom. For this reason, the Hu household has been supporting other countries for generations. Satsuki, I see. It was the first time I heard about it. Was there such a situation? Conversely speaking, the Lord households other than Hu household were close to the Kilgina kingdom, so they were preserved for the sake of that time. When their turn came, they would become shields that protect the body. If they were weakened, it wasn't possible to protect the country. Those who were located in front of the capital city would be the shield, while those who were at the rear wouldn't be the shield. In practice, they may be able to bring out soldiers and fight earnestly, but they won't protect desperately until their own territory is threatened. Yes, I suspect that is the fact, but I can't expect too much. If so, it is better to spend those who are at the rear before they get attacked. I think that's the idea. It looks like we are at the short end of the stick, but we are taking fertile land as a compensation. However, even if that is the compensation, I feel that is too expensive. At any rate, the other lord households are in a situation where there will be almost no casualties for decades, perhaps 100 years, while the Hu household is torn into pieces and become like a rag. I'm sure that there are a lot of complaints about this. Perhaps it is a system where you get the reward if you fight. It is unclear where the reward come from. Is it from Shiyalta Kingdom or the country that we help? Which is why the Hu household is a good household for this. Am I having an unjust suspicion? However, the Hu household has increasingly becoming like a broken arrow and exhausted bow, especially by this battle, and it has become difficult for the knights to maintain their strength. The Queen understands that, and I have requested to concentrate on rebuilding the army until our strength is restored. In line with this, we have been given special consideration that the chief of the household doesn't have to be a knight. Satsuki, father won't go for war, so it is good to rest until the household become usable. Is that what it means? In the meantime, he doesn't have to fight, so he doesn't have to be a knight. Actually, I don't think the Queen and other had such a plan, so such an official stance is caused by some kind of political maneuver. Doing such a large-scale political maneuver in advance and removing the obstacles of executing the will, it's a perfect arrangement. However, I don't like this. You see, nobody consulted Rook, who is the person in question, beforehand. To put it simply, I can't think nothing else but them screwing Rook up. The person who is screwed up at least doesn't look happy. I don't get this. He was restlessly looking around, trying to find supporters. Moreover, he seemed had absolutely no idea what to do. I touched Rook's leg and said this in a low voice. Even if it was a whisper, it would be heard by Satsuki, but it didn't matter. Aru-san, are you fine with this? If you don't like it, you can say it. That will determine the result. Yuri, yes. Rook, it seemed Rook had returned to us. There. I am not fit for the position, so I will decline. Rook, Rakunu, a loud sneer voice could be heard until here. It was Rakunu. In this present situation, I would be grateful if he made Rook look stupid, but as expected, that irritated me. This coward bastard. Rook-san, that's all right. Well, there will be some changes, but if you wish, you can have your usual life. Satsuki, what does that mean? This is like a practical work experience. Satsuki, is she going to make Rook like a puppet? In exchange, Satsuki holds the real power. Still, that is unpleasant, I think. And will the surroundings agree to this? What do you mean? I think there are many more who are more qualified than me. Rook, if I have to explain in a nutshell, we have 4 options. Satsuki began to talk slowly. First, bring in someone from a branch family and make him the chief. There are about 3 people who are suitable, but they are very distant relatives. These 3 have the qualifications of the knight, but their rank is only suitable for chivalry unit. Moreover, 2 of them aren't in Hu household territory. Therefore, I would like to avoid appointing them if possible. Satsuki, that's understandable. The VIPs here are probably thinking the same. The 2 in particular are those who aren't from the Hu household. In other words, they are a child born from a woman who has been married into another family outside the territory. I took a quick glance at Rakunu, and he looked like a boiled octopus. Rakunu wasn't a very distant relative since he was from a collateral family. He also had the qualification of knight, and had actual battle experience. I didn't know his rank, but I was sure his rank was surely high. However, Satsuki consistently ignored him. Another way is that Rook-san will need to get the qualification of knight. When I looked for it, Rook-san has completed 290 out of 300 credits in the School of Knight. So he just need to pass the last practical skill, and he will get the qualification immediately. This is the most natural way of doing this, but I don't want to force him. Satsuki, what? I was wondering whether he dropped early, but did he stop going to school just barely before the graduation? Even if it was just barely, he didn't leave during the 4th year of the college. The rest is just like the graduation thesis. It would be good if he had graduated. If he gets the qualification of knight, I wonder if there is a demerit if he becomes a semi-military reserve. Third is to bring a knight who will marry my daughter into the family. This option is very realistic. However, my daughter is not even 10 years old yet, so I can't do this at the moment. Satsuki, it's not possible to marry young in the world of shanty, If you think that is an outrageous primitive custom, it also happens in modern times. Fourth is to have the son of Rook-san here to enroll in the School of Knight, study for the qualification of knight, and he will become the chief. Satsuki, who's Rook's son? I wonder if there is an illegitimate son besides me. If there is, Suzuya's anger will blow him away into the sky. No, is it me? Honestly, I don't expect this. Rook isn't the only one gets screwed up in this. I am also involved, Dear me, I guess I become the main possibility. She got me good, isn't it? This is also a very realistic measure. It's just that he doesn't have even 1 credit of the School of Knight, so he has to start from the beginning. As you all know, it takes about 15 years to graduate from the School of Knight. However, since he is such an excellent child that my husband also admitted, it will take about 10 years. But after all, I can't say it right now. Satsuki, no, I don't want it. I don't really hate living in this country, but it is a different story when it comes to fight and carrying weapons. I totally don't have the feeling of patriotism. If possible, when the war starts, I want to be able to escape hastily and briskly like a crossing star. There is also the question of whether there is a refuge after our race is being cornered. Yuri will not be a knight. Rook, I looked up at Rook's face. I wondered where that timid look he had earlier gone. He declared that with a serious expression. Is this Rook who Suzuya fell in love? It was a face that gave me such a feeling. Oh my, I wonder if it's not good even if Yuri-kun says that he wants to be a knight. Satsuki, of course, that's another story, but I will not force him. Rook, but children usually want to be a knight. Satsuki, what is this woman trying to imply? Are you kidding me? You have the nerve to say that after trying to screw me. Please don't arbitrarily say as if it is my feeling. It's unpleasant. Yuri, when I clearly said that, Satsuki made a confused face. I said it all right. It doesn't matter if you think I'm cheeky brat or not. See, Yuri also says the same thing. Rook, when I looked at Rook, he had a troubled face. After all, a parent would do that if the child let out reckless mark. What is this? Don't make that face, you know. However, I'm not sure about the future. I may want to be a knight in the future, though. Yuri, that may be the case, but please stop blocking others beforehand. Rook-san, I understand. I'm not going to force and block others. Satsuki, but, Rook, if Yuri-kun doesn't like that, I will leave the responsibility to my future son-in-law. Satsuki, doing things arbitrarily again. Rook, oi, why are you not saying anything? Owaru-san. I hope Rook-san becomes a chief even by name only. In other words, you will be the chief until the third or fourth option is implemented. Of course, if you really want to do it, you can accept the second option and become a knight. Satsuki, it's not possible, but Rook, there are no merits for Rook at all. As for demerits, the relatives will be cold toward him, and it will only get more troublesome later. Rook doesn't need to worry because he has a job. Since the ranch is located in the territory of the Hu household, managing it will be difficult, but that depends on the situation. There is also a way to move the ranch out of the territory. Nevertheless, it is possible to move out. If he can't expense money for relocation, he may ask regular customer from the capital city. He probably able to obtain loan. Aru-san, come on, refuse her. However, Rook looked at me from time to time. His expression didn't seem like it, but he seemed considering what kind of choice was good for his son. He was probably considering to interfere even though the path of fame for his son had appeared. I'm still a child, and I don't know whether I will change or what kind of thinking I have in a distant future. I may change my mind later and want to be the head of the family. If that doesn't work, she can let the responsibility falls to her son-in-law. I have a feeling that he is considering it. Well, I have been his son for 8 years. I understand most things. This Aru-san is a type of person who let out what he thinks on his face. In other words, Rook is probably thinking this is once-in-a-lifetime chance for me. Maybe. Seriously, stop it. To begin with, even though Satsuki says that there is other way out by having a son-in-law, I am extremely doubtful that will be materialized. I don't feel like it's going to work well with the son-in-law. Satsuki is Siamu's parent, so it would be normal to think about the happiness of her daughter. I'm not sure if that works in this world, but at the very least, I should consider that there is such a tendency. I've only talked to Siamu once, so I don't think I understand her personality, but will it work if Siamu, who was upset with me, marries a sweaty, boorish warrior? I can't even imagine the sight of getting along and being happy. Plus, the possibility of that is very low. However, if Satsuki brings in a man with scholarly mind, he will not be able to work as the chief of the Lord household. I don't know what kind of army they have, but it is probably not a highly organized one. Hence, with such a weak man, the household will surely drop to the ground. If it's so, I don't think Satsuki is really considering to adopt this case. It is also possible to assume that. However, Rook has never met Siamu, so he has no idea about it. That's not good, you better turn it down. Yuri, I whispered that to Rook. Keep silent for a bit, Yuri. Rook, I was told in a harsh voice. Ugh, well, I guess that's normal. Then Rook had a face as if he had come up with a decision. If that's the case, I will serve as the chief. Rook, he said it, that has become a commitment, you know. Well, that's splendid. Satsuki, what's so splendid about it, old woman? Yuri, I mumbled that in a low voice. Oh my, what did you say? Satsuki, it's nothing. Yuri, however, that will be if I am told to do it. If we don't get the consent in this meeting. Yuri, that is all right. Satsuki put her elbows on the table and held her hands in front of her chest. Somehow, that looked like a cute young pose. She is probably more than 40 years old, but since she doesn't appear to be more than 30 years old, it doesn't look weird. If you have made the decision, I'm sure everyone will agree. Satsuki, it seems she is working on it. Perhaps she can convince those old men. Since there was a foreign substance called Rakunu, I didn't feel any discomfort until now, but if he wasn't here, this was completely a setting for a tea ceremony. The pose that somehow looked cute was similar to the pose done by the anchor of that Gen U group. TLN. The raw says Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, so I'm not sure which group. Anyone knows. However, my last ally remained in this meeting room. It was Rakunu. He had been instinctively raising his hand like how the elementary school student crossing the pedestrian walk. Aren't you tired doing that? Well then, shall we vote now? Satsuki, are you kidding me? Rakunu, that angry shout was loud enough to make me close my eyes reflexively. If we follow the tradition, it is natural for me to be the chief of the household. Why are you impudently breaking the tradition? Rakunu, is that so? In fact, I am also thinking the same. He is being ignored because he didn't join the suicide attack, isn't it? As I expect, since the chief splendidly fought to death in a suicide attack, it seems strange that a man who carefree returned without joining it has a major opportunity to become the next chief. Even if he isn't demoted, it would be strange to get promoted immediately. I don't like the suicide attack, but that's what I think. The hard-headed people here are thinking the same, right? Satsuki put her fingers around her temple and was looking at the source of the headache with cold eyes. Is she appalled? Is she thinking a wow to make that guy leave? Satsuki. As I kept watching Satsuki, the vein gradually appeared on her temple and her breathing became rough. I noticed it accordingly. She wasn't appalled or considering. She was actually holding the anger. I've done a lot of military achievements even in the last expedition. What are you so dissatisfied with it? Rakunu, is that what he was trying to say? I thought that instantly. Then there was a sound of a chair fell with a bang. Silent. Satsuki, it was Satsuki who kicked the chair and stood up. She was completely changed with that expression of anger on her face. Your scheme is way too obvious. Why did you leave without telling anyone on the battlefield? You were expecting the assault of the Eagle King to fail, yes. And if that is true, the besieged castle was destroyed without leaving any witnesses. Then, for you to be the chief, that idea itself makes me shudder. Satsuki-san seemed to be really serious, and she began to curse Rakunu with great anger. It was loud enough to the point it pierced my ears. You forsake the load with such a sneaky ambition, and that makes you a disgraced knight. I fear garbage like you, and you dare to ask the position of the chief. If you know shame, kill yourself right now. Satsuki, suicide, is it? I wonder if it's like the ritual suicide by disembowelment. Before that, he is that kind of person, I heard about him that he was like a representative of garbage. Refusing the suicide attack and running away from the battle are completely different things. The reason why Ek household imposed taxes on the territory and made a big deal against the people of the territory was because the Hu household guarantees that right. As a compensation, they have to participate in war and follow the command of the chief. Of course, suicide attack was beyond the scope of their duties, but in this case, it was necessary for them to carry out regular military service. Just because the chief proceeded with the suicide attack, that wasn't a good reason to throw everything away and left the place. Perhaps the soldiers were still there, and if he rounded them up together, the battle should continue. Running away from the battlefield was an abandonment of duty. In other words, he deserted in the face of the enemy. Furthermore, according to Satsuki's investigation, it seems that he was looking for the chief's death. It was good since Gauk succeeded in that suicide attack and the enemy army retreated. Otherwise, our army would be destroyed, nobody knew the circumstances, and the will might not arrive. Once the expedition knights are destroyed, there would be no one knew the fact that he ran away. Rakunu came back with impunity. As a leading candidate, he would have been the chief. Leaving Rakunu aside, there was a shortage of capable people at the degree of Rook, so there was no other choice. It is stupid to desert because of greed, but I wonder if the success rate his plot isn't too bad. Nevertheless, he is a nasty person. I thought that he was a companion and it wasn't so bad if he became the chief. There is a high risk of killing Rook if that garbage is still here. If you want to rebut, please do so. Satsuki Rakunu had a red face and looked like an ogre. It seemed he was looking as if that was the enemy of his parent. I wonder why he wants to be the chief. Satsuki is Satsuki. I probably should rethink before inciting her. He hangs his sword on his waist, but you think there is anyone who can stop him here? Yuri, I said it in a whisper. Rakunu was standing up now and I could see a sword hanging on his waist. He came to this place while forcing through the guards. Since he was allowed to sit, there wasn't a time to ask him to submit the sword. In such a situation, other than Rakunu, there were old men who couldn't do much, a manager of a ranch, his 7-year-old son, and a widow. There was no active warrior other than Rakunu. Satsuki was taken aback. She didn't pay attention to that small detail. Either that or she is counting on Rook. No, that's not right. You truly think that person who is in such a position will not run wild in this place? Guards! Satsuki shouted in a loud voice and sounded a clap. Yup, it would be very helpful if you do that. This place should summon the guards for the time being. It is good enough that he can lay his hand on Satsuki, Rook, and me. Otherwise, the use of force will not disappear. When Satsuki called out loudly, the large door of the room was immediately opened. Then 2 men appeared from there. They were wearing a formal robe, might be because of such a meeting, but they were wearing armor underneath. Take that man away. Satsuki, as she ordered, the guards immediately approached Rakunu. Oh, is he leaving? That's good then. The guards talked something to Rakunu and they were going to grab his arms. Ugh, you ha. Rakunu drew his sword and raised a strange cry. Then he turned to the guards and cut their head. A moment later my head understood the situation. It was during the interval of that the neck of the first person was cut 80% and it was only connected with the bone. The other person's neck rolled on the ground and the body that had lost the head fell down while scattering blood like a fountain. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. This is not the first time to see a person die, and of course, it's not the first time to see a corpse. But that means I have seen a dead body put into a coffin and people who die in the sick. I have seen the scene of suicide, but I haven't seen people die in the form of murder even once. I was alarmingly stunned to the fact that a murder happened before my eyes. I wasn't close enough to be covered in blood, but the blood was blowing from the neck in a very realistic way. In the meantime, Rakunu jumped on the table. He ran on it and came for us. It seemed that he killed the guards on impulse, but it felt that he had decided by looking at this act. When I looked at Rook, he stood up in a hurry and moved to cover Satsuki. Can Rook fight? I have never seen Rook holding a weapon since I was born. There are something like spears and daggers in the house, but I haven't seen he has such behaviors even once. That's dangerous. Is there anything that can become a weapon? Of course, there was no such a thing. There was no candlestick since this was a daytime. There were only cups and chairs. I had confirmed his strength just now. Cutting 2 necks with a single stroke was not something that can be done with ordinary skills. Rakunu was running on the desk while entrusting his anger. He was already near, but that advancing was strange. It was as if he was running on top of mud and the foot was slipping. It was the tablecloth. Every time he stepped on the tablecloth, he was sliding 1 step at a time. I gripped the end of the tablecloth, rotated it around my arm until it covered the whole arm. After confirming that Rakunu got on the 3rd tablecloth, I kicked the desk and fell down with my chair. I got the feeling that the tablecloth moved under the weight of my weight. Yuhu! Rakunu! There was a loud thud from the desk. It seemed that Rakun lost his footing on the tablecloth and fell on his back. The appearance of Rakunu appeared from the edge of the desk. He probably slipped on top of the desk because the momentum of running still remained. Rook pushed Satsuki, and he quickly avoided Rakunu. I looked at him while still lying on my back. Rakunu slipped off the table while still being thrown off the balance. He hit the floor without being able to take defensive posture. Rook approached quickly and spurned the body of the sword with his heel so that Rakunu couldn't use the sword. Without waiting a moment, he stepped on Rakunu's hand that grasped the sword with the other foot. He stepped on it 2 times. then 3 times at the speed that was likely to smash the hand into pieces if it was the hand of a girl. When Rook realized that the hand already released the sword handle, he sealed Rakunu's head under his armpit, while Rakunu was trying to get up with his other hand at once. When I was wondering what Rook would do, he turned his arm around the neck while grabbing the collar with the other arm and tightly strangled him. It was a front choke. The series of movements were smooth, quick, and flowing without any delay. It hadn't been 5 seconds since Rakunu fell off the table. "Aru-chan, you can do it. Goo." Rakunu, it might because the neck was choked tightly, he couldn't spill a curse. Since I was still lying on the ground, I could see Rakunu's face as well. His face reddened like a boiled octopus. While bubbles of saliva dripping from the mouth, he was biting his teeth enough to break it. It seemed he was trying to escape from the restraint with all might. However, since his neck was restrained, there was no way to escape. That was continued for about 30 seconds, and when Rook left him, he had already collapsed. He died. "Aru-san is so cool. Yuri, I honestly admit that to Rook, who had stood up. Really? Well, I'm glad that the skill learned in the past is not useless. Rook, he didn't seem happy when saying that, and he had a complicated face. Leaving that aside, you have done well. If you didn't fell down, it would be dangerous." Rook stroked my head with his big hand. "Thank you very much." "Satsuki, it was embarrassing, but it wasn't a bad thing. In fact, it was a good move. But even without it, Rook could have won. It was dangerous, but as for this Aru-chan, it wasn't a threat, maybe." Then Rakunu was brought up by the guard, and the meeting was also temporarily disbanded. It seemed that there would be another meeting tomorrow. In short, we ended up staying overnight. The meeting was canceled and the participants returned to their assigned rooms. The hallway was noisy for a while. It was probably due to people changing clothes or taking a bath after being bathed by the blood of the murdered guards. I was fine. Rook got a bit dirty because of the front choke, but he said he was fine. However, he changed clothes as maid supplied a new one. After that, Rook and I were slowly getting around the table. There was a glass of alcohol in front of Rook. It wasn't a transparent glass that was sold in Japan. It was a blue glass that gave a feeling of being colored due to the impurities, but the shape was beautiful. In our house, the glassware used when Rook drinks were something more muddy and with crumbling shape. The movements Aru-san did earlier was amazing. "Did you learn it in the School of Night?" Yuri, when I asked that. "Yes, that's right." Rook, I received that reply. It seemed that it was the combat skills learned in the School of Night. I had an image of Noble's boys training in name only with a wooden sword when it was about the School of Night. However, by looking at Rook's movements, it seemed that the school was teaching an actual combat technique. "Are you attracted with something like that?" Rook, "Well, just a bit." Yuri, "It would a lie if I said that I wasn't interested." "A bit, is it? Not a lot, yes." Rook, "I want to be able to do it, but if I have to study for 10 or 20 years, I will think about it first." Yuri, "Well, I guess it would be impossible for me. I don't have reflexes." "There is no such a thing. After your body is ready just a bit more, if you do your best for 5 years, it would be all right, I think." Rook, 5 years is a wishful thinking, isn't it? Is it something like running from morning to night? Yuri, "No, it's just half a day. It's a physical training conducted in the School of Night before the sun rises." Rook, half a day, is it? I wonder what about it. In the sense of neat, they would say eh. But in the present situation, I've been working and training for about half a day by helping with Rook's works. It's just that the ones around me at that place aren't people who are like Rook. It would be either cheeky noble brats or demonic instructors like Sergeant Hartman. After all, scary things are scary. TLN. The Raw censored the sergeant name. It's Full Metal Jacket reference. Knock, knock, the door was knocked. "Excuse me, may I come in?" A voice was heard from the other side of the door. "All right." Rook, when Rook said so, a maid came in. "I'm sorry to disturb you. How would you like for a dinner?" "Maid, anything is good." Rook said it slovenly. Rook was always like this, even with Suzuya too. Every time that happened, she would reply, "I'm really having hard time to decide when you say that." If Rook becomes the chief, would that interaction be gone? "Satsuki-sama would like to invite you for a dinner." "Maid, Rook, Even if I looked from the side, it was obvious that Rook was having a sullen face. It was as if he was saying this is bothersome. Can I just eat pizza or something in the room, or even dried squid? After that I can drink alcohol before going to bed. Got it, we will go. Once the dinner is ready, please come and call us. Rook, it seems we're going. We have finished the preparation. Please follow me. Maid, they have prepared, huh? The room to which we were led was a room that was somehow like a private space of the house owner. There were no luxurious furniture. The window frame and others were not so gorgeous. There was no wallpaper on the wall, but beautifully polished wood was exposed. However, it didn't feel bad. This room was calming us somehow. There were 4 luncheon mats placed on a table that wasn't so big to the level it could only feed no more than 6 people. Satsuki and Siyamu were sitting already. Please, have a seat wherever you like. Satsuki, we did so since we were told that. Reading the mood, we sat and faced Siyamu. Thank you for helping me out during the dangerous situation today. I really appreciate it. Satsuki thanked with a pleasant smile. No, well, it's only that much. Rook didn't seem too proud. I thought that it was fine to be proud. Perhaps it was possible that all people there would be slaughtered if he hadn't done that properly. As I expected, you don't like conflicts, isn't it? I wonder if it has been 18 years already. Satsuki, 18 years. Rook looks like in his 20s because he shaves his beard, but he is soon to be 38 years old this year. If I count backwards, he was 20 years old 18 years ago. I don't like it. That's why I've made the decision to borrow money, to build a ranch and to start a new life. Rook, I'm aware of that. However, is it true that you were going to enroll Yuri in the School of Knights? Rook, what? That's true, but I will allow him to quit if he doesn't like it there. Rook, certainly, I was told that I would go to the School of Knight before this. I have no plan to force anyone, you know. I would like you to enter once, and I also don't mind if you quit, so Rook-san, it is fine to do that while keeping your ranch going. Satsuki, however, if I do that, Satsuki-san will take over the main house, right? Then it's not good. Rook, as I thought, it seemed to be pretty bad, and Rook was seriously worried. It's all right. There are so many Oji-chans who have spare time in their retirement age. Satsuki, does she intend to let the retired old men to do that? However, if you leave the house and leave some money to have people take care of them, I will secretly tell you at that time so you can just write a few lines. Satsuki, she has a sweet smile. It is scary. It's like I'm seeing through your plot. Be a man and commit suicide. I wonder if she would write that kind of letters. Understood if it is that much. Rook, as expected, Rook seemed to be reluctant. Oh my, the food has arrived. Satsuki, the food are being carried. Somehow it looks different. A variety of bite-sized dishes are served on a plate like roll smoked salmon on cheese, tamagoyaki filled with minced meat, and fruit wrapped in dry-cured ham. Are these appetizers? The home cooking made by Suzuya is fine, but it's not bad to have these once in a while. It tasted delicious when I ate it. The cook seemed to be good at it. When I looked at Rook, he was eating the appetizers like eating a snack while drinking an aperitif that had been served quietly. He seemed happy. It was probably because he preferred tasty alcohol than cooking. Since it was a colored alcohol, it might be a kind of brandy. Perhaps this was a good alcohol since he was drinking more than when he was at home. It made me feel that way. Suddenly, when I looked at Satsuki, eat a lot, all right. Satsuki, she said that with a smile. Is she a relative's Oba-chan? No, when I thought about it, she was a genuine relative's Oba-chan. Yes, I'm going to dig in. Yuri, when I said that, somehow her shoulders and elbows tightened. I finished eating 6 dishes from appetizers until desserts, and I was pretty full. Thereupon, Siyamu, who was sitting across from me, opened her mouth for the first time today. She was unusually tense. Do you want to see the stars together? Siyamu, stars. When I looked out of the window, it was a fine day and I could see the stars. It would be more than a perfect astronomical observation date. Then I saw Rook was somehow grinning. He seemed to be thinking that I was invited for a romantic date by a precocious young girl. He got it wrong. Perhaps this was a fairly academic astronomical observation. Aru-san, may I go? Yuri, sure, go ahead. I'm sure you know this, but don't leave the mansion, all right? Rook, there is no way I'll go out. Well, the mansion is surrounded by digs and there is only one entrance. Therefore, 2 children will definitely be stopped by the gatekeeper. It's all right. Well, let's go. Yuri, I left the room with Siamu. It's here. There is a good observation site. Siamu, the destination I was taken by the excited Siamu, was the roof of the house where we had to climb the stairs twice. The mansion was made of a large triangular roof. When we got on a part of the summit, there was a flat part about the size of 2 tatamis. As I climbed there by using a ladder, I could see all sides of the mansion. There was a ladder, but there was no roof. After all, there was a poorly made fence, and the open floor of the entrance was designed to be closed. The lack of the roof was probably because of the presence of the Eagle King, and it was also to prevent from creating a blind spot. If it was raining, the floor was slightly sloped, so the rainwater could flow. When the floor was closed, that part was also slightly became like a Japanese character Japanese letter. Furthermore, that place seemed to be a look around in case of emergency. There were watchtowers stood in the 4 corners of the site of the mansion, and torches and a sentry stand were there. But from this place where I was able to look at 4 watchtowers at once. There should be a castle town at the end of the observation, but since there was no electrical light, the light couldn't be seen. This could be said as a great observation spot. By the way, I hardly know about the stars. Yuri, I said that honestly. Well then, let me teach you. Siamu, she was smiling with joy. How old is Siamu now? It should be the same age as me or 1 year younger. I didn't think that the day would come when a girl of such age would teach me something. There are a rug and blanket, so let's lie down. Siamu quickly laid a rug and a blanket on the floor. It was in a box that might be provided for the guard. As I was told that, I lie down and looked at the sky. Since there was no ceiling, there was nothing that blocked the view and the sky. When I thought about it, it was the first time to calm down and look at the night sky since I came here. Rook and Suzuya weren't people who were interested in the night sky. Therefore, I was having a very ordinary life of a child, and I slept immediately at night. Astronomy is one of the oldest studies, and if you can see with your eyes, it's possible to study, but it is also a study that requires physical strength. In an era without orbiting satellites and automated astronomical stations, you have to get up all night and look at the stars. It's as good sky, isn't it? It's very clear. Yuri, I know, right? Siamu, the heaven that I saw with eyes that hadn't deteriorated due to age, was amazingly beautiful. I am not sure the reason well. What is atmosphere of this world? Is the humidity low or high? Am I seeing a crescent moon because the atmosphere is not polluted? Am I not seeing light pollution because I am at a high elevation place? However, there are innumerable stars spreading in the sky. The starry sky that I saw when I was in Japan wasn't that great, no matter how clear the sky was. When I was young, I didn't get a hint even if I learned something like Milky Way at school. Even when I was looking at the sky, there were no places where stars were densely crowded. But now, I can understand it. It is obvious that the belt of dense stars is crossing the heavens. It is no wonder that the people in the ancient times called it the River of Milk, since it forms a large river with dense stars and no streams. What a beautiful thing! These dense stars belong to the same galaxy stars. The galaxy looks like a disk, and since we are looking at the disk from the side, we can see a dense line. When I think about it, Milky Way is a galaxy. It may be interesting to think about it in various ways. Hey, look, are you listening? That star is called Milua. Siamu, TLN. The raw is Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Milua is Yuri. The 3rd star circling around this planet is called Milua. Siamu, I see. The 3rd means after Mercury and Venus, then it's Earth. It's a bit complicated. No, something is strange. Siamu said this star is the 3rd star that revolves around that star. Does that mean that there are 3 moons? No, I'm thinking about Ptolemaic theory. Even if you point at the stars, there are too many of them and I don't know which one. To be honest, I don't know which star called Milua. In regard of the Ptolemaic theory in a layman term, it is like how can I make such a mistake? Are you a fool? Kind of thinking. According to what I read in some books, the motion of celestial bodies can often be explained by the astronomical object can be explained by the Ptolemaic theory. If you don't know the elliptical orbit, rather than Copernican theory, there are some parts of the Ptolemaic theory that can theoretically explain the motion of an object, but it seems to be surprisingly troublesome. There are 5 other stars like this, and they are considered exceptional star. The motion is different from other stars. Siamu, how do other stars move? Yuri, these stars are revolving around a fixed star. Siamu, is it the Polaris? Do you know constellation? Siamu, yes, but Yuri, when I looked at the side, she had a boring face. The important thing in astronomy is the 5 stars. Other than that, there aren't many changes, so Siamu, perhaps there may not be enough interest in constellations. Indeed, without a large astronomical telescope, the stars in the outer universe would be extremely boring. Sometimes, a supernova explosion or something happens like new stars or stars disappear, but otherwise, you are spinning around the Polaris at a fairly constant speed. There will be no such boring things when you have that as a research subject. On the other hand, the inner and outer planets move more freely than they are. Well, please teach me, Sensei. Yuri, it can't be helped. I'll teach you then. Siamu seemed to be proud when I took a modest approach. She was a simple person. Somehow she looked cute when she was proud. First of all, when it comes to constellations, there are winter constellations and summer constellations. Now you are looking at the winter constellations. Siamu, I see. She looks like an elementary school teacher. That's right, that's Taurus. Siamu, I see. Yuri, that sounds obvious, but I can't understand it at all. There is no way to understand the constellations by pointing under the stars in the sky. That is Lyra and that is Felis. Siamu, Yuri, since it is adorable for Siamu to teach me something that I can't really understand, I'm just going to listen. I feel like I became a father somehow. I smile. I also want a daughter like this. In the previous life, I had a distant life with women, except one which ended as a bad memory. Since that one time was the worst, I seem to have a woman's phobia. Then that is Dipper. Siamu, I completely don't understand Taurus, Felis, or Lyra, but I know Dipper. There are 7 stars that make a shape of a handle. These 7 stars are brighter than other stars, so the silhouette stands out. It looks completely like the Big Dipper. I rubbed my eyes and looked at the Dipper again. That is similar to Big Dipper too. I mean, it is the Big Dipper. The inside of my head turned blank. I immediately moved my eyes and looked for other familiar constellations. Since I wasn't really familiar with constellations either, I wasn't sure the one that was called Cygnus, but I remembered the famous constellations made of only bright stars. Then I found it. I saw something matched with the Orion. There should be no such a thing. Is it possible that the stars overlap in different worlds? The answer came out in a moment. No way. It's impossible. Constellations are the light of stars and galaxies in the outer universe, or the afterglow of a supernova explosion, but it reaches the ground's surface and looks like it. The stars of the constellations aren't closely packed, and the position and distance are entirely inconsistent. It would be an outrageous idea to look at the universe in 3 dimensions. This could be a strange example, but if you talk about DNA or the fingerprint of the universe, it has the exact same arrangement of stars. Therefore, I can't think of anything like showing up in another world. For example, if this star is in a galaxy other than the Earth, the constellations will look different. There must be some reason. There are many reasons for this, but if I trim it off with a razor, this planet is in a position similar to that of the Earth. That is the most plausible interpretation. Really? So, that's Sagittarius and that is Cassiopeia, Siamu. When the sound suddenly came back, the explanation of Siamu was still going on. That is all. Did you memorize it? Siamu, there is no way I can memorize it. It's just not possible. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Yuri, perhaps you were sleeping. Siamu, she was slightly shocked. I guessed I had to apologize. No, just a bit, but it's not possible. Yuri, what do you mean by that, even though you asked me to teach you? Siamu, that's reasonable. She is somehow dejected. Sorry. Anyhow, why don't we just round up the observation today? Yuri, when I said so, Siamu looked sad. As I expected. Is astronomy boring? I really like it, but I'm afraid that. Siamu, she was getting more dejected. Goodness. What should I say? No, I also like it, but I have found another great discovery, so I wanted to make sure. Yuri, I got it, but please tell me later about that great discovery. Siamu, when I got off the ladder, I asked a maid the whereabouts of Satsuki. I went there and knocked the door of the room. Please come in. Satsuki, I got that reply. Excuse me. Yuri, then I entered the room. Oh my, it's Yuri-kun, what is it? Satsuki, I would like you to show me a map. Do you have it? Yuri, a map, is it? Yes, I do. Satsuki, I hope I can see the largest one. Yuri, the largest, I think it is in the treasure vault. Satsuki, even if it's large, it's not only a matter of the size, the range of the map is also large. Yuri, it's all right. It is the whole land map of the late Shantilla. Satsuki, I'm surprised that it is the map of the Shantilla Kingdom. Why is there such a thing? I suppose that is a national treasure grade. Of course, it's not real thing. It is a duplicate, you know. Satsuki, she explained, that might be because a doubt displayed on my face. Duplicate is it? Anyhow, that is good enough. Please show it to me, thank you. Yuri, when she opened a hidden door reinforced with a steel plate, it was a treasure vault. A number of valuables that had been piled up were thinly illuminated by the oil lamp Satsuki held. However, there were many types of armor instead of gold and silver treasures. But when I looked closely, I could see things like gold nuggets covered in dust. In addition, there were also goods such as jewelry coral with a brilliant crimson color. It's dusty. Satsuki, yes. Yuri, Satsuki rolled the sleeves of her clothes with her mouth. If I'm not mistaken, it should be here. Satsuki opened a chest made of a whitish material like Paulownia tree. Inside, there was a map made of large parchment that was folded in half. Since the parchment was made from animal skin, it was limited to one size. The parchment looked like two pieces of largest size, and the middle was sewn with a thin thread. When she took it out and opened it, the map was about the size of a spread newspaper. The appearance was very disappointing, but clearly, a familiar terrain was spreading. It was northwestern part of Eurasia. Our country is around this area. Satsuki pointed to the location where it hit the Scandinavian peninsula. TLN. The related countries are Norway and Sweden. Most of them are drawn by hearsay. Even if I call it Eurasian continent, the shape is very crumbling, and it is quite different from the exact map I know. But obviously the terrain I know is still there. As far as the map goes, Shantilla Great Empire was at the Ural Mountains in the east, the Scandinavian peninsula was at west, the south was Crimea from Ukraine, and it seemed that there was a territory even before Baku. This is awesome. The capital city, Shantinyan, was located on the Crimean Peninsula. Moreover, the map of the Black Sea shoreline was particularly well done. This almost coincides with my memory of the world map. There was also a topography like the Marmara Sea, which connected the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, and the map extended from there to the Italian peninsula. On the other hand, the Great Britain was a kind of peanut-like island, and there was no Ireland. I wonder if that country do exist or not. Our country is not drawn very well within this map. Anyhow, there was a time when the center of the country was in the east. Satsuki, I see. Yuri, after all, the terrain of the peninsula seemed quite inaccurate, but I got the basic idea. Seriously, this is the same as Earth. I didn't notice it for 7 years. Did it meet your expectations? Satsuki, yes, it is enough. Can you show me the map of the peninsula next? Yuri, the map of the country is in my husband's room. Satsuki, if you don't mind, I would like to see it. Yuri, well then, let's go. Satsuki and I left the treasure vault. On the way out, she closed the door and locked it with a big padlock. This way, Satsuki, we walked in the hallway for a while. The room where Satsuki led was a room that didn't let me think this was a warrior house since bookshelves were lined up. The bookshelves was full with old books. This was a study room rather than a private room. There are a lot of books. Yuri, you can read it as much as you like. Satsuki. Although my father hasn't decided to become the chief, will that be fine? Yuri, he has already decided, you know. Satsuki had a broad smile. I'm scared. Oh my, it's on the desk. Satsuki, the map had already been spread on the desk. I wonder if Gauk spread it before departing. The ones that fiddled things in this room were probably Gauk and Satsuki only. Since the maids didn't use this room, it might be Gauk was the one who spread the map. The smile disappeared from Satsuki's face, and it became a sad face. I will take a look. Yuri, sure, go ahead. Satsuki put her hands under my arms and lifted my body. Yuri, it's easier to see to sit on a chair Satsuki. I was seated on a chair where Gauk used to sit. Surprisingly, she was a strong woman. After Satsuki let me sit down, she went a bit away from me and she was smiling again when looking at my appearance. I guess it's fine. Looking at the map, it was a map of both countries of Shiyalta Kingdom and Yuri Kingdom. I also knew this, but the two countries were on the peninsula. The border of the Yuri Kingdom seemed to be in the part where the peninsula bend. To the further east, there were countries Dafide Kingdom and Timna Kingdom, and their territories were completely visible. However, the kingdoms were already destroyed. If there was a difference, the first tip of the peninsula was hollow. The territory where Denmark was present and the island where Copenhagen was didn't exist. This is where my husband fought. Satsuki pointed at the top of the map. Is it St. Petersburg? St. Petersburg was a city on the Baltic Sea, which was at the base of the peninsula. In other words, he fought at the eastern border of the Yuri Kingdom. However, Satsuki didn't point it at the St. Petersburg, but the inland. It wasn't a port city here. Is there a city here? Yuri, it's a stronghold. Satsuki, it seemed to be a stronghold. The Shanti were almost in a state of being separated from Kurin country, so there was no big city at the border. Did they fight in the stronghold from the beginning? Yuri, at first they were fighting in the field, but it seemed that it was a crushing defeat. Then it became a stronghold battle. Satsuki, why would they stay in the stronghold? The suicide attack was probably done because they were surrounded and there was no way to break the enemy siege. Assuming that he suffered a crushing defeat in the field, he wouldn't care much if the escape path had been blocked. Is it something like being put in a pot and close the lid and be boiled inside? Since I don't know the detailed circumstances, there might be a good reason for the suicide attack. Thank you very much, I understand well. Yuri, is that so? So what did you understand? Satsuki, well, I studied geography. Yuri, yes, for real. Oh, really, that's good. Satsuki, well then, I'm going to take a rest for today since I'm tired. I'm sorry for disturbing you late at night. Yuri, it's fine. I'll bring you to your room. Satsuki, no, it's all right, I know where to go. Yuri, don't you get lost at night. You can't see outside and sometimes even adults get lost, you know, are you sure? Satsuki, ugh, I will get nervous if you say that, you know. Well, can you take me to the room, please? Yuri, of course. Shall we go? Satsuki, eventually I came back to the room with Satsuki. It was a secret that I found Siamu, who seemed lost after separating from me, on the way to the room. She was sitting on the floor grasping her knees and she was about to cry. She felt relieved after seeing Satsuki. When she looked at my face, her face reddened as if she was embarrassed. That was cute. That day, at the age of 20, I was selecting a togi piece in the School of Knights lounge. The other side was my best friend Gala. Well, I'm a bit outnumbered, but it is also possible to turn the table here. This is what's so interesting about togi. It is a rather profound game. All right, it's here. A click sound appeared when I put a piece. Gala looked bored, especially when he made the next move without stopping. What is this guy thinking about? He looks bored even when I am thinking. Hey, don't make that face, but I'm having a hard time too. Yeah, if I do this, it will become like this, so all right, it's here. I proceeded with the next move. Gala was waiting, but then he made his next move without delay. Asterisk click asterisk that's unexpected. What's this? If he did that, wouldn't my bird and arrow pieces be blocked? So if I do that, my eagle also would be taken by the second move. Dang it, I'm beaten. Wait a sec. Rook, I asked him to hold up for a bit. This is not good. Well, it's fine. Are you really thinking about next move? Gala said it with an astounded face. Dang it. I'm thinking. Rook, but I usually notice this, you know. Aren't you just playing by the book? Gala, you didn't notice it accidentally. Rook, I can't really help because I didn't notice it. I've asked to wait for 5 times already, but after 15 minutes later I lost it. Rook, I hit the board with so much regret. Wow, you regret is amazing, you know. Gala, he was surprised. Rook, Gala didn't make a fool of me. He was surprised not because he was angry. I want to be good at togi. Even though I like it and I want to be good at it, why can't I get better? Let's go to the dojo and have a sparring. Gala, I don't want it. Rook, I went along with your togi, so you need to keep me company, you know. This time it's your turn to teach me. Gala, Rook, when I was told so, I had no choice but to accompany him. Rook, while taking a short breath, Gala's fist was approaching. I slipped through that fist, and I swept Gala's feet with both arms so that I could hurl myself with my body. Yubu. Gala went to the front as if collapsing and let out a goofy voice. While pulling his legs immediately, I tried to bring him down with double-leg takedown technique. He tried to kick hard, but he was too late. One of Gala's legs had already been taken, so I had decided on the foot tendon. The tendon stretched for a moment, and then I let go my hand. Damn it! Gala hit the floorboards with his fists. He was probably disappointed because he was brought down by me, who was smaller than him. It is the other way around compared to the earlier. However, I don't feel happy about it. In fact, I feel somewhat sorry. I don't know why I won since I am not training as much as Gala, who has been training every day. It is said that those who are favored by the Eagle King are strong since they have eyes like a hawk. But is it because of that? If it's about being good at things, I would like to give Gala this fighting ability of mine in exchange of the talent in togi. Although everyone would be happy with that, I wonder why I can't be good in this world. Don't concern too much. Rook, I tried to say it as easygoing as possible. There is no way I'm not concerned about it, you know. Gala, it seemed Gala was seriously regretting it. It would be nice if you work hard with the spear. Jiu-jitsu also can be useful on battlefield. Rook, I really think so. In a battlefield where there are enemies all around, do you have time to lie down and master the techniques in order to kill the enemies? While he turned over the ground and stretched out his tendon since one of his legs got caught, the end was concluded by another soldier who hit the ground with a spear. If it is an infantryman, it may be fine, but this is not the way Knight dying. Gala can handle a spear that exceeds his height, thanks to the physical, so he can stab the enemies as much as he wants. There is no need to stick to such cheap techniques. I'm jealous that you can win against anyone. Ops. Gala stood up in a breath. Let's have one more sparring. Gala, are you for real? Give me a break. At the end of the training, female students who were from the School of Liberal Arts were lining on the viewing windows. They are probably talking something trivial. It's always like that, so I don't need to bother. After leaving the dojo, I stood at the end of the well with my underwear remain and sprinkled the water from the head. Gala was also doing it together. A number of female students were peeping out from the shade of a tree. They would severely criticize men if we did the opposite, so they were a convenient bunch. There was a rumor where Gala and I acted strangely in the night, and that was really annoying. I wonder if someone held grudge against me, but I would like them to stop. It seemed that an erotic novel in which Gala and I were having intercourse like homosexuals spread in the School of Liberal Arts. I get goosebumps by imagining it. It feels terrible. Who would do that thing? A female student came to me who was half naked and showered in cold water. Please read this. Girl, a letter was given. Oh wow, Rook, I received it unintentionally. I have to write a refusal letter since I have received it. Gala will be most likely to tease me. Damn it, this is really annoying. The scene changed. According to what I heard, in the southern part of the Kurin country, there was a large stadium that could accommodate thousands of people, and it was a facility created just to show slaves killing each other. There was no such a culture among Shanti because we didn't like slaves. So, we had no such a facility. Therefore, what I was fighting at the moment was an open-air half-dome for outdoor theater. The School of Night martial art demonstration, which held once a year, was an event where the 2 strongest members of the School of Night having a mock battle. It wasn't enough with just one mock battle. Since it would be boring if it was done in that way, the 2 would perform dances of swords and spears at the opening ceremony. Anyhow, It was supposed to be a minor performance. It was me and Gala fighting this year. I was standing on a stage where there was no one except me and Gala. The participants bowed to show gratitude toward the audience in the beginning. Even if it was said gratitude, it wasn't a bow of gratitude. I knelt down and got on one knee. Then, I placed the hand on the chest to imply gratitude. It was a respectful salute for the nobles in the outdoors. The display of the gratitude was due to the queen, who was in the attendance. She was given a special seat in a part of the audience seat. I respectfully gave my gratitude and stood up. Next, I bowed to Gala. This was a mutual gratitude, so it was only necessary to lean the upper body a little. Since we were going to fight from now on, it was prudent to lower the head to the point of lowering the eyesight. That would be rather losing the gratitude toward the opponent. With that had ended, we set up spears against each other. Gala had a hard look. He was making a stone-like face. Right now, that was the face of a warrior who was going to knock me down. What I held in my hands was a spear which was a bit larger than what I used to have. The blade part was crushed, but with the spear swung by the strength of Gala, I would die if I got hit on the skull. As for the slender spear I had, the eyes could be destroyed if I hit on the eyes, and the chest would break if I hit the chest. Of course, it was a general rule to stop, but the fact of being died didn't change. Somehow my heart is floating. I am aware of that feeling. It isn't that I am floating around in fear of being beaten up by Gala. I am thinking why I don't want to come out and stand in such a place of honor. That is what comes into mind. I am not as passionate as Gala, but why? You. Gala shouted and approached with a fierce momentum. You, Rook. A tremendous thrust was unleashed at the same time of that momentum. It was completely like a crazy bear. However, my body moved without thinking. I parried Gala's spear with my spear. Gala's spear was heavy like a log. Even if I hit it hard, it wouldn't budge. But even his spear wasn't budge if I put the strength. It helped me to move my body. With the help of the spear, I instantly lowered my body and dodged a single blow. I hit Gala's shank by the handle of the spear that I let free and made him flipped on the ground. The position was reversed and I faced Gala again. I saw his eyes only for a moment, but the balance soon broke down. It became a brawl in a short distance. In a short time, it became a fierce exchange of thrust attack. The wind generated by Gala's spear grazed my cheek. If I got hit, a blow that could break a skull would rob the hair. Exchanging blow for 5 times, then 10 times, and at the 11th clashing, the spears collided with each other, and an unpleasant sound echoed. I heard a blaring sound with a snap, and there was a crack in the handle of my spear. I could see the joy in Gala's face. Breaking a spear was one of the tactics, and it wasn't a cowardly act to completely break a cracked spear. I noticed that it was a perfect opportunity for Gala before I got to think in my head. Gala tried to break my spear and gave a blow. I reflexively let go of the spear. It might be due to the instinct imprinted in the battle that made me do so. I gave up the spear, which was half broken. I was rather good at bare hands rather than such a spear. I let go of the spear just before it got hit. The handle was broken, and when it hit the floor, it bounced back. By that time, I had already leaped into Gala's chest. I grasped the collar of the clothes and entwined the legs vigorously. Gala, who was attacked by an unexpected attack, had his waist floated. If he was standing firmly, he should have never been thrown by me, who was lighter than him. When I caught his legs with a spontaneous speed, I put a force on the collar and turned him over. Gala fell on his backside. Then, I grasped his collar and sleeves. Before he rearranged his posture, I jumped on him and moved for the cross-arm lock. I put a lot of pressure, and there was a feeling that the tendon was stretched. After that, when he shook me off with a tremendous strength by using the whole body weight, and I fell on the floor when I tried to get up, Gala's big fist was approaching my eyes. The impact was strong on my face, and I fainted. When I recovered, the demonstration had ended. I was lying on a simple bed outside of the stage. The nose was covered with a cloth dampened with cold water. When I removed it, the cloth was thoroughly wet with blood, and I was pulling a thread. I felt my face with my hands, and it turned out that it wasn't a trauma. It was a mere nosebleed. When I thought about it, the back of the nose was aching with a pinch. Did he break my nose? Nevertheless, I felt somewhat relieved. It was a depressing event, but it ended without a serious accident. I decided to go to bed again, so I closed my eyes and lie down again. Then when I was sleeping on the bench, there was a shadow. The sun shining from the top of the eyelids disappeared and it became a complete dark. I opened my eyes and I saw Gala. Gala silently grabbed my neck and pulled me up. "Why are you holding back?" Gala shouted like a man crying. "Were you going easy on me?" Gala, it was the first time to see Gala like this, and it was also the first time be scolded with such a voice. Yeah, I couldn't break Gala's arm at the last minute. Then, I recalled the details of the mock battle again. I immediately understood why Gala was so angry. The technique called arm lock would make it impossible for an arm to return back to normal once it was stretched out. If the arm was twisted, I could load some pressure, but I couldn't put power on the arm that had been stretched out. On the other hand, if I decided to use the whole body, I could mobilize not only the flesh of the arm, but also the flesh of the spine. Thus, it was possible to make the most of it. It would be different if there was a physical difference like an adult and a child, but if it was a physical difference like me and Gala, the power of the person who applied the technique would always win. In the world of warfare, it was an absolute law which was similar to natural law. There was no reason for a warrior like Gala wouldn't notice it. I hurt his pride. No matter how well honored the title was, Gala wouldn't be proud of it. I did the wrong thing, but I didn't think that it was a mistake not to break Gala's arm. If that was the case, it was a mistake to participate in the demonstration in the first place. That's your victory. I wasn't prepared and I was still inexperienced. Rook, I said so with the nasal voice so I could comfort him. It was from this time that I began to question my life, a way of life to become a knight who would walk on a determined path. I wasn't sure whether it was the right path for me. However, while I was wondering, I couldn't get off the path that I had walked this far. Though I lived alive to become a knight, why I should change the way of the life now. Then, one day, when the graduation of the School of Knight was approaching, a woman from the School of Liberal Arts died. She was the eldest daughter of the 7 Witches branch family. The 7 Witches, who governed politics, were considered to be superior than the 5th Braves households. Even though it was a branch family, it was a woman who seemed to be slightly higher in status compared to me, who seemed to have no intention to succeed the house as the second son. She approached me persistently, but she had a thick and gloomy air. In short, she wasn't to my liking, so I was shocked even though she confessed. Well, I was confessed by women on a daily basis and had a shaking life every time. Hence, it could be said that she was one of the women. It would be a good life if I wasn't having troubles with the women, but since I had no problem with money, I could just go to a brothel to satisfy the urge. To be honest, I hadn't considered women from the liberal arts at all. The liberal arts women were troublesome anyway. Whether I should be a refined and popular man, her personality was too gloomy. Even if I took off her clothes, I had to go through several steps compared to the women on street. Moreover, if they became jealous, I would be held responsible, and the rumor would spread like a wildfire. Since it was ridiculous to have a way with them, the newbies of the School of the Night were spending lavishly on the liberal arts women. So, they were taken to bars by the neck, and were thought the goodness of the women on the street. However, the woman who committed suicide was different from the liberal arts women. After I turned her down, she clinging to me all day long without giving up. Normally, the liberal arts students could go to the School of Knight's facilities without problem, but she was secretly watching me from behind the pillars. To be honest, it was very annoying. Strange rumors spread, and when I saw her, she went away quickly. I was so annoyed. Then, on one day, I shouted loudly, telling her to stop. From that day, I couldn't see her at all, and I only knew her name from the obituary. I was sad when I heard it, but I felt some joy. Who could blame me for having that kind of feeling when I wouldn't be bothered anymore? But that alone wasn't enough. The woman left a suicide note, and it seemed that the content written that she was sad to be hated by me. Thus, she committed suicide. As soon as I heard that story, I covered the door and window of my dorm with black cloth, put a black cloth to the entrance of who household's mansion, and shut myself up in the dormitory. This was a worldly pose of mourning. I shut myself for about 2 days. When I attended her funeral, I attached a flower to her body. With this, there should be no problem from the outside. It was expected to give the utmost gratitude. However, I was asked to duel with the woman's brother at the funeral. At first, I didn't think that envelope handed over was a dueling challenge. I thought it was something like the feelings of the parents or the articles left by the deceased. But when I read it after going home, it was a dueling challenge. Of course, it would be fine if I didn't accept the challenge. However, since the household of the deceased had political power, it became an atmosphere where I couldn't refuse easily. My brother told me that I didn't have to accept, but my father told me to fight and strengthen the spirit. I couldn't go against my father, so I accepted the challenge. The duel took place in a secret place on the promised day. In general, this secret place was strictly prohibited. It was a part of witch's glow in the edge of the imperial city. From my side, my father and Gala joined as observers. On the other side, there were two women who I didn't know their name, and a man who seemed to be the imperial knight. Most likely, the letter was written to enforce the relatives to come as observers. When I looked at the opponent of the duel, he was trembling, sweating, sad, and nervous. He looked like his sister. It was clear that his body was a bit thick, and clearly he wasn't trained. I was having a hard time to see him, but I couldn't see anything, as if I had a feeling that he was going to avenge his sister. I didn't like the witch household to drag this man to a duel. The duel was decided with my opponent having a sword. Traditionally, the main weapon for a warrior would be a spear, but there were warriors who preferred half-length sword. It was an unfamiliar weapon, but if compared to the opponent of duel, I had been training all the time. Since I was an expert, so to speak, such a handicap should be accepted. I wasn't sure, but that was what had been decided. But when I accepted it, it wasn't a sword that the warriors used. It was a single edge like a thin saber that could be held in one hand. This kind of sword was used by old knights who couldn't swing spear anymore. Nevertheless, it was something that's supposed to be on the waist when people had to give command. Compared to the spear that I always swung, I felt like I was given an unreliable blade. Both of us held a sword and waited for the signal of the duel. I was remarkably terrified when I thought whether I had to kill this man. Although I didn't get cold feet when I fought with Gala, I was having cold feet at present. I thought that it was good if I killed him until I literally stood in this place. It was a duel, so it couldn't be helped. However, when I stood in that place, my thought completely changed. The duelists were supposed to have a grudge against each other, but it wasn't possible to have a discussion now. However, that would have been possible if I made an effort to make an agreement in advance. At that time, I regretted and asked myself why I didn't do that. Basically, the duel would continue until either one of the duelists died. If there was a discussion beforehand, such as stabbing the sword on the arm, the duel would end when a person got bloody and surrendered. That might have been possible, but now it was too late. The sign was given and the duel began. The opponent was trembling. He let out a voice like Oa or Yua to raise the courage. All right, let's drop the arm. If the arm falls, it is clear that he can't fight, so the duel is usually over at that point. It's a pity to lose an arm, but I need to go through this duel. Since he was the one who dragged the death of either of us, he should have given up. The opponent held the sword with his right hand. Since he is right-handed, I'll drop his left arm. When I approached with a soft and swift movement like a cat, I stopped for a moment in front of the opponent and caused a single blow. Then, I slid around to the side and strongly sliced him down from the elbow. Blood spouted like a fountain from the cut and the arm fell to the ground. He threw away his sword and covered the wound with his hand while screaming "Arg." I felt a heaviness fell on my heart. Is that something I did? It is so bloody and so painful, and he has been disabled. But it ends with this. Now, this man can't fight. When I thought so, the witness of the other side started to tie up the wound with a thin string in order to tie up the flesh. No way. When the homeostasis had ended, he forced to stand up with the sword, gave a strange encouragement and got up. The observers of the other side shouted something that was somewhat unseemly. It was like seeing a nightmare. The opponent lost the blood from the face and looked bad. Although the balance of the body was bad from the beginning, It was getting worse because the left arm was wounded. He was like a child who didn't know how to fight. No, to begin with, this person didn't know how to fight. But I had no choice like giving up the duel. Abandoning the duel that had been accepted meant that I admitted the crime alleged by the other party. In this case, a crime of murder would be automatically established. In other words, it was the same as killing the woman who committed suicide. In that situation, I would have to die. As long as there was no choice to lose or to give up the duel, I had to let the other party recognize the loss. But that person might have some circumstances which didn't allow him to lose. When I dropped the arm, he should know that he didn't have a chance of winning even in a normal match. Then, even if I cut his legs and the remaining arm, the duel might be continued until he died. Do I have to kill him? If I have to kill him, cutting his arm or legs would only mean giving unnecessary pain. If that's the case, it's better to cut his life down without he realizes it. If this is a nightmare, please end very soon. With that thought in mind, I held the saber with both of my hands. Then, I flicked off his sword. The flicked sword left his hand and flew high in the sky. I kicked his knee and made him fell on his face. Then I swung the saber on back of his neck. I beheaded his head at once. The neck fell to the ground and the body lost its strength. Blood spouted from the neck. The soilway dyed red and black and then it stopped. I thought the meaning of what I did while I was bathed in blood. I ended the life of this person. I returned a blood-stained saber to the other party and I went back home with a stupefied body. I was called by Gala many times, but I couldn't hear it. I killed a person, but that wasn't unusual. After all, Knight was a profession to kill people, and this would be a daily routine for a Knight. I had always learned the techniques for killing people, and I had to use it in order to kill them. It was a duty as a Knight to do things like I did now on a daily basis. When I thought about it, I felt drowsy. I couldn't sleep that night. I was thinking all night, I am no good. I can't do this very well. When the sun rose, I had such thought from the bottom of my heart. I am a fool. I wouldn't notice this if I didn't do such a thing. I can't be a Knight. I shouldn't aim for it since the beginning. While drinking alcohol, I thought about my life as a Knight who dropped out on the way. I remembered my deceased Anarchy. At that time, I was scolded by father, but Anarchy didn't say anything strange. On the contrary, when I said that I wanted to have a ranch of the Eagle King, he lent me some money from his pocket. The ranch management went well, as I originally loved birds. I had the confidence that the Eagle King I raised was a first-class product, and the best reason why the management went well was because of my parents' house. They went on an expedition on a regular basis, and every time they lost a lot of soldiers. There was always a shortage of the galloping birds in the Hu household after they returned home, so I replenished the stock. If it was a ranch that merely began its operation recently, they would haggle the price of the birds, but in my case, that didn't happen. Instead, they brought extra. I offered to train and resupply them, and every time I got money, the ranch became bigger and bigger. Before long, I was married to Suzuya. Yuri was born, and that Yuri was counted on by Anarchy. That was the content of the will, and it was left to Satsuki-san. In the case of the fate of the country, Yuri is arranged to be the chief. Persuade my younger brother to be the temporary chief of the household. With these much instructions, Satsuki-san did everything in a short time, including the dealing with the castle and the persuasion of the relatives. She was clever. I didn't understand what was Anarchy's thinking about. Yuri was excellent enough that anyone could understand it. Those who spoke with him said that he was a fine son. However, one couldn't be excellent if they wanted to become a Knight. It was also something I said to myself, but there were no better promising Knight candidate than me. I'm back. Yuri, the door was opened and Yuri came back. You're back. What did you do? Rook, I asked Satsuki-san to show me a map. Yuri, I see. Rook, he seemed to be doing well. I remembered the movement Yuri made in the daytime. It was a good idea to use the tablecloth to disturb the footing. Since it was possible to do so in that situation, he had the courage. Moreover, he had the talent to control the Eagle King. So the talent as a Knight was enough in all aspects. There would be low possible not being able to graduate from the School of Knight. Yuri, do you like the Eagle King? Rook, when I ask that, I like them. I've said it over and over again, right? Yuri, then do you like the works at the ranch? Rook, I like that too. I think it's a very peaceful and wonderful job. Yuri, I see. I also think the same. Rook, it had become like this, but I was going to make Yuri as a rancher. Even now, I still half-lie thought so. I've said this before, but Yuri will have to enter the school of night once. Rook, yes, I guess so. To be honest, I don't like it. Yuri, I'm telling you this not because of what has happened today. I have decided this from the beginning. Rook, I was no good, but Yuri isn't restricted to that. He has so much talent, so it is a shame to narrow his path from the beginning. When he gets in, he can try it. If it doesn't suit him, he may leave. If he has the compatibility, he may become a knight. If he can't, he can become a rancher. Although it is true that what I have been thinking from the beginning, it doesn't go simply easy. Is that so? Well, I will go there, but that will be much later, right? Yuri, yes. However, I would like you to go to the school of night as a son of a rancher. The situation will change if you enter as the son of the Who household chief. You got that? Rook, I guess a bit. Yuri, it is easy to guess, but that place is kind of scary. I'm not bluffing, I know it that well. You will enter the school of night from 10 years old. The graduation varies from person to person. If you do your best, you can graduate quickly. If you want to graduate early, you can study here in advance. Rook, even though I said there was no need to do so. You may not need to study, but you might want to learn martial arts a little. Rook, is that so? Well, then you can teach me in between the ranch work. Yuri, am I the one who will do the teaching? No, that's not acceptable. A parent shouldn't teach martial arts to their children, since there will be an affection. Rook, when I said that, Yuri seemed displeased and looked pitiful. Yuri was excellent, but he had the fear of strangers. Well, you can teach me things about the school of night. More importantly, it may be better to think how to explain this to Aka-san. Even though Satsuki-san said something like that, once you become the chief of the household, you may need to bring Aka-san to go to certain events. Yuri, it is embarrassing to be told that by the son, but I just remember Suzuya. When I think about it, he is right. If a person becomes the wife of a household chief, she has to study the etiquette and culture knowledge for years in the School of Liberal Arts, but Suzuya knew nothing of that and she would be humiliated. It may be Suzuya who will bear the burden the most. Well, I can refuse everything. I feel depressed. This is annoying. Anyhow, let's go to sleep now. You will be appointed during the meeting tomorrow, so they won't stay quit if you fall asleep. Yuri, yeah, let's go to sleep. Rook, I thought that I couldn't sleep because I was having too many thoughts, but I fell asleep immediately, probably because of the alcohol. They will laugh at you after entering the school, you know. I was told that by a white-haired Gi-san as I was limping on the floor of the dojo. I had been associating with this Gi-san for 3 years. This Gi-san was called Soim Hao. He was one of the so-called Who household's retired knights. He told me that he always went for the expedition when he was young. However, when the only son under his care died and the grandchild reached the age, he handed over the position of the family head to his grandchild, but he went to heaven with gout. After that, he was reinstated to be the family head again. So while hoping for the great-grandchildren who was born recently, he lived a life of hitting me with a stick and locking my joints. The only one who was losing was me. Soim was an elder whose age surpassed 90 years old. Even if he was such a Gi-san, he had grown old, but there were refined muscles under the depth of his wrinkled skin. Because of forged techniques, he was terrible strong. I got up and grabbed the wooden spear again. The tip of the white wooden spear was painted red, and it seemed to be used by children in training. The red tip meant the slashing edge. In the case of Soim, he held a stick wrapped with straws and covered with animal skin from the top. It wasn't considered to be painful even if I got hit, but because it was like a bamboo sword that completely hollow inside, it hurts when I got hit. As I expected, no matter what kind of stick, it still hurts. I got up. Please take care of me. Yuri saw him held the stick with both hands. I questioned myself. Would I be parried or totally avoided if I hit hard? Would I be countered on the feet or stabbed if I leaped toward him? The moment I thought he was out of breath, a light force was applied and a blow was made. Without any interval, he used footwork to do a foot sweep. He quickly swept my feet and I fell down unsightly. I hit the floor, but it ended without incident as I immediately took a defensive posture. Damn it. Of course, the specifications of body are different between adults and children, but I feel that our techniques are far apart. I've been working hard for 3 years, but I haven't reached him even once. That's not bad, but the way to quit was bad. If you withdraw when you are out of breath, it's going to be like this. Saw him. I pulled it when I pulled it, all right. Next time I will attack you. If you pull it and get attacked, I'm going to lose anyway, right? Yuri, ho ho, yes. Saw him was laughing. Then he said to admonish me. Since there is a big difference between young master and I, you have no choice but to lose. But think about it. For example, if this is a battlefield, would your fellow men join in and help you to throw it down if you pull and persevere? However, if you attack recklessly, you will be defeated like now. So there is no point to do that. Saw him, that was reasonable. Surely he was right. For some reason, this elder called me young master. I couldn't say anything about it. I was always worried that he thought that I was inexperienced. Indeed, it may be. Yuri, I put my strength into my body and stood up. The breathing was set. Come at me. Saw him. Shanty knights were strongly attached with spears. Basically, the spear used was mainly short spear, not long spear that was used to create dense wall of spears against cavalry charge. However, that didn't mean they only mastered the use of short spear only. Since the spear looked awkward, it would be weird to walk with it in the house like every day. Therefore, they usually had a short sword, just like the warriors in the Edo period who had matched pair of long and short swords. The short sword was something to be brought when people went out. There were also varieties of spears, as there were also people who were good with slashing rather than stabbing. They seemed to love using a Japanese halberd style. In short, the basic fighting styles for shanty were spear arts, short spear, sword arts, short sword, and hand-to-hand combat. The game that I played in Japan was something like spear was strong against sword, sword was strong against bare hand, and bare hands were strong against spear. There were also games about three-way struggles, but the reality didn't go that way. Yes, that is. Saw him, I was dodging saw him spears as he shouted on purpose. He held a short sword made of wood in his hand. If he swept the leg, I pulled the leg just before it hit. If he hit my face, I would bend the upper body. Somehow, I managed to avoid. Since there was barely engagement distance between the spear's swings, it would be easy to avoid if I took one step back. It seemed that he relaxed without chasing my feet, but I also couldn't compensate with that. While holding the wooden short sword, I held the handle with one hand. When I barely avoided the spear that was stabbed at hand, I grabbed the spear body with the empty hand. The action of grasping the spear body was a strange thing for those who used spear. It was because I would be forced to shake it off if I tried to shake it off. So, in terms of moves, there was only one way, and that gave me a chance to attack. I also turned to offensive. When I entered the engagement distance, I stabbed the short sword as it was and aimed at the handle of the spear. However, by the time I was aiming at it, saw him had already out of his grasp, and the hand holding the short sword was being aimed with a fist. The fist hit the handle, and I unintentionally released my hand. At the moment when my body got stiff, I got hit lightly on the belly and I fell on my back. A spear arrived at the same time as I fell. I was stabbed at the belly. As expected, I lost. After that, I went around the perimeter of the mansion with saw him to reorganize the physical training. By the time I became sweaty, the training ended. Well then, the next lesson is tomorrow. Please rest your body well. Saw him, thank you very much. Yuri, after the meal, I would be directly taught by Satsuki today. Hey, Satsuki, I was struck on my head. Yuri, my consciousness was abruptly awakened. I was half asleep. You were sleeping, weren't you? Satsuki, ah yes. Yuri, is it boring? Satsuki, she seemed anxious when saying that. It was extremely boring. No, I will do my best. Satsuki, I'm going to remember where the snow falls in the winter. Satsuki, Yuri, when the subject is an elderly woman, change the use of verbs, all right. The objects are an elderly male and a young person, think land, royalty, an elderly woman and a young person. It will change in that case. Yes. Yuri, I was told to such extent, I felt like I was lost again. Satsuki's obsession with the ancient Shan language involved everything. It was a flawed language. What does it mean that the verb changes in the object? If the objects are queen and desk, the verb look would change from look to looked, and that's it. However, there are 7 ways to do that. It's just an inconvenient language. I don't know who thought of this language, but it is terrible. I'm glad the language become extinct quickly. It's a natural selection. The present language is like this because it had to be refined since everyone was stupid, I guess. So the ending is now in the winter. If the woman is either an elderly woman or a young person, you can use snow, so there is one less thing to remember. Satsuki, what do you mean there is one less thing to remember when there are 7 things to remember? 6 and 7 are considered many. It's not a FEW, it's still many, you know. I can't appreciate this at all. What does that mean? Yuri, I wondered how many times I asked that question. In order to read classic literature, you should be able to do this. Satsuki, that similar answer came back. The classic literature was at a different level compared to the ancient writing of the country's language. It wasn't a different language. How should I say this? I'm not that sure, but I don't think Italian language is the same as Latin. If I can do this, would I be able to use something like magic? Yuri, what are you talking about? Satsuki, no, it's nothing. Yuri, if I can use magic, I will desperately learn this for a while. Even though this is similar as history, why don't you like classic literatures? Satsuki looked bothered when saying that. It isn't exactly the same. I'm not aiming to be an archaeologist, so why do I have to learn the ancient language? I would still willing to learn if it is a language that is routinely used by the neighboring countries. But people who use that language in the daily lives are no longer exist in this world. Anyhow, if you call yourself an educated person, you must be able to speak the ancient Shan language. Well, let's try to write and remember. Satsuki, it has been so long that I feel like wanting to run away from studying. It gives a terrible feeling. When the pure penance ended, I went to Siamu's room with empty eyes. Even though I wasn't tortured, my legs were staggering for some reason. I wanted to see Siamu and be healed. I opened the door. Sup, Yuri. Siamu headed to her desk, grasping a pen, and didn't move. Sup, Yuri. Is it you, Yuri? Siamu, it seemed that she had just noticed me. She was way too focused until she didn't notice that I had opened the door. What's wrong? Yuri, it's nothing. Siamu, want to do that later. Yuri, I didn't really have other things to do. This Kepler's law is amazing, isn't it? Siamu, what? Were you thinking about difficult things again? Yuri, I can explain everything with this heliocentric model. The predictions of Mercury are perfect, and there are also mysterious movements of Mars. To be honest, I was skeptical. Siamu, are you still in doubt? It was mysterious for me, who has never taken astronomical observation, when it comes to the mysterious movement of Mars, but it seemed that the great mystery has been resolved. I'm glad. That's good then. Yuri, in the present model, Mars and other planets were supposed to be circling around the Sun. Siamu, what's that? Isn't that the heliocentric theory? Yuri, say, the Sun is turning around the Earth and a planet goes around the Sun. In other words, the Sun is spinning as the second moon, which is far from the moon, and the planet goes around like a moon. It's like that. Siamu, wait, what? This is a strange world again. As I know the mass of the Sun, I can't imagine this situation. If you apply various coefficients to it, you can explain the movement of the astronomical object as well. Siamu, are you a fool? Is that so? Yuri, if you look at Mars throughout the year, it will do this kind of movement. Siamu drew a line on a wooden board and showed it to me. It was the Z alphabet in reverse. Really? I see. Yuri, let's assume that I know it. If Mars orbits around the Earth in a circular orbit, you will not see it in this way. Siamu, well, that's true. If the Earth is in the middle, it will only cross the sky at night, if you think normally. But if you think that Mars is going around the Sun, this can be explained. Siamu, is that what you mean? Yuri, this is like a coffee cup ride in an amusement park. In the case of merry-go-round, it is impossible for a customer on a horseback to move in the opposite direction to the rotation direction. But if it is a coffee cup ride, It seems like the customer is temporarily moved in the opposite direction to the rotation direction. The Ptolemaic theory is also well thought out. It is a guy who can give a plausible argument to anything, isn't it? Yuri, what are you saying? Is that some kind of proverb? Siamu, I see. Yuri, I heard it for the first time, but that's how it is. I'm trying to explain about various coefficients by putting a theory on another theory. Siamu, I see. However, the fact that we have an explanation is because various numbers set to be truly consistent. It's going to be a very complicated calculation. However, if it is this model, it can clear up completely without useless reasoning. For me, it's wonderful. I think it is beautiful. All combines into one. Siamu, that's good for you. Yuri, she's somewhat happy. I used to be like this in the past when I was in the lab. Even if I say to myself, it's amusing, isn't it? Thought it was you who thought about it. Siamu seemed sorry when saying that. No, I don't mind. Yuri, they are the theories I know, and I am not the one who thought about it, so it is fine. If it's about the money, I don't want to receive the honor or respect from the theories thought by Kepler of the other world. I can't do that, but I will try to go thoroughly those theories in various ways. Siamu, thoroughly, is it? It can't be helped then. Yuri, let's do something different, all right. Like what? Like playing house, maybe. I can't tell you to watch Pretty Cure, so I wonder if there is something like that in this age. This is fun, so I can't help with it. Siamu, I told you, don't overdo it. Yeah, that's amazing. What kind of brain you have. When I was around this age, and when there were 151 Pokemons, it was something to be delighted if somebody got the Mutewo that was born from science experiment. This cousin of mine is happy when she understands the binomial theorem, trigonometric functions, and the model of the solar system with Kepler's law. Is this what you call a smart person? Do you want to go out for a moment? Do something interesting, maybe? Yuri, it's better to go outside for a little bit. Siamu, that was somehow an obvious, unpleasant reaction. It's all right. It's a distraction, you know. Yuri, it's all right if you are interested, but sometimes you say something weird. Siamu, weird. Asking her to go out for distraction is something Siamu already got used to it. As a hikikomori person, this may not a distraction to go outside. But if you are like that, that's fine. Siamu, when we went out of the mansion, it was already dusk. There was a ginkgo tree planted in the yard of the mansion. Its leaves turned red and dropped fruits. It had a slight ginkgo smell, but it didn't feel like a bad odor. It was a place where no one could step on it, and the servants were usually picking the fruits up before it got rotten. I had seen them doing that. It was no different from a well-maintained garden with stones and ponds like it was in Japan. However, since there were few evergreen trees in this area, all of them wither in winter. So, I couldn't see any green at all. It was a bit lonely. Besides, it was cold. I was wearing a fur coat, but I still felt the coldness in my limbs. It's winter already. Yuri, and when I said that, Varu-san said the same thing. Siamu, it seems I've been indirectly said that I am like old man. Have you ever wondered why this place is cold? Yuri, well then, shall we talk about preferences? Fortunately, I have a lot of repertoire. Isn't it because we are at the north? Siamu, whether it is north or south, the total annual daylight hour shouldn't change. Yuri, area with white nights always have polar nights, so they are balanced. The length of daylight through a year is almost unchanged for both at the equator and in the polar regions. There will be a half of the day because there are bright evenings and dawns due to the atmospheric reflections, so the night should be shorter. I see. I wonder why. Siamu began to think. This bright girl had the virtue not to ask other people for answers immediately. She always tried to find her own answer. She was a daughter who was worth teaching. Is it because air flow or ocean current? Siamu, surely there will be that too. It is because of the angle of the sun. Yuri, angle is the angle involved. Siamu, it's easy to understand if you think about a fireplace. Yuri, I pushed my palm. It will be hot if you hold your palm vertically to the fire like this, but it will not be so hot if it is slanted this way. The amount of heat per area is reduced. Besides, the ground is always oblique to the sun, right? Yuri, Siamu was impressed with her mouth wide opened. I see, Siamu, thus this land becomes cold. Yuri, it's interesting. Siamu, try to look this based on that fact. Yuri, I picked up one of the fallen leaves of the ginkgo tree. What is it? Siamu seemed to be having fun, and that might be because of I cheered up earlier. This leaf, Yuri. Siamu, you see the leaves are falling, right? Yuri, yes. Siamu, why do the leaves fall? Can you guess that? Yuri, Siamu began to think again. I don't understand, isn't the way it is. Siamu, it seemed that she didn't know. Certainly it is true that the leaves fall because it is such a tree. Yuri, Siamu, in this area everything freezes during the winter. Therefore, that is a survival method to live in such a place. Yuri, so the tree let the leaves fall because they will freeze, is it? I see. Siamu, it seemed that she understood right away. However, it would be hard labor for the plants to make such a large amount of leaves every year and let it fall all the way. In terms of human beings, it is like cutting arms every year to live. Therefore, it should be a big burden. Yuri, even if you don't want to do that, you can't help with it because the leaves will freeze, right? Siamu, that's true, but is that so? If that is the way, the three will make the leaf trick, circulate the sap and don't let it freeze up the core. If you protect the surface with a hard-to-freeze substance, you can retain your hand. You don't have to throw it away. Yuri, when I think about it, that's true. But the trees don't do that. Siamu, it's not going to be like that in a cold place like this. I guess that means such plants will not grow here. As far as plants are concerned, it would be much better if to retain enough leaves to withstand the cold here, rather than reproducing the leaves every year. Yuri, then will it be different in warmer regions? Siamu, that's right. There are some plants that grow green all year around in the southernmost part of the country. There is a boundary around that, so if you go to the south all the way, there is no need for the plant to take measures against the cold anymore. There are a lot of plants that have thin leaves all year round. Yuri, I see. Siamu, this is also interesting, isn't it? Yuri, yes. Siamu smiled, seeming to be bashful. Well then, shall we return? Yuri, yes, it's starting to get cold. Siamu, the dinner would be ready soon. I could see the soldiers guarding the gate in the distance, and they were alternating for the night shift. After the 10th birthday, the entrance ceremony of the School of Knights was approaching. Although there was no entrance examination, I was pushed to be here at the critical moment. Leaving that aside, I should talk about Rook. Satsuki said that Rook's life wouldn't change, but eventually his life changed dramatically. Certainly, it would have been possible to continue running the ranch as before if he abandoned everything, but Rook, who had a strong sense of responsibility, couldn't do so. These days, he entrusted most of the work to other people, and he was doing his job as the chief of the household, meeting with the knight's subordinates, having talks, addressing appropriate posting, and rebuilding the order of the knights. Still, he didn't intend to quit the ranch management. He continued doing it as a sideline job. However, when he went to do the ranch, he commuted with his personal Eagle King. While being a rancher, he didn't own any Eagle King. When needed, he rode the Eagle King, which hadn't been sold yet. Since keeping it cost him money, it was wasteful to keep an eagle which wasn't an article for sale. Now that wasn't the case. It was finally the first time in his life to own a personal Eagle King. Suzuya seemed to be adapting normally. She was living at her own pace, while gardening, cooking, and creating a good relationships with the maids. That might be thanks to her personality. In social circles, her body was weak, and it was difficult to participate in events. She had a weak body because of hard labor when she was young. Of course, Satsuki participating in the events instead of Suzuya. As a result, the burden had been reduced considerably, as Suzuya didn't need to participate in unless it was important events that she must attend by all means. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to the ranch tomorrow. Rook, that day, Rook told me that during the dinner. This wasn't unusual. There should be any sudden change of plans because Rook's schedule had been filled up for a month, but still, I couldn't predict our old relatives died. Therefore, funerals were mainly to be a sudden change of schedule. Anyhow, that was unfortunate. For me, simple labor and practice with birds on the ranch had become the most enjoyable entertainment. Is it because someone's funeral? Yuri, no, that's not it. Rook, it seemed to be different. So what then? Yuri, a disease has spread in the town of the south. Yuri plague, it sounded dangerous. It seems to be smallpox disease. Rook, TLN, I was trying to find a different name for smallpox, but I couldn't. I see, I've heard about it. Isn't it better not to go there? Yuri, when I said that, I can't do that, especially when people are in trouble. Rook, he told me so, but you'll be in trouble if you get infected. Yuri, you are worrywart, it won't spread that easily. Rook, how's that so? If he is referring to the rule of thumb, that's still fine. Anyhow, that is a judgment without a scientific basis. Well then, I'm going too. Yuri, do you want to go as well? Rook, it would be nice if it doesn't spread that easily. Yuri, but Rook, he was reluctant. I would like to see what the disease looks like. Please, Yuri, I got it, but do as I say. Rook, that is my line. I wanted to shout that, but I had to suppress my mouth. The next day we went out by riding an Eagle King from the morning. Recently, I was allowed to hold the rein as a practice during the cruise flight. The territory of whose household was vast. It seemed to spread about 100 km, but moving through it was considerably difficult. There was no GPS in this world. On the contrary, there was no decent map or compass that could be used in the air. So, we would fly by intuition while looking at the ground terrain. In other words, we couldn't reach the destination unless we knew the terrain of the ground in detail. If we flew in a hurry, we would get lost. We were flying for about 1 hour. We managed to get to the destination. Since the city was a good landmark, the terrain was basically based on a city, so I remembered that. If I remembered the terrains that directly connected to the major cities, there should be no problem at all. It was like an airway. I gave the rein to Rook because I didn't know the way from the city. Rook had taken a course toward the west and was flying for a while. In the meantime, I saw dark smoke rising in the sky. It was a beacon. When I returned the rein to Rook, the Eagle King looked down and started to descend. According to some books, the smallpox was the disease that was brought from the Cura country when there was still Shantilla Great Empire. There was no effective treatment once people were inflicted, and the probability of dying was 50%. Speaking of the knowledge, I had it until that extent. Before we got into the village where smallpox disease was prevalent, I gave Rook 3 sheets of long cloth like a washcloth. Here you go. Yuri, when I said that, what is this? Rook, he said while in doubt, please cover your mouth and nose. Yuri, I covered my mouth and nose with a towel. It became harder to breathe, but I could still breathe. Why? Rook, that is for disease prevention. Yuri, I said it and I did what I said. Such a common sense didn't apply in this world. They didn't know the existence of pathogens or viruses. They were thinking that it was a poison that blew from the ground and that was the cause of the disease. Well, they thought that it was only contagious for a while. That was the extent of their understanding. How should I explain this? Anyhow, this way can greatly reduce the possibility of disease transfer. Yuri, but that's not cool. Rook, he doesn't like it. It is probably because the dignity of a feudal lord. Oi, Lord Sama, wear the mask in that way or you'll get the disease, you know. As expected, it's not good for public appearance. I mean that kind of feeling. If Aru-san comes home with the disease, it might be transmitted to nursing mothers, and it might be transmitted to Satsuki Obachan and me. Then the whole family is destroyed, and that is the end of the household. I think it's not cool to take that risk. Yuri, when I told that seriously, G got it, I will put it on. Rook reluctantly put on a mask. Good, good. After that we walked into the village. There are sick people who don't have anyone to take care of them here. The building where the guide explained was something like a town hall or a meeting hall. He opened the door. When we went inside, the smell was overwhelming. The moment I saw the sick people lying in a sleeping place with a lined bag, which I couldn't say a bed, I wanted to cover my eyes. Their face and arms were covered with blisters about the size of their fingertips. Perhaps it had spread to the body as well. The degree varied depending on the patients, but in the case of patients who were in a severe condition, their arms were covered with blisters from the face, and it was more difficult to find healthy skin. They seemed to be uniformly treated with high fever. This is bad. There were also some patients whose skins had been scratched and their face was covered in blood. Aru-san, please don't touch the sick people absolutely. Yuri, it sounded so bad if that heard by the sick people, so I whispered that to him. Ideally, I wanted to get Rook out of this building right away. Got it. Rook, Rook said so while looked upset. Indeed, the disease would probably spread if we touched the sick people. But it's terrible. Rook looked around the room and came back while observing the sick people. I didn't feel like looking at them. It was like watching a baby played innocently with a dagger that had just returned back from sharpening. When he finished watching around and came back, I grabbed Rook's hand. "Oh boy, wait a second. Rook," I pulled him all the way to the door. "Please open the door." Yuri, when I said that, the guide had a slightly suspicious look. It seemed that he was going to say that if I was in a hurry, I should open it myself. I couldn't do that. The doorknob should be covered with pus in the blisters. From my point of view, it was like a deadly poison. "Please open the door quickly." Yuri, when I said that again, the guide opened the door. We hurried to get out of the building. What's wrong? Rook, if we stay in that room, Aru-san will get sick. Yuri, that's an exaggeration. Rook looked at me as if he was looking at his troubled son. I'm not exaggerating. Yuri, I was aware of the disease. It was too similar to smallpox. Smallpox was a disease caused by smallpox virus. People would become ill after a half-month of incubation period from infection. Then the blisters that contained pus all over the body would come up. It wasn't only on the body surface, but the same symptoms appeared in the viscera, and it would start to cause inflammation from the inside and the outside. Then, the people would seem to have high fever near 40 degrees, and that lasted for a few days. In the meantime, those who didn't have the resilience would die. It was fortunate that they would be able to eradicate the virus from the body in a few days, but the mortality rate was about 25%. That was considerably high mortality rate. Since 25% was the average value, the mortality rate would go up if this happened in a community where there were fewer things to eat due to bad harvests and population resilience was declining. That was in the case of human. Hence, it might be worse for Shanti. In addition to being highly contagious, smallpox was bothersome because of its symptoms. Since sick people had blisters with pus inside, the pus and the part of the skin that came out would remain in the surroundings. Of course, it contained plenty of smallpox virus and it was infectious. Furthermore, the smallpox virus was very strong, and unlike HIV, which inactivated the moment it left the body, this virus survived in the pieces of skin, and it didn't become inactive for nearly a year. Then the pus and the part of skin tissue adhered to human hands, back of shoes, fibers of clothes, and others. After that, the infection spread rapidly. It was a very troublesome disease with a high level of infection and lethality combined with a variety of characteristics. I got it. I really got it, you know. What should I do? Rook, let's go home now. Yuri, when I said that, I can't do that. Rook, he replied that way. Why? I have a duty as a lord. I have to save the people here. I can't run away and do nothing just because I am afraid of the disease. Rook, dear me, that's reasonable. I really wanted to sigh. So what are you going to do? Yuri, that is, gather people from around, open the storehouses and give food. Rook, it's good to give them food, but the disease will spread if you gather people. The Lord's job is not to help the 100 people here and let 1,000 get sick, but the job is to let the number remain as 100. Yuri, it may be surely so, but then what should I do? Are you telling me to wait for the people here to die? As a lord, Rook, he became serious out of nowhere. Please listen to me. If you gather people, make sure they don't get infected. There is a way to make people not infected with this disease for a certain period of time. Yuri, what? Rook, let's find farmers who have cows in this village. It is good to have farmers who milk a lot and distribute it to the village. Yuri, what, you didn't want to go home? Rook, I think it is best to let other people check after going home, but since this can be done quickly, we should go now. Yuri, when I thought about it, even if people were infected, there would still time if they were given the vaccine. The reason why the symptoms didn't become apparent because people had antibodies before the smallpox virus multiplied in the body. I got it. Shall we go? Rook, when we arrived at the farm that we heard from the guide, they were living perfectly normal as I expected. They were scared of the infection, but they had no smallpox patient. We thanked them and then they left. As I expected, they are fine. Yuri, isn't it a coincidence? Rook was skeptical. That's not it. All people of this house are not infected. Let's squeeze the udders together with everyone. Yuri, what do you mean? Rook, how should I explain this? There is the same kind of disease that cows suffer from. The cows have the same symptoms as the disease. However, the symptom is the extent to which some blisters can appear around the udders. The cows never die from that. So the disease is transmitted from the cows to human, but even if it spread, the symptoms are light. 1 or 2 blisters may appear, which can cause the body to become slightly sluggish, but it doesn't affect the daily life. These people got sick while milking sick cows. Yuri, I don't understand why they don't get sick. Rook, that is, well, if I have to say, the body has experience of fighting similar enemies, so I'm sure that the body won't lose if it gets infected by the fatal disease, right? If you are fighting an expert of spear art and you have previously fought a weaker opponent of the same school, you can proceed in an advantageous way. It's the same analogy. Yuri, actually, it was different, but that would be easier for Rook to understand if such an analogy was given. In Japan, the disease that cows suffered was called cowpox. Vaccination using cowpox was established early as a preventative measure against smallpox. Cowpox was a virus that was closely related to smallpox. It could be transmitted to human, but there was little harm, although a primordial vaccine against smallpox was called smallpox vaccination. In other words, once humans were infected with cowpox, which was an attenuated species of smallpox, they would create immunity. Smallpox was a deadly infectious disease, but unlike HIV and influenza, vaccination was a very effective disease. If people get immunized with vaccination, they would never get smallpox until the immunity was lost. Even if it occurred, the infection could be minimized by immunizing all the surrounding population. After all, I don't really know. I have never heard of that before. Rook, is that so? But there is such a talk. Yuri, so what should I do? Rook, look for cows with blister on its udders. Then crush the blister with a needle or something. After that, apply the contents to the person's arm or somewhere and scratch it so that a little blood may come from above the skin. If the disease is transmitted well, they will get some reaction. That's it. Yuri, I see, I got it. If you say so, shall we do that? Rook, it seemed that he finally got out from being uneasy. I might spell it uneasy, but I wondered how many adults willing to do it if a 10-year-old child said such a thing. If Rook didn't believe me, he must have been laughing by now. Even if adults trusted me, if they weren't good ones, they wouldn't have listened to me. I really appreciate it, Aru-san. All right, let's go home for today. Rook, when I returned home by riding an Eagle King, I keep a distance from people, took off all my shoes and clothes, put them in a bag, washed the exposed face and hands with distilled alcohol, took a bath and put on new clothes. Rook also had a hard time smiling, but he went along with me. I felt that my stock share had fallen a little by this time, but it couldn't be helped. The bag was put deep inside of a storehouse, and it was decided to remain in quarantine for more than 2 years. 2 days later, cows infected with cowpox were discovered, and all the sick people in that village were vaccinated. The village was to be isolated until the infection settled down. I thought that we should be all right, but since Rook and I were both late, we went there to get vaccinated. Since this was the 4th day, it should be fine. The symptoms could be suppressed considerably even if it developed. I was worried about the effects when it was about the vaccination, but most of the people who got vaccinated avoided the infection. It seemed that the effect was as expected. There were very few people who had been infected, but it was probably the failure of getting vaccinated. Although I was relieved that the smallpox vaccination project, which had become a bit of large scale, had succeeded, I could feel that I was having a slight cold. As I was already 10 years old, I was enrolled to the School of Knights. From this day, I would start living in the capital city. I was depressed. The most enjoyable things I'd ever had since I came to this world was between 1 and 7 years old. From that point, I was made to remember the history, memorize the national language. When I was done, I was made to learn the ancient Shan language. The last part didn't end well, but there was no turning back. Siamu would surpass me. Anyhow, when I was handed a family tradition short sword from Siamu, I was instinctively moved. As I thought about the days of 3 years of training, tears came out. There was a second residence of the Hu household in Capital City. When the whole family came here before the entrance ceremony, we stayed there without doing anything on that day. Today was the day of the entrance examination. Even if people did bad during the entrance examination, it wasn't a measurement to refuse them from enrolling in. It seemed to be some sort of classification test. There was no elementary school in this country. Education was entrusted to respective family until the age of 10. For that reason, there would be a gap in academic ability. If people were allocated to the lowest class, it might start like a classroom of writing letters. Contrary to Satsuki's education, it was only torture to be confined in such a place for a year, so I had to work hard here. Then in that morning, "It's fine, you don't have to come. I can go alone." "Yuri," I tried hard to soothe my parents. "What are you saying? It is a rule for parents to follow. You don't have to be shy because other children are going with their parents too." "Rook, I was planning to go alone because they would bring the carriage that the Hu household had. What is this? When I was thinking that a maid could put on the uniform of knights on me, I was dressed up by my parents and they planned to follow me. They wore formal attires and they were going to come with me to the class division test. What does this mean? Are you sure? Yuri, do you think that I'm lying? Rook, is this for real? Give me a break. I wonder if Yuri is embarrassed." Suzuya seemed sorry when saying that. When I looked at her sad face, it was strange that it made me sad as well. "I need to hurry. There is no such thing. It's my pride to be with you, Akasan." Yuri, and put a follow-up. "Well, why do you say you want to go alone?" Suzuya, I wondered if this will bother Akasan and Arusan since this is just an exam. Yuri, do you think we are bothered to see our son's big moment? Suzuya was staring at me. When I was looked with such eyes, I thought I was wrong. Is this the strength of a mother? "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please take care of me today." Yuri, I had no choice but to give up when it became like this. I had to give in. "Yes, good boy, I will support you perfectly." Suzuya, if such a mother said such things, a son had no choice but to try his best. "Let's do my best." Then we got on the carriage and started moving. When I thought about it, this was the first time I was riding a carriage to the capital city. After moving for about 30 minutes, we arrived at a large establishment. The walls continued like forever, and it felt like it wouldn't stop. On the other side of the wall, I could see trees. Just as I thought, this seemed to be the School of Knights. Then the carriage turned in the middle of the wall and went into a place like a big gate. According to what I had heard from Rook, this must be the School of Knights, but it wasn't entirely the School of Knights. There were two establishments inside here, the School of Knights and the School of Liberal Arts. It seemed to be called Academy by including both establishments. In other words, the big gate that I visited would be the main gate of the Academy. The School of Knights had mainly male students, while the School of Liberal Arts had mainly female students. Apparently, there were no female classmates when Rook studied here, but there seemed to be male students in the School of Liberal Arts. When it was about the School of Liberal Arts, people with incredible social status like witches and not knights studied here. In other words, they were the bureaucrats who served the queen. Speaking of the shogunate, there were like lower-ranking vassals or vassals under direct control of the shogun, but these witches weren't taking the role of fighting. They did purely clerical works or government official works. The women and the men of the witch households and the women of knight households usually enrolled in the School of Liberal Arts. Hence, in the School of Knights, the students were usually the men from the knight households, the men from the witch households, and it would be rare to have women from the witch households. This was how it looked like. The men of the knight household and the women of the witches' households were clearly going to be the bureaucrats and the soldiers, but other than that, it would be slightly complicated. If the men of the witch households had physical strength, they would be absorbed under the army of the queen to be either the imperial guards or generals. If they were intelligent but weren't able to become ministers due to disadvantages in life, they could still become bureaucrats. In terms of position, if people hadn't decided what they wanted to be, They could live a relatively free and had an unconstrained life. Since they couldn't hope to remain in their parents' house, some of them left the house and became merchants or farmers. The women of the night households, they could work as bureaucrats if they were intelligent, but usually they became the bride of another night. If the daughters of educated families went to the school of liberal arts, they were purely going there for education. Satsuki was one of the examples. What was rare occurrence was daughters of which households entered the knight's household. There was a small number, but it was also a way to attain fame. Speaking of what they were going to be, they became the commissioned officers of the Imperial Guards. There were very few women in the school of knights, but the Imperial Guards were separated from the knights, and the 7 great witch households which took out money to be preserved. The commander-in-chief was the queen, and the general class was all female. Since there were not many people who wanted to get into the military in the future because they would have hard times as girls, most of the Imperial Guards were male, but their rank was below than the girls. For example, Gala, who was Rook's best friend. Gala was incredibly successful in life. He finally served as the deputy commander of the 500 Cavalry's Corps of the 1st Imperial Guard Forces. It was commonly said that this was the end of his career. He couldn't achieve higher rank than that. The rest was just waiting for the future to be laid out by the generals or the general of the army. By the way, the test for the School of Liberal Arts was conducted yesterday. When we entered from the main gate, there were already a series of carriages. There were a lot of adults. Rook was certainly telling the truth. It looked like to be a parent-participant type of class distribution test. What's going on in this country? When the carriage of the Hu household entered the flock of carriages, I felt that the eyes of some adults were concentrated here. The carriage went to the inner part and stopped. Then the coachman descended to open the passenger car door. As a family of 3 people landed on the ground, their voices clearly stopped, and there was a feeling that their attention were focusing here. What's with these people? Is it because the prestige of the Hu household is huge? Or is it because the non-knight and rancher Rook's strange reputation? I feel that something is wrong. Either way, a headache is likely to occur when considering about the future. Rook, who had been used to the attention in the last 3 years, escorted Suzuya with a calm face without being bothered by the atmosphere. After that, they headed toward a building. Then, I followed them. As I walked into a splendid brick building like a university building, there was a place like a reception for large company, and there was a person who seemed to be a receptionist sitting there. "I'm Rook Hu. This is my son, Yuri." When Rook said so to the receptionist, "Thank you for coming. The person in charge will immediately guide him to the exam venue. Rook-sama, Suzuya-sama, please wait in the parents' waiting room." Receptionist, what, he knows up to Suzuya's name? That's a big deal. Well then, let me guide you. In almost no time, a beautiful one-san came over. It seemed she was the guide. Here was the farewell to my parents for a while. "Do your best, Yuri." "Rook, I'm cheering you on." Rook and Suzuya waved goodbye with a smile. This is not like the entrance examination for university. Then I entered the room that was the examination hall, led by the one-san. Soon I noticed something strange. Of course, there were a lot of children who were about my age among the people here. The strange thing was that the examination test had already begun. There were 20 to 30 children sitting on long desks like in a university lecture room, writing or twisting their head toward the wooden board in front of them. If they weren't altogether seriously enjoying graffiti, they must be taking the exam now. Next to each of them was a person who seemed to be a staff member. They were either a man or a woman. Some of the children probably had finished taking the test since they left the board on the desk and left the hall. What's going on? If we aren't going to start at the same time, there will be impartiality. Is there no time limit? If this is the case, it is normal to hold everyone up and start all at once, given the risk of leaking questions to those who come later. Is this going to be fine? Without understanding what was going on, I was seated in a proper place. A wooden board was placed on the desk. An inkwell and a feather pen were added after that. The wooden board had no name, and only the problem was engraved on the whitish wooden board. Of course, the problem was engraved not by printing but by writing. It's a waste to use parchment, huh? There were only 10 questions. If these questions were translated to Japanese, no 1, write the name of our country. No 2, write the names of the neighboring countries. No 3, what is the answer of 12x3? No 4, with north at the upper side, write north, south, east, and west. No 5, what is the name of the queen? Read the following sentences and answer the questions. Kuro had a big spear, but the spear was stolen. The stolen spear was sold and Shiro made a lot of money. Shiro used the money to buy a medicine. When Kuro found Shiro, he hit Shiro. When Kuro saw Ao, he forgave Shiro. No 6, who stole Kuro's spear? No 7, why did Shiro want money? No 8, why did Kuro hit Shiro? No 9, why did Kuro forgive Shiro? No 10, write Kuro, Shiro, and Ao in kanji. TLN, Kuro black, Shiro white, Ao blue. It was something like this. No matter how I look at it, these questions are easy. What did I study for 3 years? I had to study for 3 years, and in this crucial moment, I feel like the anger is building up. That old hag, while I somehow felt terribly lifeless, I solved the problems and said I'm done. I probably took like 5 minutes. Already, the guide looked at my wooden board and confirmed that the answers were complete. Ah yes, please follow me. Then I was brought to the front. There was a woman who was like a teacher. Say your name and submit your answers. Woman, my name is Yuri. Who? I finished answering. Yuri, as the old teacher looked at the wooden board, she said bring him to the first room without hesitation. Without a moment delay, she moved a rioting brush on the nearby notes. Then I saw the note and it said no. 1 Yuri. Who? What's that? Please follow me. Guide, I didn't understand the meaning. After that, I followed the female guide and went out of the room. I walked in the room where I was led to. The room was much smaller than the previous one, and there were about 5 other children already. Please wait here. The guide lowered her head to me as if she had finished one job. Then she turned back, went toward the door we came in, and left the room. She seemed to be ready to leave me here and went back. I don't really get this. Please wait a moment. What is it here? When I asked from the back, the guide turned around and leaned. Is this the exam hall? Yuri, if it was an exam, I did it earlier. I'm sorry, but I finished the exam earlier. Yuri, when I said so, the guide got me and made a consent face. Ah, that was a preliminary exam. It was a general exam. This is the real exam from now on. Guide, odd, is that so? When I thought about it a little, I immediately understood. So, since there is a big gap in academic ability, I'm going to have to take few simple tests in advance before the class division from now on. Therefore, they were breaking it up with wooden boards and not starting all at once. Since it was wasteful to use parchment for such a test, I supposed they would shave the wooden board and reuse it after the test was finished. It was strange for the guide waiting next to the examinees during the exam, but that was because it was just a transit point. It was obvious to end soon. Understood. I'm sorry, I didn't understand how it works. Yuri, it's all right. The guide said that, and this time she left the room. What? Is that really how it is? What? But if they don't explain it, people will think that is the exam. In a sense, this should have been explained by Rook beforehand. That guy, oh well. I guess I have to wait for the exam to begin. I waited for a while, but the exam didn't start, and it didn't start even after about 30 minutes. When I thought about it, the final exam wouldn't start until the preliminary exam was finished. Is somebody holding out? Or was it too early for Rook to bring me to the venue? Then, would I have to wait for another 30 minutes? Then, the number of children in the room increased rapidly. If that was the content of the exam, it would be uncommon for children to earn a perfect score. However, considering the number of people in the hall, the number of people here was small. By considering that point, here wasn't a class for those who got 9 out of 10 points, but this might be a class of those with a perfect score. By the time the children in the room had come to understand each other and had conversations, the teacher finally showed up. The teacher was accompanied by a girl. She was about the same age as me. It was a beautiful girl with well-groomed features. She had blonde hair, which was rare in this country. When I thought about it, this place was like Scandinavia, so blonde hair wasn't an uncommon image. However, this was the first person I saw with blonde hair. Of course, There was no one blonde among the tens of students. From my point of view, it was the same feeling of a blonde person with blue eyes saying, "Even so, this is the original ancestral of Japanese, and I would be considerably surprised." There was someone with blonde hair among Shanti. I stared at her out of curiosity. When I looked at the surroundings, the other children were also staring her. For some reason, she gave a feeling of cleverness and not so friendly. Well, it might feel that way because of the tension and the strong face she had. The girl immediately sat on a seat before me and turned back. "Is it a girl? Rook said that there is no girl in the School of Knights. Didn't he said something like that? Was that a lie? However, she has the same cute face as Siamu, but the style is somehow different. Siamu eyes are vivid when I look closely. The whole eyes are small and round, and it seems that the impression is quite different from that girl. Siamu had a cute face that anyone would love to see even if she stops making the sullen look, but even if this girl smiles, it won't be an atmosphere where people can easily approach her. No, I'm not sure about that. Well, I wonder if this girl was the last student. For heaven's sake, please let that be true. Well then, I will distribute the paper." The sensei declared and began to hand out the paper that became the exam questions to each person. Yee, it finally begins. Soon, the exam questions on the parchment had been distributed to my place before long. If I finish this up, I'll be able to go home today. Let's finish this quickly. I directed my eyes to the surface of the test paper. My eyes opened wide while reading the contents slightly. Oi oi. The first question was the question on the strategic terms that were written in the book on military tactics, which seemed to be the fake descendants of it. I read that in the Hu household mansion. There is no explanation, and it is written in a way it is. It is obvious, but people won't be able to answer unless they read the book on military tactics. Certainly, it is a famous military tactic book, but how many children who can read a slightly difficult military tactic book that adults read at the age of 10? Rook and Satsuki didn't say anything, but is this a foundation book that people should read before taking the exam? After that, there is a description problem about the movement in the battle scene by using the tactic. If people don't read the book, they will got it wrong on these two questions. Well, that would be a deduction of 20 points out of 100 points. Or perhaps I should say that the questions asked are hard for children of 10 years old. There wasn't only that kind of questions, as there was a question about right triangle. There is also a question of finding the length of the hypotenuse. This couldn't be solved without knowing the Pythagorean theorem. The square of the hypotenuse was equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides, and it couldn't be solved without a basic understanding of multipliers. Well, this seemed to be a right angle of 5, 12, and 13. So it wasn't necessary to use square root, but it was still a difficult question for 10-year-old children. There was a question of geography which required to write the names of all countries that existed after the Shantilla Great Empire collapsed. In the previous exam, there were questions about the name of this country and the neighboring countries. Therefore, the children here probably remembered at least 2 countries, but since there were 9 countries in total, it would be rare for them to remember all countries. Although there was no question on the ancient Shan language, the question on the national language was considerably difficult. I was asked to analyze the diplomatic failure of Gojoran, the country which was destroyed first among the 9 countries. Of course, there was an essay question, but was there a person who could answer it? The time is until the sand of this hourglass has completely fallen. Sensei. Then, the overseer sensei turned over a big hourglass. For the time being, let's have a go, I guess. I probably took about an hour to solve all questions. It was quite responsive questions. However, I was able to solve all questions. How should I put it? These questions were difficult for 10-year-old children, but it would be embarrassing if I couldn't solve it. When I looked at the front, the hourglass hadn't been reduced by half. I wondered if the exam time was about 3 hours in total. I took the exam sheet and went forward as quietly as possible so that I wouldn't be a nuisance. When I quietly submitted the test paper, "You still have time, you know." "Sensei," I was reproached by that reply. "Ah, does that I mean I can't go out until the time is up?" Yuri, I'm going to cry if that is true. I would have to wait for 2 hours without making a noise. It is too painful indeed. No, you are free to leave, but you can't come back. Sensei, what? I'm glad. If that's the case, I've solved everything, so I'm good. Yuri, after submitting the exam paper, I immediately went out of the room. I got lost a bit, but since I remembered the way I came here, I returned there and found a staff by luck. Then I asked the staff and managed to reach the waiting room of my parents. When I went inside, a bit of alcohol-like air came into my nose. What's in the waiting room? Isn't it a party hall? In a reception hall, which could be seen nothing but a party hall, there were dishes arranged, and something like a standing meal meeting was held. It was also a place to drink alcohol. I suppose this is what you call parent participation. Did they do something behind my back? Like how the parents drinking alcohol and having a big feast while their children are working hard. It's more like a social party than a big feast, though. If you are an adult, you will claim that this is a social gathering of parents, but from children's point of view, this is embarrassing. After walking around for a while, I finally found Rook. When I found him, Rook was giving his full attention to his best friend, Gala, while they were on a small round table. They actually were having an arm wrestling. Are these two children? Their faces are a bit red and they look drunk. Where they become drunk, got on board, saw a familiar face and had an arm wrestling match. What a shocking parenthood. Suzuya was smiling while trying to look calm as she was accompanying behind him, but apparently she couldn't keep up with him. If it was as usual, she would hit Rook's head, but since this was a formal place, she didn't know what to do. That was how I felt. Suzuya had a smile on her lips, but not in her eyes. It was clear that she was angry with Rook, although she could pinch his butt so that the surroundings wouldn't know. Father, what are you doing? Yuri, TLN. I'm using father and mother rather than Aru-san and Akasan because he is calling them Chichai-yu and Haha-yu in this situation. He was surprised when he heard my voice. Odd, is that you, Yuri? I'm Rook. The moment he saw my face, he lost his focus and lost the arm wrestling. The back of his hand was slammed on the table. Then he shook his hand while uttering, ouch. Seriously, take it easy. Rook, too bad you got distracted. Gala was grinning. Yuri, what is it? How about your exam? Rook, I'm done. Yuri, when I looked around, there were no children and there were only adults in the room. It seemed that it was still in the middle of reception, so there might be few children who finished the exam early and got out. I probably still have another 2 hours. Yuri, even if you have 2 more hours, you shouldn't go out, right? Suzuya, did you do it properly? Rook, they seem to be worried. I'm sorry. I can't say that I will get a perfect score, but I did it in my own way, so it's fine. Yuri, I see. Well, that's fine then. Rook didn't say much, probably because either I told so or he thought that I would have to wait for another 2 hours. Long time no see, Yuri-kun. Gala, I heard Gaul called me out. I should have grown taller than before, but Gala's physique was still huge. Long time no see, Gala-san. Yuri, I immediately lowered my head. Have you answered all questions? Gala, he said it in a nice tone. Well, yes. Yuri, if that is so, you will probably get the same class as my son. Have you seen him? Gala, I wonder. I'm not too sure because there were few people just now. Yuri, I see. Well, if you see him, get along with him, all right. Unlike you, he is a hopeless brat. Gala Yuwa, that sounds unpleasant. This person can't really hide his physique in a slightly formal attire. If that brat has his physique, I won't be able to deal with it, you know. Is he really a brat? It's scary, but I hope we can be friends. Yuri, I said something which wasn't in mind. If he does something bad, it's fine to deal with him. Gala, he seemed really emphasizing that point. You can do it yourself. Don't leave the breaking of a brat to other people. What is your son's name? Yuri Dala Godwin. Gala Dala, is it? All right. Gala's son is Dala. It's easy to remember. I'll remember it well. Yuri, I'll make sure to stay away from him. So, father, let's go home. Yuri, are we going back already? Rook, he seemed reluctant. Does he still want to drink and eat? Don't you have to attend ceremony or something? Yuri, nope, there is none. Rook, all right, let's go home. Look, mother's condition is not good. Yuri, when he looked at Suzuya, let alone being not feeling well, she was displaying a mood with an undaunting pose, but well, that was fine. Certainly, I'm also tired. Yuri, why yes. Shall we go now? Suzuya, Gala, see you later. Rook, ow, you two take care. Gala, the two said goodbye to each other. Well then, please excuse us. Yuri, goodbye, Gala-sama. Suzuya held a bit of the skirt's hem and bowed. It was a common female bow. That didn't look good at all. There was a sense of incongruity on that day. We returned home in the carriage. The entrance ceremony would be tomorrow. There was the entrance ceremony today. I rode a carriage together with my parents just like yesterday, but we were going through a different path from yesterday. Why are we taking different road? Yuri, what are you saying? The entrance ceremony will be held at the royal castle. Rock, I had never heard that. Will the queen be there at the royal castle? Yuri, of course. That's because the students of the academy will stand behind the future of Shiyalta. Rook, well, even in Japan, the Prime Minister comes to the entrance ceremony of the National Defense Academy. Maybe that's the way it is. Not only there is an entrance ceremony today, there will be a boarding ceremony in the afternoon. The students who live nearby may go from their home, but since there are enough beds available for each student, all students enter the dormitory. It seems free to use the dormitory or not. Yuri, I was already so depressed and I felt like skipping school even before entering it. Are you sighing again? Rook said that in a surprised tone. Did he hear that? I'm sorry. Yuri, no, however, it is surprising. For you not to like it that much, I definitely thought that you would be so excited to go to the royal capital. Rook, it's lonely to be away from the family, you know. Yuri, I really love Rook and Suzuya, so I do think so. My parents in Japan weren't like them, so this is the first time I've ever tasted the warmth of parents. Besides, I don't know if I can make friends. Yuri, I don't think I can get along well with the brats of same age. Even when I was at this age, I didn't have many friends, and after school graduation the ties would be broken. It would be easy for Yuri to make 1 or 2 friends. You made friends with Siamu-chan, right? Rook, well, that's because Siamu is a genius. Since she is smart enough, I may have the pleasure to teach her too. Plus, I can get along well since we respect each other. However, there are probably no children like her. Is that so? Yuri, as I was still reluctant, Yuri, I know that you are lonely, but this is something you have to do. Suzuya, I heard Suzuya's voice. Yes, Akasan. Yuri, I replied encouragingly. Do your best, do your. Suzuya suddenly began to shed tears. Akasan, do your best, hic. Suzuya, it's not like he is saying goodbye. Rook made such a follow-up. But I will never see him again very soon. Suzuya, is it shocking enough to cry? I mean, for not able to see the sun, well, that's true, but it's not like I'm being held captive. So if you want to see me, we can meet. I can accompany you to the royal capital. Rook, really? Suzuya, of course. Is that right, Yuri? Rook looked at me. Oh, wow. That's right, Akasan. I'm lonely if I can meet you, Akasan. I'm sure I'll be able to ride an Eagle King alone in a bit later so we can meet from this place, you know. Yuri, that's great, Yuri. If things getting tough, you can always come home. You don't have to bear with it. Suzuya-ku, so gentle. I'm going to shed tears soon. Yes, if things get tough, I will return to Akasan. Yuri, I'm glad. Sorry, I'm not a good Akasan. Suzuya, there is no way you are not a good Akasan. There is no such a thing. That's because I love you, Akasan. Yuri, when I entered the island where the royal castle was, we went through the main street. Then the carriage stopped in front of the castle. Since the island itself was a castle, there were no walls around the castle. Normally, there would be a castle after going through residential area. I had such feeling. In Japan, there would be a defensive topography like districts until people get to the castle keep. But here, it wasn't like that. When I closely looked at the castle, the location of the windows could be reached by putting the hands if they were adults. Sculptures were installed at the lower position, and if that was used as a foothold, it seems to be easy to climb the outer wall. The main gate, which currently opened, was beautiful in appearance, but it wasn't reinforced with iron plates and tacks. The enemies don't have to come with full forces if it's like this, isn't it? It feels like anyone can enter from everywhere. This place is more like a palace than a castle. If you are tall in a palace like this, the livability is getting worse and more inconvenient. Usually a palace prioritizes on livability over defense, so it has square and flat shape. I wonder if this is designed to serve as a landmark. The building is certainly beautiful, and it is also a symbol of the capital city. Hence its prospects were successful. We went inside the castle. It felt like we were shogunate vassals entering the Edo castle. When we passed through the big gate, we were stopped by beautiful one-chan who wore simple formal attire. "Excuse me, is everyone from the Who's household?" "Yes," Rook replied, "so. I would like to borrow this child for a bit." "Woman, what, is this a kidnap? By this woman, why?" Rook, since she didn't ask for Rook, he was frowning and seemed to have suspicions. "Will it be all right for me to explain?" "Woman," when the beautiful one-chan brought her mouth closer to Rook's ear, she whispered something. As for affair, the gentle eyes of Suzuya became severe. Really? Rook, yes, so. Woman, I got it. Yuri, follow this person. Rook, I'm really being kidnapped, is it? Why? Yuri, it's fine, so hurry up. Either way, the seats for parents and students are separated. This person will guide you there. Rook, I understand. Yuri, as I was told that, I had no choice but to follow her. We walked down a hallway that was separated from the crowd, and there was nobody there. I was worried because they didn't tell me anything. Then I enter a room that I didn't really know. It was a room like a guest room for distinguished families. This room was just as impressive as our mansion guest room. The sofa, carpet, hanging pictures, and everything else were first-class goods. Well then, please excuse me. Woman, as the one-san finished guiding me, she left the room. There were 2 females and a male inside. They were a couple or something, as the male and female were an Oba-chan and an Oji-chan. The other female was the blonde girl that I saw in the final examination yesterday. You are Yuri who, right? Yes, I am. Yuri, please have a seat. The Oba-san said so. What's with her? Is she someone important to tell me that? She may be a teacher of the academy. I walked down and sat on the sofa so that I didn't offend her. I am Izabo Marmezet, the dean of the School of Liberal Arts. Izabo, I am Rabilo Rube, the dean of the School of Knights. Rabilo, I see. Marmezet is the name of the 7 great witches' leader, while Rube was the biggest household of 5 general braves. Rube's social standing was similar to the Hu household, but since their territory was directly next to Kilgina, it gave the impression that it was a hot land of topic now. If Kilgina collapsed, the next thing to be overrun was the land of Rube. I knew it because I studied the chief of the 12 households for the exam, but Izabo and Rabilo weren't the chief. They might be a brother and a sister or relatives of their chief. It looked like the director of the School of Liberal Arts was a person from the Marmezet household. My name is Yuri Hu. Yuri. I gave my name for the time being. I'm Carol Full Sharders. Carol, the girl nearby, gave her name. Sharders is the family name of the Shiyalta royal family. Of course, if she identifies herself without permission, she will be punished. And if the middle name Full is used, that will be the family name of this country's royal family. Is she the princess of the country? The word Full means 4 in the ancient Shan language. There were 12 girls from the last queen of the Shantilla Great Empire, for real. 3 of them died in battle, and the remaining 9 survived. They each made a country and became 9 countries after the collapse of the empire. These 9 girls put the order of the birth in their middle name and made it the surname of the royal family of each country. In other words, the royal family of Shiyalta is the blood family of the 4th princess. The next door Kilgina called herself Tuni Sharders, who is the 12th princess. For her to say Full Sharders, this child is the queen next successor, since there is a rule to change the family name of the side family. Is this for real? Yuri, Carol, you both are the top students. You will have a special role at the entrance ceremony. Izabo, the old woman, began to say something that I didn't understand. I was astounded. Why do I have to do such a bothersome thing? The entrance ceremony alone is already troublesome. There is still about an hour before the start of the ceremony. In the meantime, you will do some light practice. There are many things you can do, but remember, don't be rude and say something unnecessary. Izabo, please wait. I understand if this is about Her Highness, but why am I a top student? Yuri, I wonder, is it because my bloodline or something? It is due to your result. Rabilo, I was informed that by the Gi-san. I gave up. I couldn't help with the result. It wasn't strange if I achieved the top stop if I score a near-perfect score on such questions. Even if it was too late to regret now, I should have done it moderately. Since it was too late to regret, I gave up. But then if Her Highness is the top student, then I should be the runner-up. Yuri, this princess, came to the examination hall. It was the hall for the School of Knights. If so, it would be funny to have two top students. Maybe we both have same score. Carol is the top student of the School of Liberal Arts. Isabeau, but she took the test of School of Knights, right? Does that mean she took both exams? I think that there is no slip in the academy. Yuri is the top student of the School of Knights, while Carol is the top student of the School of Liberal Arts. That's it. And for the sake of your academic life, ask questions only when you are told to, or you will be scolded in the School of Knights. Rabilo, moreover, I was reprimanded. This wasn't a situation where I could ask more questions. Ugh. Then, I was brought to another room. A female teacher came in and handed a script. Please memorize it. Teacher, it was said overbearingly. Damn it. To be imposed such a hardship before entering the school that I don't want to enter, is this a punishment game? I haven't done anything wrong. I have memorized it. Carol returned the script in less than 5 minutes. That's amazing. How good is your memory? Then she took a closer look at me. Hoo-hoo. Carol, that proud-sounded small voice was heard. What, you think that's cute? Don't be so proud of it. I'm reading it slowly and carefully. I'm not good at remembering anyway. We will this academy anew swear with our pride, learn the way of the soul as a knight decisive. While waiting for the day to lend our spear to Her Majesty, we swear to work hard. Yuri, I read it aloud in a low voice. No matter how I look at it, it is a long speech. I spent almost 10 minutes to memorize it, this long speech. It would be stupid to ask me to remember 1 hour before the debut moment. What's going on with the educational institution of this country? Is it a common sense here? I think I'll be fine. Yuri, I returned the script. Yes. Then let's get started. I will explain the procedure. Teacher, it has finally started. Is there not much time left? When you are called to sword as representative students, you two get up from the chair and head over to the platform. Yuri-kun will be on the left while Carol-san will be on the right side of the platform. Please come out at the same time. First, stand up and bow to Her Majesty the Queen. Then, stop in front of the stairs to climb to the platform. After that, turn back and bow toward the audiences. Next, ascend to the platform, and when you come in front of the Queen, Yuri-kun needs to do the top salute. Carol-san understands about this, but please salute for the family. Then, at the same time of getting up, Yuri-kun will read the oath first. Once both of you finished reading the oath, the Queen will extend her hand to Yuri-kun. So, stand on one knee, take the hand, and kiss it lightly. When you are done, stand up and return to your seat. You have to bow to the audience when you get off the platform. Teacher, this is going to be mind-boggling. Now let's get started. I will play the role of the Queen, so you both sit over there. Teacher, I couldn't help but to shiver due to the unbearable degree of difficulty of the punishment game. Ugh, HMMPH, it's not a big deal for you, isn't it? Carol, when the rehearsal was over, the princess started to spit her poison immediately. What is this? That's scary. The rehearsal ended and I was going to return to the meeting place. We were told to return to the guest room. At this moment, there are only 2 of us at this hallway. I don't get it. I don't know if I'm going to be poisoned. Did something bad happen? That's right, I know not more than that. Yuri, that is true. This is simply a dreg. Well, let's just be satisfied by saying that. Carol stopped. What? The way you talk that, are you making fun of me? Carol, why she is like that? Yuri, I wasn't able to give a response. Tusk, sorry, isn't this ridiculous? Are you mistaking me for other person? Don't get carried away just because you got better result than me. Carol, come to think of it, she took the exam for the School of Knights. Is that it? What the hell is going on? Come to think of it, why did you go to the School of Knights exam? Yuri, HMMPH. Carol suddenly made an elated face. You're making that face just because I ask you, huh? I will graduate from both the School of Knights and the School of Liberal Arts. I was going to be the top student of both schools. Carol, can you do that? There aren't only young people in both schools, but that will generally take 20 years to complete. That is like going to Liberal Arts College and Science College at the same time. Oh, that's amazing. Well, by all means, please do your best. Yuri, she was shocked. You don't have to tell me that. I will do my best anyway. Carol, she seems working hard. Well, I don't have such vigor and I probably won't graduate. Please do your best by yourself. Is that so? Yuri, you have a low ambition, be more proud. Carol, even if you told me to be proud, I have no intention of doing much. Yuri, ha. Carol, you don't have to make that dumbfounded expression that looked like in a drawing. I didn't want to enroll if I could. If I knew that there is a system like being top student, I would give it to you. Please excuse me. Yuri, when I lowered my head and lifted up my head, my face was slapped by an impact that produced a pant sound. At that moment, my cheek became hot. I got slapped. This rude guy. Carol, there was an appearance of Princess Carol who yelled at me with a bright red face. Princess Carol, who didn't seem having enough, followed up. This stupid fool. Idiot. Carol, perhaps she had finished pouring insults on me, she ran away. I thought that it was going to cool off because I had a maple mark on my cheek, but since there was no time, I entered the ceremonial hall as it was. Is it already started? The venue was a large room which called a banquet hall. Since reputation were pretty much depicted in some books, gorgeous decorations here were elaborated and very beautiful. There were carved geometric patterns on the ceiling, and it was covered with gold leaves. However, the color faded over the years, and it became harmonized to the surrounding. There were an array of chairs on the decorative stone floor, and an elongated carpet was laid in the middle. The carpet was also special. The left side had a blue color and the right side had a red color. It was dyed in half and half. It was a reminiscent of Baron Ashura. Unlike the Baron, the left side was a man, so I went to the seat on the left. TLN, Mazinger reference, I proceeded through the crowded hall and sit in the designated seat. It was the front leftmost seat. I sat down and took a breath. What the hell with that little brat? The person who got bitten didn't do anything to you. Nice to meet you, Yuri-kun. Suddenly, the guy on the right was talking to me. When I turned to him, it was a pretty boy who was somewhat smaller than me. His fluffy brown hair with bob cut was impressive. He had a cute face that was rather like Pampa's cat rather than being handsome. He would be a child that seemed to be adored by Shadak and Wanchan. Who is he? Nice to meet you too. Yuri, I returned the greetings. I wondered how this guy knew my name. My name is Myaro Gudenvir. Myaro Gudenvir, is it? It is the name of a household among 7 great witches. He is a son of a distinguished family. However, in the witch households, the sons are treated like a male Holstein. If I'm not mistaken, I heard that they are useful to some extent, so I wonder about their social status. I mean, the sons of the great witch households rarely aim to be the imperial guards, so I heard they wouldn't come to the school of knights. I'm Yuri who? Yuri, anyhow, let's return the greeting. Myaro smiled, and what's with the cheek? Myaro seemed to find it funny. It didn't sound like he was mocking me, and it didn't feel unpleasant. It might be his talent to say it in that way. I involuntarily rubbed my cheek. It was stinging. Well, how am I supposed to say about this? I touched a lady's bottom when she fell down, so I got knocked down. Yuri, I told a lie firmly. After all, there weren't many women who would slap just because being touched by a brat. Although a 5 fingers mark was obvious, it was strange to tell that I fell off the stairs. Is that so? That was a disaster. Myaro, it happens all the time. Yuri, since I said it, I was wondering what I said. Is it really happening all the time? In that case, there will be cheeks missing. I see, you're living an interesting life. Myaro was smiling wryly. He didn't seem to convince with my lies, but I felt like he was enjoying the conversation. Well, this kind of conversation wasn't bad at times when there was nothing to talk about. It's not interesting. I'm an ordinary person. Yuri, since it was boring even if he had a very strange interest, I answered it that way. You can't be an ordinary person if you are the top student, you know. Myaro said it with a slightly serious tone. Really? Well, that's true. I remember feeling similar to the inspiration. Ah, I see. I try hard to understand. Is that why Carol was angry? Someone who achieved the top when she worked hard, and yet my modesty hurt their pride. When I think about it, I wonder what Carol has gone through to be able to solve questions at 10 years old. If you aren't at the disgrace level when you enter the school, The level of the previous exam is enough. You can continue to study so that you can manage the exam of such an insane level of difficulties. When you look at the person who surpasses you, he is not motivated but still took the exam. It may seem an outrageous anger toward me, but that is enough to get angry. It's because the other side is still 10 years old. A human with a good head is not unusual to be called extraordinary. Don't say that precocious human has great talents. Miaro, I am a mediocre person who happens to live a bit longer. If I were alive for a while, I didn't notice before I got in the way of a human who is living admirably. It was that kind of story, so I am not extraordinary. You're right, but I don't understand. That's because we're still very young. Yuri, unfortunately, I am not young and I know a lot of things, however, I can't say that. Yeah, Miaro, so when I turned my head, keep quiet. There was such a voice and the entrance ceremony began. To continue this damn story, the stage where the pledge of the student representative oath had finally arrived. I stood up and went on stage. I made 2 salutes along the way, and I was on stage with Carol. The queen was sitting in front of me. She was a slender woman who was a bit older than Satsuki. It might be the genetic feature of the queen's family that she and Carol had blonde hair and blue eyes. Her appearance was about 40 years old, but since Shanti was young in appearance, she might be about 60 years old. She was looking at Carol with a face of a parent who felt her the growth of her child. This was helpful, but I couldn't bear for a moment, especially when I looked like a suspicious child with a maple mark on my cheek. Salute. Along with the decree, I thrust one knee slowly and kneeled down. I put a hand on the other knee and the other hand on the floor. This was the salute that men did indoor in the Shanti society. Putting a fist on the floor brought similar meaning as offering a sword. In the case of outdoors, the fist would become dirty if the ground was muddy. Therefore, putting a hand on the chest was done instead. Carol, who was next to me, kneeled with a knee, placed the raised knee on the opposite shoulder, opened her hand high, and put it on the floor to hold something. When women met the queen in a place like this, they were supposed to get down on both knees and linked both palms as if they were praying to God. But since it was a gesture to look up to the emperor in ancient times, it would be strange if Carol, who was a royalty, would do it to her mother. She stood up and faced the queen again. The one who would read first would be from the night side. I read the sentence that I remembered well. While looking forward to the day to give my spear to the queen, I pledged to devote myself to study. Yuri, I thought that I had forgotten because there were so many things happening, but somehow I remembered and I was able to finish saying it. Next was Carol's turn. She also began to speak. Carol seemed to remember well, and she could read aloud without stopping. That's amazing. On your side and to support. Ah, Carol A. She stopped when she had finished 90%. When I looked sideways while thinking whether she got hit by level 5 death and suddenly died, her face was paled and pitiful. Did she forget? She looked at me and I saw it within her eyes that she was asking for help. That is obvious, isn't it? I really want to help, but I only heard it once during the rehearsal, so there's no way I can remember. Let's see. We will always be by the side of the queen, and we pledge to devote ourselves to perform, to support, and to be a person who celebrates together. That's it, right? Why am I remembering it? To perform and... Yuri, I whispered with a low voice. We pledge to devote ourselves to perform, to support, and to be a person who celebrates together. Carol, she said it properly. That's great. That's amazing. After saying that, the queen immediately reached out to us. Ah, is it me? That was it. I got on one knee, reached out the queen's hand, and kissed on the back of the hand. I let go the lips, and then I stood up slowly while slowly moving my hands with a gesture of releasing a butterfly. I stood up again at the same time as Carol and left the stage. The entrance ceremony ended safely. Yuri, I involuntarily took a breath. What to do from now on? It's to enter the dormitory. However, the dormitory is far away from the royal castle. The dormitory is, of course, on the premises of the academy, but since I am in the royal castle and not in the spacious academy, I have to move considerably. Well, it's not a distance that I can't walk. That was a magnificent representative. You were amazing. Miaro said so boisterously. Not really. Yuri, Well then, please also take care of me in the dorm. Miaro, I wish we can be in the same room. Yuri, unfortunately, there is a rule that students from the first rank to the fifth rank can't be in the same room. We are also expected to enlighten our roommates. Miaro, I wonder how does he know that? That means Miaro's rank is between the first and the fifth. The seating order is probably in the order of the grades, since the fifth place wouldn't be next to me even though there are many students. The guys in the back row may not be able to endure any longer. If Miaro was sitting to me, he should be in the second or third place, right? It's pretty obvious because Carol was sitting at the left side, but since there is shadow clone technique, she won't be able to sit in both seats. So who got the second place is shrouded in mystery. I can guess from the way Miaro talks, and he looks like a smart kid. He might exceed Carol, so he is probably in the second place. Is that so? That's a shame. Yup, really. Yuri, I only talked with him for a bit, but it seemed that I could get along well with this guy. If it's all right with you, do you want to have lunch together? Miaro, I was invited for a meal immediately. Lunch? Yuri, we will enter the dorm in the afternoon. We can go there after having lunch. Miaro, I see. That's the first time to hear that. Rook's lack of communication is serious. I wonder what to do. If I talk to Rook, no, let's not do that. Since Suzuya is in that condition, I better do this when I'm on my own. I'm happy that you invited me, but I'll be leaving my family for a while, so I don't want to have lunch without my family. Yuri, when I said so, yes, I'm sorry, I forgot that you were coming from the remote area. Miaro, and on the contrary, I was told sorry. I see. This guy lives in the capital city. Because of the bureaucracy, the workplace of his parents' household should be the royal castle. It's fine. You asked me out, though. Yuri, no. Miaro, there will be as many opportunities as there are stars, even at that time. Yuri, yes, you're right. I'm looking forward to it. Miaro, well then, shall I look for my father? I stood up from the chair and lightly said goodbye to Miaro. When I planned to go into the flock of parents, I noticed the person in front of me. It was Carol. This girl, why is she coming here? Come with me for a bit. Carol grabbed my wrist and pulled me. What is she trying to do? Isn't bad to bring someone to the back side of the school building. Oi, Yuri, I said that while resisting her. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Carol, don't get mad. Wait a second. I'm in the middle of talking with my new schoolmate. It would be rude to leave without saying anything. Yuri, really? Carol immediately released my hand. My bad, I still have something to do. Yuri, yes, I was watching, so you don't have to mind me. Carol, she gave out a pleasant smile. See you in a bit. Yuri, I wish you all the best. Carol, she wished me good luck. Is it going to be a battle from now on? Even though there is still slight stinging feeling on my cheek. Are you done? Carol, I'm having little patience because of things here and there. She probably knew about my family. Carol grabbed my arm and took me to a room where nobody was there. It was a fine but a bit dusty room with a thin sunlight coming in. She had a sad look and didn't say anything like or ooh. That. Carol, it looked like she couldn't say anything. I was wondering what she wanted to talk about. As I was waiting patiently, tears began to appear in Carol's eyes. Ooga. Carol, wait, why it becomes like this? Oi, don't cry, what's going on? Yuri, I'm sorry. Carol, is that a crying from vexation? Why? I don't get what's in her mind. If she cried because she lost in terms of the test, it's not strange to cry now. What's going on with you? Yuri, I want to say. Carol, just say it. Yuri, when I asked, she was crying, but at least she started talking. It was a disgrace to compete with you, and for helping me in my lines just now, Huhawa. Carol, did she return the script in less than 5 minutes because she wanted to compete with me? Is she stupid or what? However, I was able to say the words and phrases without mistake in the rehearsal, so I definitely remember it once. It is a pointless obstinacy, and it is an embarrassment. As a result, she was comforted, and it is a shame to have left the predicament. Did you bring me here to say that? Yuri, I understand why she cries, but I don't understand why she brought me here. I wonder what she wants to talk about. And no, I came to say thank you. Carol, what? Carol wiped her tears with a handkerchief and blew her nose. Hey, thank you for helping me, thanks. Carol, you're welcome. Yuri, what? Did she call me just to say thanks? Is that so? I see. Well then. Carol, when Carol was about to return, wait. Yuri, I stopped her. What is it? Carol, well, I'm sorry too, I was too insensitive. Yuri, as I apologized, she stared at me. Why are you apologizing? Carol, why? It looks like I've hurt you. Yuri, I'm not hurt. Carol, well, you did slap me. Well, that's it, yeah, more or less. Yuri, the reason I was angry was because you said you didn't want to enter the academy. You are rude for not being proud to be a knight. Carol, I was told being rude again. This was the first time being told so, including my previous life. A rude person. It was a term that couldn't be said so easily. I don't know whether I was being rude or not, but people have various circumstances, you know. Yuri, whatever the circumstances, I have no plan to lose to you. There would be no honor as a queen if I lose to rude people. Carol, what is that all about? I don't mind losing. Yuri, are you fine with that? Carol, what is this argument? Why am I having a low-level argument with a 10-year-old girl? Ah, it may be my tone looks like I am being depressed. You don't want to be a knight, but you want to be a ruler. Even though it is the duty of the retainers to pledge to the ruler, why do you have to compete with that retainers who are smart and strong? Yuri, the ruler must be the strongest and smartest. It's decided that way. Carol, why are you trying to do that foolish thing? Yuri, do you have to be a perfect superwoman? They often come up with this idea in a country where a woman acts as a ruler. Normally, it should be different from a non-man-like style in which the subjects carry the queen. As expected, it may be different. I know the wisdom and strength of a person, mine and yours. Yuri, people can't win a single army alone no matter how strong they are. Furthermore, there is none who is best in all respects such as physics, biology, history, law, and mathematics. I understand what a single person can do. I have concluded that at most I know that I don't know everything. Even if that become no, I have no good reason to lose to the rude person. Carol, you're mistaken basically. Yuri, this had become an unreasonable troublesome. Ha! Carol hysterically raised her voice. I don't care about the result of that test. To the point I want to clamor whether I win or lose. Yuri, it is already troublesome enough to enter the academy, but on top of that, why do I end up with such a ridiculous argument? You. Carol, basically, don't worry about being attempted by others if a person is going to become a ruler from now on. If not, no matter how smart they are going to be manipulated by his subjects. Yuri, where is the world where the manager is being tested by the subordinates? What a fool. This is not a system of self-management. That is you. Carol, what? Are you going to say that I'm being rude? Do as you're pleased then. You're idiot. Stupid. Yeah, idiot. Carol, while I was being taken aback, she ran out of the room in a way that people wouldn't think her the princess. Where were you? I've been looking, you know. Rook. When I returned to the assembly hall, Rook was searching for me near my seat. I'm sorry I got caught by a troublesome person. Yuri, nevertheless, ****, I got caught in argument with a 10-year-old girl. I feel like I'm going to collapse at this spot. I'm depressed. Troublesome person. Who? Is it the knight's teacher? Rook, no, it was with the girl I met today. Yuri, when I said that, the heck, you're quick, huh? Rook, he began smirking. Honestly, it's fine to associate with her, but don't make a move on her and dump her later, all right? Rook, is that a senior's advice? Nevertheless, dump, is it? What is that all about? Yuri, anyhow, just don't make a move. It is fine if you don't make a move, so it won't end unfairly, but if you make a move and dump her, that can cause trouble to the other party and you'll be dropped out from the academy. Rook, a drop out? Sure. In worst case scenario, I can be dropped out if I do that on purpose, right? I shouldn't do that since she would get hurt while crying at Suzuya. If you really want to do it, there's a brothel in the School of Knights. It's safe, so have the seniors teach you that. Rook, are you for real? Is there really such a thing? Even so, Rook didn't tell me anything about exam. How should I put it? He neglected to tell me everything. But I don't need him to tell me something that I don't ask anyway. Does he think that this is the more important matter? No, it may actually be important. I'm still 7 or 8 years early, you know. Yuri, sexual desire seems something to be initiated by the body rather than the mind, so I have no sexual desire at all. When compared to Japan, where there were miniskirts and something else, There are not too much stimulation of desires since every last one of people are dressed in ascetic style. This post-coital clarity mode will last for several more years. Yes, you're right, but it will be too late after it has already happened. Rook, anyhow, this topic doesn't fit very well on this occasion, so let's continue it at home. Yuri, that's true as well, let's go home. Rook, the assembly hall was already deserted and figures of people were scattered. When I returned home, I sat around the table with my family. After throwing the unpacked luggage brought from the main residence, the departure was finally over. Are you going? Siamu, yeah. Yuri, please don't go. Siamu, it was Siamu who fell into tears. She was also 9 years old this year. She's supposed to enter the School of Liberal Arts starting from next year. When she found out that I wouldn't be here after entering the School of Knights, she was totally gone. After all, I moved to another residence in the capital city for a whole year this year, but I soothed her by telling I would often come here. Satsuki had been spending more time in the royal capital these days, so it would be better that way. Thus, Siamu also stayed in the royal capital from today. Don't cry so much. It's not like I will not see you forever. Yuri, it's going to be lonely. Siamu, it was rare for Siamu, who only let out intellectual arguments when she opened her mouth, to mutter such sentimental words. I was also lonely. Me too. Yuri, I put my hand on Siamu's head, pat her soft hair, and lightly combed it with my hand. If you go to the great library, you will not feel lonely. Yuri, that's impossible. Siamu, it's not impossible at all. I will come to see you as much as I can. I'll be in the same royal capital. It's not far apart as a star to another. Yuri, even if I said so myself, that was a conceited line. But it's like 1,000 times away in the same house. Siamu, this girl, the great library was built next to the academy. It wasn't far from the secondary residence of the Hu household, so that 1,000 times was a realistic figure. Well then, I'm going to go there next time to do homework. It will be the same thing as studying together while doing the homework. So you will not feel lonely, right? Yuri, this sounded reckless. Really? Siamu, however, she was very pleased. She was smiling with joy. Yup, Yuri, I didn't think that there would be students in this world who would be happy to be given homework. The teachers would feel blessed. I let go of the lonely Siamu. When I gave a signal to the coachman, the carriage departed. As I was brought away by the carriage, I was getting worried when thinking about her. Siamu would enter the School of Liberal Arts next year. According to Satsuki, who graduated from there, the School of Liberal Arts was a study about politics, government officials, and law. On top of that, they generally learned about the culture such as the ancient Shan language. That was why Satsuki referred to the ancient Shan language as liberal arts. I was quite angry because there was no ancient Shan in the examination of the School of Knights, but there was the exam for that in the examination of the School of Liberal Arts. I could confirm that Siamu had never shown interest in that kind of thing. Even Satsuki was so thorough and indifferent to the point that she threw a spoon at her due to the lack of interest. Thus, Siamu was a shanty who couldn't say no more than I was. She just didn't like things that she didn't like. While having a genuine expression of rejection on the face, she said no. I wondered if Siamu could go into the academy or something like that. I had a feeling that it would be impossible, but I wonder what would happen. While thinking about that, I went through the main gate of the academy. I was alone in the carriage. To be precise, it was only me and my luggage. I had to enter the dormitory. The reception room was full of busts of other students' coaches arriving one after another. I got off the carriage with my luggage. Then, I ordered the coachman to return home. I didn't have a lot of luggage, but still, there were about 3 leather bags for adults, so it was a huge amount to carry. Even though I was trained by Soim, it was really heavy. If I had to walk around with this luggage, it would be a bit tough. I wonder if the person in charge would pick up, but if it wasn't so, I have to find someone first. When it came to walking around with luggage, it was considerably hard. Should I put under the shadow of a tree? But someone would probably steal it. As I was thinking about it for a while, my shoulder was suddenly tapped from behind. Hello, we met again. Miaro, when I looked back, it was Miaro. He came at the right time. Hi there, it's nice to see you again. Yuri, I put a bag on the ground and shook hands with Miaro. Since it was just right, I asked the arrangement of the dormitory. I was watching from behind, but it looks like you're having trouble. Miaro, I had been seen. As a matter of fact, I don't really know where I should head from here. Yuri, when I was being honest, Miaro unintentionally smiled. Got it, let me guide you. Miaro, as I would expect. These are the things only for honor students. He is a lifesaver as I was crossing the spider's thread in hell. I see, thanks. Yuri, it is written in the dormitory guide anyway. Miaro dormitory guide. It is the first time I hear about it. Sure, where I can get that. Yuri, was that distributed somewhere? It should have been sent home. Do you have it? Miaro, of course, I don't have it. Goodness, Rook. I'm sorry. I'm ashamed because I haven't even looked through them. Yuri, it was really embarrassing. I see. Well, it's something trivial after all. Anyhow, it will be hard if you didn't deliver the luggage beforehand. Miaro, when I looked at Miaro, he had nothing with him. He was totally empty-handed. When I looked closely at the students behind Miaro, they were empty-handed too. The students who had large luggage were none around. To be sure, when people entered the dormitory, is it possible to send the luggage in advance? Perhaps this premonition is right. What's up with my family? Aren't we an imperfect general household? If you'd like, I'll take a few. Miaro, no, it's all right. Yuri, this is bad. It will be strange to walk next to you empty-handed, you know. Miaro, and Miaro looked a bit troubled. That is true when he said in such a way. If he is walking next to a guy who is full of luggage while he is empty-handed, people may wonder that I am his servant. If you say so, it really helps. Can I ask you to help, please? Yuri, of course. Miaro, I gave Miaro one of the lightest luggage and he received it. Miaro received it with a hand, but for some reason he then switched to both arms. Was it heavy? When I closely looked, his arms were thin like twigs. I swung a pole and being trained by saw him every day, and I also carried hay on the ranch, so I was probably trained. When I thought about it, Miaro came from a witch household, and not warrior household. He probably didn't go through such a livelihood. I'm sorry, are you all right? Yuri, yes, it is heavier than I thought, but I'm fine if it's this much. Miaro, certainly, he seemed to be able to hold it without much difficulty with both hands. It didn't look tough. When I thought about it, it was the luggage that I was carrying with one hand, and that was held by a guy of the same age as mine. Therefore, it would be difficult if he held it with a hand. Well then, shall we go? The dormitory is not far. Miaro started walking. There were children lined up in front of the dormitory. Miaro and I lined up at the tailed end. The dormitory was a large wooden two-story building. It was characterized by a roof that covered the building, which had become a single sink, and the snow began to fall all over the opposite side of the entrance. On the second floor, there was a covered terrace. On the ground floor, it seemed that half of it was a dining room and another half was a living room. I could see something like a sofa. It was all brand new. This was quite a nice dormitory. Speaking of dormitories, I stayed in the dorm when I was in college. That was something I remembered when it came to that dormitory. That place was terrible. Unlike the one before me, it was a rustic concrete building with no appearance. The rent was cheap, though. It was so-called autonomous dormitory, and it was a place like a kind of extraterritorial area. For some reason, the Students' Council had the privilege to stay out of the dormitory. Speaking of high school, it was like the Students' Council who had the right to drop other students from the school. The power structure itself was abnormal. There was no reason to refuse if it could make people stay in the dormitory, especially when the events hosted by the Students' Council would be a semi-forced participation. To put it simply, it was a very difficult place for me to live. I had to go to senior dormitories one by one, receive their orders, run their errands, just to get stamps or signatures which would collect it at certain date. When I thought about it, it was unclear what I was doing. I was christened by a mysterious entrance orientation that wanted to twist the neck. I admit that I made a mistake and chose to move to a cheaper apartment, even if I had to pay some extra cost, and that was immediately executed. It felt nostalgic to remember it. I wonder what seniors do we have? Yuri, there is no senior. Miaro said so. This is a dormitory assigned to new students like us, and we will use this dormitory for about 15 years until graduation. Once students have graduated, it will be taken down and new dormitory will be built. Miaro, seriously. This building is a new building. It's very extravagant. No, it should be that way, right? After all, it is made of wood. If people stay here for more than 10 years, the dorm will be covered with flaws. Though imperfect, it is a dormitory where noble children would stay, so it's not good if the building is shabby. Anyhow, having no seniors is a good thing. It's a pretty athletic world. Thus, if there are seniors, the custom of picking up juniors and doing errands are bound to happen. Is it the same with the liberal arts? Yuri, no. It is said that all liberal arts students stay in a huge dormitory near the school building. Of course, the girls and guys are in different buildings. Miaro, is that so? Yuri, as expected, it would be impossible for Siamu. Well, she doesn't have to use the dormitory by all means. She can go to school from the second residence every day. While we were talking, the line was getting shorter. At the front of line, there was a plump middle-aged woman sitting at a long desk running a pen. In the meantime, we reached to the front. You can go first. Yuri, then Miaro replied. No, I'll do it after you. Miaro, I thought it would be too much to do it first since he took my luggage and guided me here, but I was fine with it. There were people behind us, so it would be nuisance to hold up. All right, I'll go first. Yuri, after saying so, I told the receptionist that I was Yuri who. Yes, Yuri-kun, is it? You will stay in the first room. Woman, first room, huh? Perhaps that because I am the top student. This is the key of the valuables locker. Here you go. For some reason, there was something like a safe. I received the key. Then I heard the voice saying your room is the second room. So Miaro got the second rank. No, as I expected, it would be bad if Carol moves into a dormitory for men only. If such a thing happens, I doubt the sanity of the people in the royal castle. Carol may not be able to enter the dormitory. Either way, I can't make a conclusion just yet. It's the room next door. Miaro was somewhat happy. I may ask for your help again. Yuri, me too, please take care of me. Miaro, then I went into the dormitory and went upstairs. The first room says 1, it's here. Well then, I will return back. Miaro, thank you, that helps. Yuri, I received my bag. It's fine. See you later. Miaro, I separated from Miaro and opened the door to my room. When I went inside, it was a beautiful newly constructed room, and it was full with a smell of wood. If this was a travel destination, it would be exhilarating. However, there were a preceding visitor in the room, and he was sitting on a bed. It was a classmate-like, crew-cut, short-haired kid. He had a good physique that didn't seem to be the same age of mine. For some reason, he was staring at me with an angry expression. Did I do something bad? I don't know, of course I don't. This is our first meeting. Looking at the back of the room, there were 3 beds. As I directed my feet toward the terrace, there were 3 intervals. There was also a door facing the terrace. This was a big room. I slightly looked around, and there were 2 study desks on the left and the right side which attached to the wall. In the right space open for one of the study desks, there were 3 rows of tall lockers. Is this the valuable locker? I didn't walk to the bed on the right. Then I put my bag on the floor. What should I do? It's hard to talk because he's staring at me. I also don't want to ignore him. This is troubling. This crew-cut kid was somehow staring at my face without changing, as if I was the enemy of his parent. I didn't remember killing somebody's parents. Did Rook do it? There is no such a possibility, but it would be a thin line. I want to sigh. However, if I don't compromise starting from here, there will be no friendship or anything. I'm going to greet him. Communication begins with greeting. Since I come after him, I should say hello. I'm Yuri who, nice to meet you. Yuri, I said it invigoratingly. I didn't ask your name. I got a reply immediately after that. What's with this guy? Did he come from a country with conflict? Then the conversation stopped. There was an air full of pressure. Since I could get along well with Miaro, I thought this would be a good start. Do I have to start with negotiations with the indigenous people? But I'm tired today, so I don't want to. Should I unpack my stuff? By the way, the baggage that was supposed to be carried was put on the corner of the room. It was probably the personal things of 2 roommates other than me. It seemed that I was on the few side with only 3 bags. I went to my locker, put the key to the locker where my names was put on, and opened it. I opened it, and it had a shelf shape inside. Half of the locker was where I could hang my clothes. I stuffed my luggage properly. The first row was very high. Perhaps it was due to the anticipation of growth. I thought I had to give up because I couldn't reach it with my hands, but there was a stand like a stairs on the side, so I used it. Let's put something I don't usually use on the top row. I took out an inkwell and a large quill feather of an eagle king from the bag and put it over there. While I was at it, I put in 2 diaries that I had finished writing. I thought that I should keep it in my parents' house, but since it was troubling if the contents inside were looked, I decided to bring it. If these were seen by someone, it seemed like a demonic worshiper dealing with mysterious but dull characters. Once the band was locked, it wouldn't be easy to look inside, but if they used knife, the band would break and it wouldn't be difficult to open. Then I pushed the empty bag under the bed. I placed the inkwell, the quill pen, the stationery set such as scissors. Lastly, I placed the 3rd book I was using now. When I thought about it, I could always go to the stationery store since I was in the royal capital. This is a bit more convenient, isn't it? You, who said that you could use that desk. I heard the voice of the indigenous person from behind. No one told me anything. Why did I think this desk as my own? For one thing, the luggage was already placed on one of the tree desks, so I thought it was an early win. The other thing was that the desk wasn't on the side of the locker. Since I expected to be next to the desk of the indigenous person if I didn't take this desk, I thought that I should avoid that. The third thing was my bed was on the right side of it. The bed was on the right side, and the desk was on the left. Thus, it was a bit difficult circumstance. Can I use it? Yuri, no, you can't. No good, huh? What does he want? But you need to get my permission. What? Excuse me, what is your name? Yuri, you. Don't yell at me. I mean, I was wondering whether you are a royalty. Yuri, if he is a royalty, it is not strange to have privileges. This country is a kingdom. Unlike the self-governed territory of the Hu household, this place here is under direct control. No, could it be? One of the principles of the academy is that it doesn't distinguish students based on their social status. So even at the entrance ceremony, the teachers of the academy didn't call Carol Your Highness. They called her Carol-san. Even the royalties don't get preferential treatment. This is the beauty of this academy. Aren't you the top student? I don't know about top student, but being a knight is not all about studying. I have the feeling that is the impetus, but there is a truth in what this guy is saying. I also wonder what it would be like to decide a representative of the School of Knights through a paper examination. Well, you're right. Certainly, it might have been necessary to discuss and decide on the desks. Yuri, what are you talking about discussing? I suddenly wanted to blow up. Was discuss a difficult word? It's about deciding things together. About the desk, let's decide together with other 3 roommates. Yuri, certainly, that is fair. I don't know who the rest are, but if people get the leftovers because of the early wins, they will remain dissatisfied. No. What do you mean by no? I just don't get why do you keep saying no? Does this indigenous person want this desk? If that's the case, why did you put your luggage on the other side of the desk? Why? There are too many mysteries, too much I have to shoulder. I'm Dala. Dala, he suddenly mentioned his name. Dala I see. There was something that fell to my chest. Are you Dala Godwin-kun? Yuri, yes, I am. Dala, my luck is bad. No, it's not about bad luck. To begin with, I'm lucky to know Miaro. I guess this has offset the luck. If I try to think positively, no, I feel like this kind of roommate is a minus point. It's 15 years. 10 years are the earlier I can graduate. I have no choice but to hope that there is a change in the room on the way. However, he is an impossible idiot. I want to see the face of his parents. Well, I know the face one of his parents, isn't it? Gala bastard, what kind of child care have you done? I'm acquainted with your father. Haven't you heard about it? Yuri, I've heard of it, but it doesn't matter. Just because you know my father, you think you are that great. Dala, no, I don't think so. I see. It might because Gala told him something strange. He is hostile from the very beginning. It may be rough from the beginning, but no matter how I see the circumstance, it's strange to have zero preconception. I guess it is biased against me because of what Gala told him. Plus, there is also a possibility that something is wrong in this child's head. I don't think I'm great. There are many things I don't understand. Yuri, ha. Dala, don't shout. Are you a nerd? Don't get carried away, screw you. Dala, what's with this kid? As Dala came closer to me, he brushed away the inkwell that was on my temporary desk. The inkwell fell to the floor and broke, creating a black spot. Ah, why did you do that? Even though it is expensive, are you going to pay for it? And the floor is dirty too, who's going to clean it? What, are you scared? Dala, he indiscreetly laughed and said that threateningly. What's with this guy? I'm going to complain to Gala. Then Dala grasped my unfinished diary. Ooh. He lifted up my diary and shook it in front of me to show off. You intentionally bring this book here, you bastard. What are you trying to do? Dala, please give it back. Yuri, this stupid brat, that's my important book. It is second to my life. As I expected, I will get angry, you know. It's important. Please give it back. Yuri, the diary is a book that I bought with my not-so-much allowance money. If it is stained or torn, you won't get away with it easily. Ha! Are you in a position where you can command me? Dala threw the diary on the floor. Then he stepped and grinded it with the back of his shoe. Ah, I see. This guy wants a fight, huh? If that's the case, it's quicker. If that's what he wants, it's going to be easy. Humph, are you a dog? Yuri, huh? Dala, dogs don't understand words, so if you want, I will get along with the dog's way. Yuri, it's a good thing that the water seeks its own level. It's not possible to negotiate at high level with people who are at low level. If you can't negotiate, it's wise to ignore, but that is not true for roommates. Let's get alone with the dog's way, shall we? I'm sorry to live in the same room as a crazy dog. Yuri, what did you say? Dala's eyes had been set. Come on, do you only know to bark? Are you a wimp? Yuri, the moment I provoked Dala that way, he moved his hand first. It was a hook with all might that was usually done in a brawl. However, for the last 3 years, I had been slightly accustomed to it because of sawing. Compared to chasing the spears swung by the veteran warrior with eyes, there was no reason I couldn't see his fist thrown with full might. I mean, if I assume that sawing is extra hard mode, this is easy mode. Even if you make a fist and hit it, the might will change depends on how you put your weight on the fist. Therefore, it is completely different from the way you use your body. Dala's fist didn't contain any weight at all. While avoiding his fist, I caught his sleeve and pulled him in. At the same time, I grasped his collar. I went around his back and bent his knees. Stretching the arm with the sleeve I caught, I carried his shoulder with the arm that grasped his collar. I straightened my body like unleashing a contracted spring, and I threw Dala on my back. Instead of dropping him on the floor, I took my hand midway and threw him. Dala hit the door and made a loud noise. The door didn't break under the weight of a child, but the upper hinges flew. I immediately run and made a ball kick at his stomach with all my strength. Yoo-hoo! Dala, there was a soundless scream. I grabbed the shoulders of Dala, who rolled around while writhing in pain, and forced him to lie on his back. Then it became like a horseback riding. At that time I couldn't get one of his arm because it was pushed out, but the other hand was laid under the feet, depriving his freedom. Oi! Yuri, bastard! Dala, I stopped him and caught his arm that was trying to hit me. You ask for a fight, right? Yuri, what? Dala, I held my fist with my pinky down and hit Dala's nose hard. A dull sound came out. The feeling of the tender child's flesh was transmitted to the fist. It seemed that Dala had almost no experience of being beaten since he had an expression of a child. A nosebleed dripped from that nose. Are you going to say no? You were asking for a fight, remember? Yuri, Dala came to his senses and strongly glaring at me. I was surprised that I got angry. While remembering things in Japan one after another, the diary, which was written with my own hands, was thrown to the ground and stepped with his dirty shoes. As I expected, he has a heart that can't be broken as it is. He tried to move his arm hard and tried to hit me. However, when I held his arm, he wouldn't be able to hit me. If that's the case, let me release his arm first. Even if the fist reaches my face, it will not be powerful. He doesn't know that, and yet he dares to throw me a challenge. Well, even if I were to release his arm, it can't be helped since he was having an overwhelming disadvantage. Answer me. Yuri, I made him eat another crushing blow. There was a dull sound and the nosebleed splattered. Dala's complexion had changed visibly. He had probably realized on instinct that the current situation was overwhelmingly unfavorable and there was no eye of reversal. He didn't look scared, but he was obviously losing his composure. You asked for a fight, right? Yuri, yes. Dala, then were you prepared to become like this? Yuri, I swung a crushing blow. I felt like I was drowning in blood. The area around Dala's nose was bloody red. I told you to return the book because it is important. Yuri, then I beat him repeatedly. Now that we've come this far, a hit or 10 hits are the same. Dala had become bloody and his face was changing. You're playing around by taking other people's precious things. Yuri, goo. Dala, hit. Moreover, you made fun of me and asked me for a fight. Yuri, if I do more than this, his front teeth may break. I should stop soon. You can't complain about being killed. Yuri, I tightened Dala's neck with both hands. Have you ever think what would happen if the most important thing is stolen? Yuri, Dala, one of Dala's hands grabbed my arm. That was what he could do now, but it didn't contain much power. An idiot should die if he can't be cured. How about you? Yuri, Bastar. Dala, then die. This is the punishment of making fun of me. Yuri, Agia. Dala, before suffocating him for real, I changed the way to tighten the neck from the way to crush the trachea. Thereupon Dala looked up with his white eyes. Basically, he fainted. That was the result. I put my hand on his nose and he still breathed properly. Good. No, that's not good. I came to my senses. What have I done? The next moment the door was opened. A middle-aged woman who was at the reception opened the door and came in. What are you doing? Woman behind the door, there were a lot of children watching over the back of that middle-aged woman. When I turned around, I could see a lot of eyes from the window on the terrace side. This had become a serious matter. It's a fight. It's over just a moment ago. Yuri, I stood up and waved my hand covered with nosebleed while saying so. There's nothing much I can do here. Dala's red face was covered with blood and he fainted with an expression of agony. He looked like he was dead at first glance. I guess I will get expelled. Well, it can't be helped, right? It's just a bad luck. It's impossible to live peacefully with such a mad dog for many years anyway. I guess I have no luck with roommates. You have gone too far. Woman, it seemed I overdid it. Hey, come on, woman. The middle-aged woman shook Dala's shoulder. It's better not to shake him too much. He is just blacked out. Yuri, the middle-aged woman, confirmed breathing and gently lowered Dala to the floor. What happened? Another adult woman came. Please go to the doctor's office and call for doctor. Woman, yes. Ooh, this is getting serious. What am I going to do? Yuri, who? Please explain what happened. Woman, I explained this troublesome circumstance. I suppose that she is the dorm master. He insulted me and damaged my properties. Since he invited me for a fight in a terribly risky situation, I accepted it. Yuri, tell me more specifically what happened. Woman, I need to say it specifically. She probably won't believe me, a brat anyway. Everything is as it is. Yuri, I don't see any indication of reflection. Woman, she said it with an amazingly angry face. I'm starting to feel irritated. What's with this school? It has been unpleasant since yesterday. Are you kidding me? The one who should do the reflection is the guy over there. Yuri, what did you say? Woman, the eyes of the dorm master lifted up. I don't get it. I'll talk from the start to the end. I entered the room that you had allocated to me. This is that room. Then there was a damn brat like a crazy dog here. He insulted me aggressively from the beginning. He took my possessions and refused to return when I asked him. After that, he damaged my stuff and it became a fight. Next, I beat him until he becomes like that. Then I call this as self-defense. When you came here, you blamed me for defending myself and asked me to reflect. Isn't this unreasonable? What fault is there for me? It is a good thing I happen to know about self-defense. If not, I might make a mistake and seriously injured him. Can't you see why I am not reflecting? I am the one who wants to complain for all this, you know. Yuri, when I finished saying so, the middle-aged woman put her hand on the head to suppress the headache. I feel that the evaluation has fallen from the honor student to the problem child at once. It is a big stock market crash. Anyhow, other than this, there is a possibility that some sort of verdict will come to you. You have a home in the imperial capital, right? Please go back there today and wait for it later. Woman, what? Am I going home? I am totally treated like a problem child. This is troubling. I put the third diary into the locker, took my wallet and dagger. I locked the locker and left the dorm. It's the first fight I've ever had in my life, probably because I wasn't used to it. I was stupid, but if I think about it, I can't avoid being overwhelmed by overdefense despite being self-defense. Huh, I really did it. Will father and mother get angry when I go home? Yuri-kun, please wait. Miaro, as I got out of the dormitory in a depressing mood, I was approached by Miaro. I stopped walking. What is it? Yuri, what does he want to talk about? You may be upset by having such a thing, but it is better to wash your hands and face first. It's got blood on it. Miaro, I see. Yuri, I instinctively tried to wipe my face with my sleeves. Miaro grabbed my arm and stopped me. The sleeves will get dirty. Miaro surely is, but because the blood is attached to the hand that I used to hit, I can only use the sleeves. There is a well in the back entrance, so let's wash it there. Yuri, Milo grabbed my hand and started walking. There was blood on my hand, so he would get dirty too. Sorry for everything. Yuri, no problem. Don't worry about it. Miaro, I do mind, you know. Did you see? Yuri, I saw it. It was amazing. Miaro's voice was a bit exhilarated. He seemed to be excited. It's not amazing. I did something stupid. Yuri, now that I think about it, I didn't have to go that far. Will I be like that whenever I get angry? Now I know the side of myself that I did not know. As soon as we reached the well, Miaro reeled a brand new well bucket with his blood-dirtied hand and pulled out the bucket filled with water. Please give me your hand. Miaro. When Miaro reached out his hand as he said that, he leaned over the bucket and washed the hand with water. My hands were washed. When it was cleaned, I washed Miaro's hands this time. Lastly, I washed my face. At the same time, I washed the sleeve dirtied with a little blood. After washing, I felt a little bit better. Then for the first time, I realized that I was reek of bloody smell for a long time until now. Ha! Yuri, I can't help but say, I overdid it. Am I going to be expelled? Please forgive me, father, mother. We have met each other like this, but this may be farewell. Yuri, why is that? Miaro, if you do this, you'll have no choice but to get expelled. Yuri, Miaro laughed as if he had just burst out. Did you think that you would be expelled? There is no such thing. Miaro, is that so? Yuri, I don't think so. It's not like you are beating Her Highness Carol. Therefore, there is no such a thing like you who are from the Hu household to be expelled. Miaro, don't assert awfully, but I beat him quite bad. Yuri, you didn't kill him, did you? That's right, Yuri, he will not die. In fact, it is impossible to kill a person by hitting without using tools with this child body of mine. The academy doesn't emphasize it. When you return to your parents, the bleeding would have stopped and the face is also clean. In some cases, it may be camouflaged by makeup, so you don't have to worry too much, it's fine. Miaro surely is. Apart from the fact that the skin on the face was scratched, the blood did not come out. He just got a nosebleed, and if it is clean, there should only be traces of striking marks. There may be cut on the eyelids. Plus, I haven't broken my bones. Besides, Dala-kun is known to be a problematic child. It's impossible for you to get expelled by any chance. I guarantee it. Miaro, I feel like I'll be all right if he says so. I see, I feel a little better. Yuri, I feel so much better. I have no excuse for Rook and Suzuya for being admitted and expelled immediately. I am honored to have helped you. Miaro said so happily. When I broke up with Miro and returned to the second residence on foot, the gatekeeper welcomed me. Good evening, welcome back. Gatekeeper, I went in and said I'm back. I was let in because I was an acquaintance, but it seemed strange because I was not riding in a carriage. A maid came out when I entered the house. She asked, "Are you injured?" When she found out that I returned with blood on my clothes. No, I got in a fight with my roommate. This is his blood. Can it be clean? Yuri, please take it off immediately. I'll bring you a change of clothes. Oh, you can do that in the reception room, all right? Maid, even if I am not told, I will not be naked at the reception room. Before she said anything, I went to the reception room immediately and took off the uniform. The maid brought the change of clothes before I finished undressing. I'm sorry, but please change by yourself. That's because the blood will stain over time. Maid, so you were in a hurry, is it? When I handed the uniform that I had finished taking off, she went out with clothes in haste. It was a little dry, but I wonder if it is safe because the water in the well moistened the sleeve. After changing the clothes, I sat on the sofa in the living room and rested. Yuri, what happened? Rook. Then, Rook came asking me about what happened. It seemed that he hadn't gone back to the territory and was still in the capital city. I had a problem and was kicked out of the dormitory. Yuri, I told him honestly, I was ashamed. A fight? With whom? Rook, Luke asked me with a serious look. He was also a bit angry. Don't be angry. It was with Galasan's son. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but he is my roommate. Yuri, ah. Rook, Luke seems to be convinced. Oh, you can't fight. Martial arts are not something to be used for fighting. Rook, he said something usual, but somehow it didn't contain the feelings. He must have heard from Gala in detail about his first son as a problematic child. I'm sorry. Yuri, don't go into a fight thoughtlessly, you know. Rook, yes. Yuri, did the other side start it first? Rook, yes. Yuri, that's what I thought. I heard from Gala somewhat. Rook, as I expected. Is that so? Yuri, I was saved by an understanding parent. If I was scolded without given a chance to explain and looked with disappointed eyes, it would be very painful. You are in no way using the dagger, all right. Rook, I'm not that stupid. I used bare hands. Yuri, did you break his bones or jaws? Rook, I didn't. Yuri, I shouldn't do so. I see, I'm just asking, you didn't kill him. Did you? Did you hit him until he blacked out? Rook, the order of asking was reversed. I was about to blow up. I didn't kill him, but I strangled him. Yuri, did you really strangle him? Rook completely changed as if he was blaming me. I understood why he was blaming me. Why did you do that? That's dangerous for people who do not have enough training. Rook, since he is a mad dog, he will not back up unless I make him collapse by strangling. I considered that he would keep fighting until his stamina ran out. Yuri, this is true. At that time, straining his arm. Rook, isn't that going to hurt his elbow? Yuri, I'm also learning locking technique. If you use the arm lock, you will be able to easily control the opponent, as the pain is quite different from that of being beaten. That is not the pain people can hold up if it is already decided, but there is a risk that the tendon may be hurt if that guy acted violently to untie it recklessly. The damage of the tendon is bad in general. In 10 years or even 20 years, there may be pain in the tendon at the joints when doing daily movement. Pain is mild, but it is not something people should endure. For example, if the pain runs at a certain point of the movement will be awkward, so it can be a lifelong obstacle as a knight. Yeah, so you kick his feet while avoiding the attack. Rook, feet is it? He was a bigger opponent than me, but I wonder if I could do it with my body. Yuri, I did not think about my feet. Since it was difficult to inflict damage by hitting from the start since the body is small, I didn't think I would fight by using mainly on hitting. Sawhim told me not to rely on blows until I became an adult. I would have to kick it over and over, but how about that? Fighting and running away from the guy who is used to fighting means that I require technique. When it comes to the size of Gala, a man who isn't trained can't make it in one blow. Rook, certainly. It would be ideal if you could make him not able to stand up with a low kick. However, Rook was right. There was a technique of hitting at lower body part again and again, while keeping a certain interval to the opponent who was hit and grabbed. I could do that many times if the fight started in a place like in the middle of the school ground, but it wasn't very helpful to fight in such a small room. There was also a possibility of being repeatedly hit, held down, and struck by the wall. The level of difficulty was way too high for me. Well then, wouldn't it better if you ignore the fight? Just surrender and complain to the dorm master. If you can't do it, you can go past this point. Rook, that might be true, but that's not the attitude of a knight. I'm going to get ridiculed, you know. Yuri, unexpectedly, Luke also had a bitter face. It was a feeling that he didn't want to do it as a man. What, don't you think it's a problem to run away after being picked up for a fight? In the end, after being picked up, there is no way to run. Don't fight, but if someone asks for a fight, I will accept. I won't hurt them, though. How should I say it? It is unreasonable, but the problems with human relationships are almost unreasonable. If you are picked for a fight, you'll have to use a system called a duel. However, I'm not sure whether it will be approved for the 10-year-old children. Before that, I don't want to kill each other. Well, I'm going to go for a drink with Gala today, so I'll talk about it. Rook, this father of mine did you promise of a drinking party when your son was struggling. Well, that's fine. What happened? Suzuya, a voice sounded. Suzuya came out from behind Luke and was looking at me. She probably let out that voice since she discovered that I was here even though I wasn't supposed to be here. My spine froze. In a way, she was an awkward someone whom I did not want to be scolded the most. Sorry, I came back. Yuri, I had a pitiful voice. Yuri had a little bit of a fight with his friend. It happens all the time. Luke will immediately follow up. Thank you, Papa, you shut up. Suzuya said with a splash. Papa closed his mouth. Papa, Yuri, did you fight? Suzuya, it was not a gentle-like voice, but a question-like voice. Yes. Yuri, this had occurred a couple of times, but when it came to this, I felt like I really became a child. I became gloomy. Did you get hit? Suzuya, I hit him. Yuri, the moment I said so, I was struck by an intense blow at the brain. Though it was hit the crown of the head, I came for a chin. That hurt. I felt dizzy and pressed the affected area. My head was ticking and the stars were flying in my field of vision. It was really painful. Tears came out from my eyes. If you are hitting and kicking in a fight, both sides will end with getting beaten. Suzuya, what local rule is this? The tears were floating and the view looks like I was in a pool. No, I'm getting really teary eyes. I'm sure the other child got beat by his parents. That's what it means being equal. Suzuya, it was a super theory of self-confidence. Is there such a thing? I don't feel like protesting even if I thought so. I can't win against Akasan. The next day, get up early in the morning and get on the carriage with a lack of sleep. When I got to the dormitory, Dala was waiting at the front door with his swollen face. Why is this guy waiting for me? Seriously, Dora's face was swollen and full of bruises. Even if I say so myself, I did well, isn't it? As I approached the front door, I heard a voice from the other side. I haven't lost yet. Dala, what a blunder. Did my ears hear wrongly? I'd like to ask you something. Yuri, what is it? Dala, if that doesn't mean losing, what do you call that then? Yuri, I really want to hear it. I am not admitting that I have lost. Dala, seriously, if you admit to losing, you will lose. Simple as that. Well, this is not a question of what others will say because it is like his belief. Whether it is black or blue, if you say it is white, then it is white. I guess that's fine, but it's a bother. So, who won the fight yesterday? Yuri, Dora did not answer. It seemed that the answer won't come out for a moment. It may not be possible to say I'm winning. It would be awkward to say it's a draw. Sometime later, the fight still continues. Dala and he seem to have come to such a conclusion. I don't care anymore. Well then, yesterday's fight can be my loss. Yeah, it's my loss. Yuri, I accepted the loss. Hanga. Dala, he had an outrageous face. It was all good. You are the winner. Congratulations. Yuri, no good, don't say that. Dala, if either party admits to lose, the other side has won, that's what I said. Yuri, that's why I admit to losing. What do you don't like that? No. Dala, what is with this guy? Now, let me ask you this. You were done so badly, you were strangled, and yet you don't want to admit losing. So how are you going to admit someone is losing? Yuri, I will admit loss if I lose 2 or 3 times. Dala, it was nice to be stupid. Heh, is that so? Even if you lose once, then you win next time. You will say I did it. We're even now, right? Are you still a man? Aren't you ashamed to live? Yuri, Dala, it seemed that he could not refute. All right. Yesterday is my loss. Dala, what's this? But we're going to fight again. Just wait and see. Dala, no, why is this guy so troublesome? I don't want to. Yuri, bastard, are you going to win and run? Dala, I was looked with scornful eyes. If we do it 100 times now, I will win 100 times. Did not you understand yesterday's fight? Yuri, it is such a thing I have to try. Dala, oh, you might be able to win if you attack at night or surprise attack. Yuri, do you think I will do that? Dala, I was quite relieved myself. I won't be able to use the dormitory if it comes to surprise attack or night attack. I said it yesterday, right? If you invite a knight for a fight, it can't be helped to be killed, you know. You don't know what that means at all. Yuri, ugh. Dala, if I was serious, you are not standing right now. You would lose your eyes, your arms and legs were broken, and you wouldn't be able to stand again. Can you imagine that? Yuri, for a moment, Dora turned into a horrible expression. I wonder if he imagines that he had become a cripple. Yesterday, I fought with great care not to hurt you. Of course, it is not because you are important, but because adults get upset when you are seriously injured. Yuri, It is a lie that I was paying attention to that, but it is true that I was doing it with discretion. I didn't use bone-breaking techniques. I was careful not to break your teeth when I hit you, and I was careful not to break my nose bones. As a result, you have a swollen face. Even so, you want to fight again. Don't want to admit losing. Do you think how far should I go easy on you so that you won't die? Yuri, ugh, Dala, he looked frustrated. Oh, I guess Gala told you yesterday that I did the same thing. You are a stray dog that is not worth to fight. If you want to challenge me, please polish yourself to such an extent that you can't be said to be a stray dog. Yuri, when I said that, Dala stood on the spot with a beaten expression. I passed by his side and entered the dormitory. I soon regretted it, saying those in that kind of mood. What would I do if 10 years later he says I did as you said? I had secluded myself in the mountains to train myself. Now don't die on me, all right, or something like that while holding a spear. That is going to be a trouble. Why did I say that to him? When I returned to the dormitory, I was given a cold look to the dorm master, but there were no other problems. When I entered the room, the hinges were fixed, and there were no ink stains. However, that rotten idiot has done a bad thing for another roommate, anyway. It would have been a surprise if they came in when there was such an appearance in the room. I thought that when I was looking at the room, but the luggage of my roommates hadn't been unpacked. They probably didn't come yesterday. Since the room was so miserable, there might be a consideration that it wasn't good for them to stay in here, and they were temporarily sent to another room or something. Incidentally, I became so hungry. Should I come to eat breakfast? It was before the sky became bright that I left the house, so I did not put anything in my mouth. Accordingly, dawn, dawn, it sounded 3 times. After a while, it became noisy, and the students came out to the hallway. Is it the bell of an alarm clock earlier? Is it time for meal now? Let's go downstairs. When I went to the dining room on the lower floor, there was a good smell of bread. After having a buffet breakfast, some sort of orientation began. Yes, please look at this. The dorm master pointed to the wall with a thin wooden stick. There was a canvas pasted with cloth. The cloth was a thick cloth used as a sail on the sailing ship, which also known as sailcloth. What was written was not a kind of painting, but something like an inventory. For you to graduate from the School of Knights, you must take 300 credits of these. Dorm master, I see. Is it a list of classes? But 300 credits are a lot. There are also classes that give 10 credits in one piece. The following was a summary of the talk given by the dorm master. Half of the 300 credits, or 150 credits, were classes unique to the School of Knights, which 100 credits were practical skills and 50 credits were lectures. In a word, 1/3 of the graduation credits of the School of Knights would be acquired by classes that required moving the body. There were 2 kinds of classes. One was compulsory and the other was optional. It seems that there were a lot of differences, depending on how to choose an elective course. The reason for this wasn't because the infantry department, the cavalry department, and the artillery department, which were completely different. There was no such division at all. Among the candidates, there were people who wanted to become a heavenly knight who rode the Eagle King, and it seemed that the curriculum will change because not all people with the School of Knights would become a heavenly knight. It seemed that students had to receive a lot of specialized practical skills to become a heavenly knight. However, fortunately, all the practical skills were recognized as graduation credits. As for riding the Eagle King, even if the students wanted to become a heavenly knight, there was a possibility of not able to become one even if they desired for it. It was tough for now since people were inexperienced, so that might take a while. However, it was a nice way to say that they didn't have talents to become one. For example, those who were afraid being in midair, and those who couldn't see the bottom. The other half, or the other 150 credits, were general classes in common with the School of Liberal Arts. There were also 120 compulsory credits, and the remaining 30 credits were up to the students' choices. It seemed that the compulsory courses were a must. Even if people became a knight, it would be embarrassing if they had no minimum education. They needed to learn national language, arithmetic, social studies, and history. There were a variety of elective general subjects. There were some subjects that taught science, but I guess most of them were nonsense. There was something about the ancient Shang language, but I didn't want to be involved in that language in the future, so I wouldn't take it at all. When think about it, it is the kind of old-fashioned literature that I hated in the previous life. There was something to be worried about in it. Cure a language course. Indeed. I was surprised to hear that there was a method of learning. This knowledge might become a treasure in life. Other than Shanti, who I knew to be the human who lived in this world, it was great if I could learn Curan language. If the country was destroyed and there was no place to go, I would have to either to live by hiding in an area controlled by the Curan, or to keep moving until I reached the land without being persecuted. On that occasion, there would be a world of difference if I knew the language or not. It was said that the Curan hate the Shanti, but because the Eurasian continent was wide, our people probably wouldn't be hated in all areas, and if I looked for places such as unexplored remote islands, there should still be more. So, did you understand? The dorm master said so, but I wasn't sure how much I understood. Among the people here, half of them probably understood this explanation. Please go to the consultation room later. If you have troubles, you make a timetable together. Dorm master, after all, it seems that the dorm master would make it completely. Well then, I will teach you what to do today. What we do today is a test on the exemption of compulsory classes. Some of you may already be familiar with the language and arithmetic and do not need to take some classes. These students would be exempted from the classes and given credits. Dorm master, seriously, not only are the compulsory lectures exempted, but the credits are falling from the sky. Thank God. The top management of this academy must be some kind of god. However, this application is voluntary. You will be asked to apply for a self-report and the teachers will test you individually. In addition, the person who was below the standard in the examination of the other day cannot apply. Those who do not need to apply for an exemption or are not eligible to receive the exemption will be asked to make a class timetable today. Dorm master, I see. Here comes the effect of the examination before the entrance ceremony. As a teacher, if they interview students who can't understand that level of the previous examination, it won't be enough no matter how much time they have. I guess a borderline has been set. I'm glad I was able to do my best. The sound of the phrase of credits that came down from the sky has a tremendous appeal. That may be due to the trauma of the university student's life that always chased by credits. I can't believe it, but your knowledge of arithmetic might be better than me. Is that so? Yuri, let me give a standing ovation inside. With this, I got 30 credits because of arithmetic and abacus. It's worthwhile to receive a special lecture at the School of Liberal Arts, but there is no class that can be taught in the School of Knights. Thank you very much. Yuri, good, so far so good. However, your abacus is still not good. Yuri, abacus is no good. Well, I'll exempt you from the intermediate abacus with special bonus. Please take the advanced abacus. My abacus is no good, is it? By the way, I learned how to handle it and now I can go through it, but it is still not enough. From the way of speaking, it feels like I am barely exempted from the intermediate class. In order to be exempted from the advanced level, it may be necessary to crackle at an afterimage speed that only can be seen by an amateur from the experts in abacus. By the way, the abacus is a different one from the one used in Japan. The shape is so-so, but there are no beams in the middle, and there are 9 round balls in a row. Well, half of the lesson is already exempted, so it's all good. The best thing, I am exempted from taking all 5 arithmetic classes. Anyhow, that's 27 credits exemption. Out of the national language, history, social studies, and arithmetic, I am totally exempted from taking all national language classes. For history and social studies, I am exempted on everything except the last class. Thus, from 120 credits of compulsory classes, 104 credits have been exempted. The special classes of the School of Knights are also exempted by 16 credits out of 50 credits. Therefore, the total credits exemption is 120 credits. In other words, I've been exempted by 40% of credits out of 300 credits. Awesome. The interview, which took until midnight, was over, and I returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, the dorm master had a haggard face, probably because she had to deal with kids all day long. I went to the cafeteria because I was hungry and Miaro was having a late dinner. The excellent students were expected to go through a lot of interviews, so there might be a lot of them similar to me. I received a tray filled with food and went to Miaro. "Can I join you, Yuri?" When I said that, "Yes, please." "Miaro, he told me so. We were talking while having a meal." "I'm glad there is such a mechanism. You also got a lot of credit exemption, right?" Yuri: "Yes, I got 93 credits exemption." Miaro: "93 credits, that's great. However, the curriculum itself is designed to help children who can't really write letters nor do addition. Speaking of 10 years old, that will be about the 5th year of elementary school. The children who receive private tutors or go to cram school would be exempted from 1st year up to 5th year classes. I thought about 30 to 40 credits for exemptions would be hard for a well-educated child who is a little smart. In addition to that, it is amazing that he gets 93 credits exemption. As I expected, Miaro is smart. Yuri: "I knew it. There is no such thing. How about you, Yuri-kun?" Miaro: "I got 120 credits." Yuri: Miaro dropped the spoon that rolled onto the tap on the wooden tray. "What? Is there something wrong?" However, I don't want to lie. "Well, I have to say, but I have also been studying for that matter." Yuri: "Excessive modesty will lead to bad situation like the matter with Carol. Let's say that I have made an effort accordingly. In fact, it has been done in correspond to Satsuki." I see. Even so, it is amazing. Isn't that the best record?" Miaro: "Well, I don't know. Yuri, I want you to stop with the best record. Just let it go by. I don't care about the record, but I'm glad it's easier to graduate. I wish I could graduate soon." Yuri: "I agree. However, it seems we can't graduate early in the School of Nights, you know." Miaro: "What do you mean, Yuri?" "It's because the School of Nights has practical skills." Miaro: "Oh, that's right. There are classes that I have to do one by one in order. It's like taking the multiplication class after completing the addition class. It will take many years to clear the practical skills one by one, like climbing the stairs." I see. I wonder how many years it will take when the practical skill goes smoothly. Yuri: "In theory, it's 7 years." Miaro: "That takes a while." As expected, Miaro knows everything. "Oh, if it goes well, is it 17 years old when you will graduate?" Yuri: "But Rook said that it would usually take until about 25 years old. In fact, 7 years would be impossible. For example, since advanced jujitsu practical skill requires 3rd year high school skills, it will not be easy to get it even if you get qualified in the 3rd year of middle school. Even though experience can be filled with talent and effort, physique is hard to overcome. It happens a lot, and it gives you the feeling that instead of the shortest 7 years, it will take 15 years to graduate. No matter how talented and strong you are, I heard that the last practical skill will be prohibited if you are not 20 years old." Miaro: "Oh my. It doesn't seem like that. Why is that? So is it not possible for me graduate early?" Yuri: "Depending on the situation, the knights may have to go to the battlefields as soon as they get their title. This is something like it's not good to send you to the battlefield if your physique is not ready no matter how talented you are." Miaro: "Oh, that kind of thing." Yuri: "The shanty have a slow pace of growth. According to my memory, the speed of growth is similar up to 10 years old compared to the human race on Earth. However, the shanty only looks like high school students even if they are 20 years old. At about 25 years old, they finally look like an adult. The appearance is quite youthful, and it is the feeling that this is the way of shanty life. Since the appearance of 17 years old is still like a child, considering the age of going to the battlefield, it feels like a child soldier even at the age of 20. It is too sad for these talented people to graduate at the age of 17, but to be killed because they are sent out to the battlefield while still growing. In that sense, the 20-year-old may be a compromise point of the academy. Well, there's no point in hurrying so much. Yuri: "That's what I'm talking about." Miaro: "But I guess I have to do my best to graduate at the age of 20. If you do that, it will not seem too difficult if I get enough credits exemption. Is this similar to those in the School of Liberal Arts? Yuri. They can graduate from the university as quickly as possible. It's better to graduate rather early, so there are many people who hurry up. The importance of credits exemption is also different from that of the School of Knights. Miaro, hey, is that so? Miaro is very knowledgeable. Yuri. That's not true. I just know a lot of boring stuff. Miaro, I don't think it's boring. Where do you learn that? Yuri, well, remembering such trivial things is like the work of the witch households. Miaro, oh really? I see the households with the history are different. Yuri, I agree. My household is also one of the 7 great witch households. Our history can be traced back to the great empire. Miaro, it is great to be able to trace back to the era of great empire. The Hu household could be traced back to that era, but it seemed that the Hu household was an ordinary farmer in the rural area of the southern part of the Scandinavian peninsula. Before long, the unknown ancestor Sama worked hard, and he became a wealthy farmer from just an ordinary farmer. He gave birth to the Hu household. After becoming a wealthy farmer, the impoverished country collapsed due to war. Having repeated confusion and violent fight in the country, the household became like a powerful clan with its territory in the southern region. Then, when the kingdom of Shiyalta was formed, the center of it was Shiyalta full Charters. In order to win the Hu household, she appointed the ancestor to be the general of the southern region. In other words, it was an upstart farmer family, but it was close to 900 years ago. If the upstart continues for 900 years, it will be a great household with a history. However, it was difficult to say that it could be traced back to the great empire era, as the family tree was only from the time of becoming a powerful clan. I can't even imagine what kind of time is that. Yuri, I can't imagine working at the imperial castle. I didn't do anything. Miaro said with a calm face, he is not a neat. There's no such thing. There's no way I'm not doing anything. Yuri, no, I'm not doing anything amazing. These blackmailer Marmozet and conspiracy lover Charvel seem busy, but compared to those women, money will come in even if I don't do anything. If I do strange things behind the scenes, they will be angry on the contrary. Miaro, it was a bit ironic. I see. It's like a useless employee who got scolded because he does something bad. And it's like, he can't be dismissed because he is a relative of the company president. When I think about it, it is true that I remember the name of Gudenvier, but I don't know what they are doing. I suppose they don't do anything. Is that so? Yuri, the Hu household is much more amazing. Miaro, really? Yuri, what about it? Well, the household is surely amazing. Rook is also working properly with that. The history of the general is full of glory and honor. The witch households are a big deal, but it doesn't do anything for anyone. Miaro, what? He is bashing the witch households. Is Miaro a fan of my household? I do not feel bad if you say so. Well, I don't know if I'm going to enter the general household. Yuri, Miaro was surprised. He made quite an astonished face. It's a bit funny. It may be a face that can't be seen all the time. Aren't you going to be the chief of your household in the future? Miaro, no, I'm not. Yuri, Yuri, instead of me becoming the chief, the husband of my female cousin would be the one. I am originally the son of a rancher. Yuri, so the alternative plan is to have the husband take care of the household. I mean, since you are talented, wouldn't it be better for you to be the chief? Miaro, no, that will be the matter if I quit the School of Knights when it doesn't fit me. Yuri, Miaro was stunned. He had an unbelievable face. What, is it that bad? I might have let you down all the way, is it? I was originally going to be a rancher at a bird farm. I don't think the rancher's job would be too bad if I don't become a knight. Yuri, you are not joking about being a rancher, am I right? Miaro, I'm not. A rancher is a great job, you know. Yuri, rancher is a fine job. If I had been in the Hu household and lived for many years, I wouldn't think it wasn't bad to be a knight. Rather, I would think that I would like to come to want it. In the previous life, I was just a son of a rich person in the countryside. Since I didn't do anything even though I was the scion of the company, I never had to be forced to make decisions. However, When time passes, in fact, I still didn't want to be the owner at all. When I look at Rook, he doesn't have a complete good life, but I didn't see him became unhappy at all. Before this, I couldn't think that I will be happier before this. Of course, the money I can freely use has increased more than before. It's like being pampered in a high society. So Suzuya doesn't have to use her hands anymore, and she doesn't need to wash laundries with hands. But that doesn't directly mean happiness. I'm glad that my life, Rook's and Suzuya's, are better than before. I sure think so. I'm also like Rook. We feel that we have it better with handling a bird ranch. That's why we prefer that way. Now that I hold sentiment towards Siamu, I am thinking that it might be all right to become the chief if it can prevent Siamu from an unhappy marriage, but I will be happy to give up my dream job if I fall in love with Siamu at first sight and appear before her like a prince on a white horse. That's certainly true. So you don't want to be the chief? Miaro, I don't know. Yuri, this is the same pattern as Carol. Although I was born in a general household, I don't take pride of being a knight. It's disgraceful. It's that kind of feeling. Even if it's a knight, I don't want to think of it if I have to be around that idiot. They probably disapprove me, but I think they won't be angry. But Miaro is the second seat or the third seat. He should have made a reasonable effort. If he isn't unlucky as me, he probably can become the chief. So I have to choose the answer carefully. I feel like a rancher job is suitable for me, so it depends on my cousin. Yuri, no, I mean it doesn't matter what you will become. It's just that I think you are the one fit for the job. You aren't only good at studying, but also having courage. Miaro, really, I don't have the courage. Yuri, if I have the courage, I won't become like what in the previous life. I was held by power, swayed by a woman, and got hurt. I was a secluded trash. I have no courage. Well, if I go on like this, it seems that I'm likely to become the chief of the family. Yuri, why yes, that's right. Miaro, his eyes were somehow hollow. Why is this guy so shocked? I think that's not a big deal. Let's think of a timetable together. It will be a relief if we take as many classes together. Yuri, why yes, let's do so. Miaro, the lecture started the morning of the next day. We, the first grader, took off the uniform, dressed in athletic clothes designated by the academy, and gathered at the schoolyard. The yard was excessively wide. It was a garden with bare rectangular soil, close to the schoolyard that was in Japanese schools. However, there were no oval lines drawn. The ground was merely being leveled. There was no place where it had become a hill and valley, and it was still a beautiful land leveling. That wasn't at all. The grass had been pulled out, and it was scattered like a small gravel stone of grains. I wonder what kind of training we would do. Well, the people here are nobles as well, so it's probably not bad, maybe. We're going to run today. Run until I say you're good to go. The instructor said so. Is it rather a Sparta training? Well, this is what it is. For those who have never done a full-fledged exercise, they need to run first in order to train them. I'm sure that is the standard. Your answer should be why yes. Instructor, confused asterisk. Students, don't mess around, say yes. Instructor, when the instructor yelled yes. Student, everyone answered. No one say no, huh? Well, it's better than being told your answer is ranger or something else interesting. What are you doing? I told you to run, so start running fast. Instructor, even so, the children were puzzled. The people in this country weren't practicing group marches from elementary school. Maybe that was why they were puzzled. In the first place, we didn't know where to run in the schoolyard. The lines weren't drawn, and it was the first time to run in such a place. It seems that some children came and went back and forth in the same place as a shuttle run. The instructor also made a loud voice but did not seem to be losing patience. I guess this happens every year. You over there, run. Instructor, he didn't yell at me. G got it. It was directed to Carol. Carol was also participating. Her long hair was tied behind her. She was wearing the same athletic clothes, but since the girl was all alone, she was clearly conspicuous. Even so, yelling at the princess of the country, this instructor has the guts to look up. Your answer should be why yes. Instructor, yes. Carol, all right. That's a good answer. I will run, so follow me. Instructor, yes. Carol, when the instructor started to run, Carol followed it while tattering. Do you start running from the instructor after all? Well, I guess this happens every year as well. As those who loved exercise started to follow after them, the others also began to do the same. I also started running around the perimeter of the schoolyard. I was running on the same circumference in either slow or fast pace. The instructor ran through like he was walking. He seemed to be in charge of calling someone who was about to collapse. "Oi, don't take your time. Run, run." Instructor, some of the students were plump children who seemed to have never exercised, so they looked like unable to run well. It was their first time they had been running, and they started to make noises before it was even a kilometer. In other words, the main purpose of this training was to correct these children. "You can't be a knight with that kind of guts. Oi, don't stop running." Instructor, while pushing the back of the student who was about to collapse, the instructor made them run by force. What is this? Isn't it rather a splendid boot camp? I'm fine with that though. I had been carrying the hay, cleaning up the dripping every day before entering the mansion. After that, I was trained by sawing, and my physical strength has become like this. In addition to that, I did not even think to try my best in the first place, since I was running when I was in accordance with Miaro. Therefore, I did not go out of breath at all. I felt like I was finally in a good shape, as 1 to 2 people already reached their physical limit. On the other hand, Miaro, who had been running beside me, was better to rank his physical strength limit from the bottom. "So sorry, I am already." Miaro, it did not mean that he had no guts, and he continued to run enthusiastically until his face turned blue and his feet came to an end, but he finally reached its limit. "You did well." "Yuri." "Ha ha, thank you." Miaro, when I waved hand, he dropped out and disappeared into the back. He wasn't scolded since it was recognized that he ran considerably at the level of the instructor. He went to the middle of the schoolyard and successfully joined the group of those who had been sitting out. Then I was running at my own pace. After that, 1, 2, 10 people disappeared. Even if there weren't many people, I kept running. In the meantime, my back was smacked. It didn't take long to guess who did that. "Oi, follow me." "Instructor." As I heard the voice of the instructor, he overtook me. Since this wouldn't last forever, he probably decided to gather the students and let them run all together. The speed went up. I am confident in my physical strength, but I won't last at this speed for long. Well, I don't want to be running for too long, so this is fine, isn't it? I suppose he doesn't allow me to stop running like Miaro. When the pace was raised, those who had worked hard until now dropped out in large numbers. The instructor didn't scold them. He couldn't do it since he was the pacemaker. In any case, it should be fine since there were students who had a passing marks in endurance as they were still running until now. Among them, there were me and other 2, so the total was 3 people. Just 3. Me, Dala, and Carol. Forget about Dala, but why Carol is here? That's strange. Even though she is a princess, she has such stamina. I will not lose to you. Dala, that was Dala. Just die, it's tiresome. I will definitely losing to you either. Carol, for some reason, Carol was trying to compete. I just don't get it. Did I do something bad? I remember you slapped me, but I don't remember doing anything else at all. I wonder if I touched her boobs unconsciously. Ha ha, I've reached my limit. Yuri, I tried to act on purpose. Don't be silly. Carol was mad. I feel that she has a slight desire to kill. Scary. By the way, the order of fatigue is Carol Dolamy. I have no problem with the stamina. Since I was taking it easy before running earnestly, the one who is not tired the most is obviously me. Hence, this isn't a competition. I don't understand why it turns out to be a competition of determination. Anyway, I will be the top if it remains this way. To begin with, even if I look Carol from the side, she obviously has reached her limit. I feel that she is running with the fuel of determination, but why did she say I will definitely not losing to you? Even though I don't want to win, I will win. Is this a new kind of harassment? Fine, I got it. It's a competition. I'll do it then. Yuri, when I said so in good spirits, they were staring at me. It felt like the competition had begun. But according to my observation, you guys are running 1 round more than me. This is not fair. Yuri, the 2 of them should have seen me taking my time when I ran. Just now, I was picked up by the instructor from the rear and joined him. When I calculated it, they had been going for another lap. So I'm going to overtake the instructor and run for 1 lap. Then we can start. Yuri, the 2 looked at me with glaring eyes. The instructor is already running at a speed that completely going away from us. To overtake him and to run one lap is a very difficult matter. I have to run with a speed like sprinting. However, that is my aim. They would splendidly fall behind. I don't want to get caught up in the fruitless struggle of those who love to compete. I want to finish it quickly even if it is somewhat painful. If I drop out on the way, I will lose. Let's do it. I started running like a sprinter. I overtook the instructor in a hurry and went ahead. There was a sign that someone was running from behind. Did the instructor decided to follow me in order to spank my head? That's not nice, isn't it? As I turned around while having such a thought, the instructor was considerably at the rear. There was Dala. I just don't get it. Didn't you hear what I said earlier, you fool? Are you stupid? Why are you following me? Yuri, if you are one lap late, I am the same. Dala, is this guy a retard? I've been running behind you. Dala, really? I guess so. I thought he was running a lot ahead of me, but he wasn't. It is the opposite. This guy has been secretly competing with me from the beginning. Since I have been running leisurely with Miaro, this guy has been following me from behind like a stalker, huh? In other words, he was running slower than me. No matter what it is, you are stupid. It's annoying. Yuri, damn it, that came out from my mouth. What did you say? Dala, sure enough, he is angry. Whatever. There's no shame in being beaten. I ran for a while. By the time my legs were hurting and my breath was disorganized as expected, I finally got around and caught up. I was so tired and my legs were laughing. I didn't mind if I dropped out, but there was a guy behind me who refused that. Ha-hee-I, ha-hee-I. Dala, it was Dala who was chasing with his bluish face. Though Dala was at the rear, it seemed that he hadn't lost it yet. To catch up, he was running while exhorting his tired legs. The heck, let alone exhorting the legs, he is hitting it. It would be strange if I give up first. It's disgraceful indeed. I'll be shameful as a man. While thinking this, I started running. As a man, it was strange for me to have that feeling occurred inside of me. Although Dala was still running until he became like that, I imagined the scene where I said, phew, I'm already at my limit, I'm tired, so I don't want to run. I became disgusted after that. I guess I will have to run some more. Do you think that's cool? Carol asked. What's with her? Are you a fool for trying to catch up from behind? Yuri, when I said that instinctively, Carol glared at me. It's not like I'm making fun of her. No, I wonder why she did foolish thing. If you think they are a fool, would they be a fool forever? Yes, it seems that way after all. Carol, no, I think it's cool. Yuri, thereupon, the dangerous-looking face disappeared and she looked at me in surprise. You are a fool, but you have the determination. That's a big deal. I can't do that very much. Yuri, she definitely put an effort when something must be done. I see. Carol smiled thinly somehow. In the end, Dala couldn't catch up my rear. The distance was gradually bigger and he fell down flatly. When the instructor took care of the impatient Dala who went around and became motionless, Carol and I both stopped running. I stopped my legs and sweat spouted out. Breathing was disorganized and my sense became light. Ha, the competition is good enough, right? Yuri, ha, fine. Carol, what? It should be fine, isn't it? I'm tired. What does she mean, really? I couldn't bear to lose to the garbage, but I knew that you had a heart of a knight, so it's fine. Carol, it seems that the re-evaluation of the person who is me is progressing even though I still don't get it. I leveled up from garbage to a good citizen. Even so, it was supposed to be garbage. I feel like that helps, but it's hard to live in this world. After taking a bath, I ate lunch in the afternoon. Basically, it seems to be a practical skill in the morning and a classroom lecture in the afternoon. In general, we would be separated from the peers. This afternoon, there would be a lecture on advanced abacus. Let's go to the lecture room. Unfortunately, Miaro isn't here because he has another lecture at the same time. I am alone. When I think about it, there were many lecturers I had taken alone in the university. When I entered the lecture room, there were a lot of people in the classrooms where it could sit for about 300 people. I expected it was a small abacus classroom, but apparently it wasn't so. I've come a lot earlier, but it's so crowded. Well, since it was a general subject which the liberal arts students also can take it, the number must be big. I sat in a proper seat. Then I took out my abacus from the bag and put it on the desk. I had no work to do. Hi, are you a kid of the nights? Suddenly, I was approached by the guy next to me. When I turned around, I saw a handsome guy sitting there. He looks like in his 20s. He has a very good physique with his sunburned skin. I have seen the men of the Knights as well. There are many people who have a good physique, but there are not many people who are sunburned. The skin of Shanty doesn't sunburn easily. Even if the people work outdoors normally, they may become a bit darker, but they won't get tanned. It is probably due to a predisposition, but the main factors of regional and UV light aren't that much. Hello, you're right. Yuri, my name is Harold. Harold. I have never heard of the last name. That remind me. I didn't ask his name and yet he told me. He's somehow overly familiar. My name is Yuri who? Yuri, ooh. Harold pretended to be surprised. Are you the heir of who household? I've met a celebrity. Harold, everyone seemed to know my name. It makes me feel uneasy. I'm not someone who have won the Nobel Prize with my own power. Celebrities are people who aren't doing anything. I don't think I'm a celebrity. Yuri, are you able to skip until here? Harold, skip. Why, he asks in such exuberant mood. Ah, did he mean the exemption? Yes, that's right. Yuri, I've been taking classes at the academy since last year. I was supposed to take over my father's place. Harold, since last year. What does that mean? This guy looks like he is beyond 20 years old. The students of the Knights and the liberal arts enter from the age of 10. Therefore, it isn't impossible to have someone in 20s to enter the classroom, but as I expected, I can't see him as someone within my age. From last year, no matter how I think about it, the age does not match. That means he entered the school after getting old enough. Well, there may be circumstances and things like that. Excuse me, but which student are you? Yuri, I'm an occasional student. Harold, occasional student. Since you are not from the Knights or the liberal arts, does that mean that you are a member of the general public? Yuri, when I think about it, he's not wearing something like a uniform. He's wearing casual attires. Don't you know, there are a lot of students coming from the general public. That's about half of the guys here, I think. Harold, really? I heard that for the first time. However, speaking of half, that is quite a lot. I see half of them are ordinary people. When I looked closely, I found a variety of clothes. Is there any advantage of taking the lesson, like qualification or something? Yuri, I don't get the qualification, but the lecture fee is cheap and the quality of the teacher is good. There are many people who come from far away and are doing the course as occasional students. Harold, is it purely for academic purposes? Yuri, that's great, isn't it? It's not such a big deal. I'm a child of a merchant, so I have to learn abacus. If you can read or write, you'll be ridiculed, you know. You can't talk to nobles unless you are educated. You can't even get to know them. Harold, ooh. If there is no compulsory education, you will go to such places voluntarily to learn. It would be cheaper than hiring a tutor. And even if you hire a tutor, the knowledge taught in some cases is not necessarily correct. However, since they receive the same lecture as the nobles here, there is no concern that recognition differences will occur in conversations with business partners, aside from whether the knowledge is correct or wrong. Are you taking only the lectures you need? Well, there's no such things as compulsory courses, right? Yuri, that's about it. Harold, I see. Thank you for teaching me a lot of things. Yuri, no, I do not mind. Harold, there were only adults, so it was an adult response. By the way, Harold-san, you said that you are a merchant, yes? Yuri, he said he was a child of a merchant. What kind of business do you do? Yuri, my family is doing trading. We are sailors. Harold, to Kilgina? Yuri, as for trading, the only trading partner was Kilgina. Yes. Harold, it seemed that they were trading across the Baltic Sea. I can imagine that. If Kilgina dies out, trading can't be done. Kilgina is being attacked on an ongoing basis. Furthermore, since it is inferior, it can't be said that it is a business with much potential. Is the war going to get better? Yuri, and when I asked, Harold had a face that reminded him of something unpleasant. So and so. Harold, I see. The business world is facing hard time. Is that so? Yuri, unlike my perception, Kilgina is probably in precarious state. Our family is coming from the production area of the goods that we carry. The place is in the Toga territory, but it has been destroyed. Harold, what? Does the business can go on if Kilgina is destroyed? I see, that's why. Yuri, we can't get your hands on the other products because they are tied to another merchant. Harold, that's awful. If that's the case, he shouldn't succeeded the business. It's hard, isn't it? Yuri, it is like taking over a company just before bankruptcy. There is no conscientious system of limited liability in this world. Therefore, if the company goes bankrupt, it should be stripped of infinite liability. If he dissolve all of the assets before losing everything, it will not be so. But it's not easy to do that when the family business that he has been doing for a long time. I wish that he could develop a new product. The idea of a product will determine the success, but it can't be helped since they are not the one who produced the product. There is no way I can say that. Still, I can't dissolve Harold's company. I have to do my best. Harold made a face as if he was at his wit's end. He seemed to have a sense of responsibility. Please do your best. Yuri, well, go for it. I'll cheer you secretly. When I had that thought, this suddenly came into my mind. In that case, what if you learn the Kura language and trade with the Kuran? Yuri, if he can't trade with the Shanti, why can't he trade with the Kuran, right? With the Kuran? Harold, he had a question floated in his face. The Kurans seem to hate us for being Harry, but there is no law saying that you can't do business with them here. However, you will probably be given a death penalty if you behave like a spy. Yuri, really? Harold, no, I'm not sure because I'm not a jurist. Yuri, even if I have to say this to myself, it is completely irresponsible. Anyhow, I got a new idea from this. Well, should we try to find out about it? But I wonder if I can do business with them. Harold, I wonder that too. It will be difficult until you make the first contact. Anyhow, the other side forbid themselves from trading with Shanti. Yuri, really? Harold, no, I don't know, but I think that probably will be the case. Yuri, he doesn't know it, however, there is usually a break in diplomacy as a prelude to war. That is so-called breaking off the relations. This hasn't changed either in this world or in the previous world. Why is that? Well, if the citizens here go on travel on their own and they are captured as prisoners of war, it would be troublesome. Therefore, they block the border in advance and prohibit people from going back and forth. It is a natural measure, so there will be no difference in the situation in this world. But there is something like a backdoor in everything. You should do business with a guy like a half-thug who moves by making money. This is something that even an idiot can come up with, so Harold should also know. But if you don't do it well, you may get killed before you make the first contact. Yuri, the possibility is high. Yeah, Harold was considering. If you get caught on the other side, you'll become a slave for sure. Harold, really? I'm sorry to say it lightly. It is a difficult thing after all. Yuri, according to my suggestion, his hope will be crushed if he is captured in the Kuran territory and turned to be a slave. No, it's interesting. Harold, really? Yuri, it might be interesting. Harold, he said it twice. Saying it again means he is probably interested. I don't know what to say, but I think it's better to stop him. It's dangerous, you know. Yuri, it's worth a try. We are used to fight the pirates. Harold, really? Yuri, the pirates are probably the Kuran. Then the lesson had started while Harold nodding and said yes, that's it alone. A few days later, the long-awaited Kura language course day came. Unlike in the other lectures, there were few people in the classroom. There were the merchant Harold, and Miaro. There were also 5 other people. It seems there is no other general public, except Harold. At this moment, do the people of this country haven't felt the necessity at all? For starters, there may be no sense of internationalism in the Shanti. The Kuran is not at the level of black people or white people. In terms of sexual intercourse, since they are at a different level compared to the Shanti where children can't have it, the idea of diplomacy may never sprout in the first place. Or since they are having mercantilism diplomacy, or perhaps I should say national isolation for 900 years, the idea of learning foreign language doesn't exist. I sat next to Miaro, who had already come to the lecture room. Hello, Yuri, I greeted him. Miaro accepted my greeting. Hi there. Miaro, however, he didn't speak anything else. It was still too early to talk in the morning. Yo. Harold, accordingly, Harold sat next to me. It seemed he moved his seat. Hello, nice to meet you. Miaro, who is this child? Please introduce him to me. Harold, he is Miaro Gudenvirsan. Ah, this person here is Harold. Yuri, hello, Harold-san. Miaro smiled broadly. It felt like a smile when meeting people for the first time. However, the reaction of Harold was extreme. He had a face as if he was scared, and it was also expressed in his manner. Nice to meet you. Gudenvir dono. Harold, for some reason, he shrunk in fear. What's with the honorific dono? At my time, he was like us. Ah, you are the child of the chief, is it? What a big belly you have. Well, it feels like that, though. Ah, no, maybe it's not like that. Speaking of Harold, are you from the Harold Company? Miaro, does he know? Oh, wow. No, I mean yes. I am honored that you have heard about me. Harold, his speech is weird. You can stalk as usual, you know. You may talk like how you do with Yuri-kun. Miaro, I see. Harold was obviously looked relieved. What is this? He was speaking just fine with me. Yes, you are more or less the heir of the Harold Company. Miaro, is the Harold Company famous? Yuri, I asked Miaro in low voice. Miaro started speaking with his mouth close to my ear. It is a medium-sized company that can't be said to be a large company, but I heard that Marmozet is getting in the way of the business and is falling away. They like to harass merchants who refuse bribes. Miaro, heh. It looks like Marmozet seems to be like a bad yakuza. A member of that yakuza is the dean of the liberal arts. In that case, it feels like Harold acted in reservation toward Miaro was because he was scared with Yakuza's son, Miaro, compared to MP's son, me. I wonder what is going on. TLN. MP is a short form of Member of Parliament. What are you talking about? Harold seems to be worried. When I looked at Miaro, wondering whether it was fine to talk about it, he nodded impishly. I heard that a merchant's home suffered damage by the blackmailer. Miaro, yeah. Harold, there seemed to be no mistake as Harold looked angry. He probably couldn't complain in front of Miaro. Why do you want to learn the Kura language, Harold-san? Miaro changed the topic. Ah, yeah. I wonder if he would say the other day, this child said. When I got together with this child in the abacus class, I was told that if you don't have a job, you can trade with the Kurin. That was it. Harold, with the Kurin, is it? Miaro had a slight frown. Since my father also said it was a good idea, I immediately applied and came to this lecture. Harold, I was thinking for a bit, but are there any problems? Yuri, I asked without reserve, and Miaro seemed considering for a bit. I think there is no problem, but there are many difficulties. Miaro, it seemed that there are difficulties. For example, you can be killed. However, there is no need to concern about that. Miaro, Harold nodded. That's fine, but it might be a problem if there are accompanying acts due to the difficulties. Miaro, what does that mean? Harold, accompanying acts due to the difficulties. Even I became good with the ancient Shan language. He made a considerable gloomy expression. I think the problem is the time it takes to find a trading partner. Of course, there is a danger, but to avoid being killed or abducted, Harold-san may want consider using enough armed escorts to secure evacuations. Miaro, even if Miaro didn't say anything, it was a consideration of the opponents were thugs. This is a normal measure because of the thug partners. Even without saying armed escorts, how about preparing arms for the sailors? That will make it an invasion into the territory of the Kura country. The problem is, if the armed escorts go wild and killed a lot of Kurin, even though it is an act of self-defense, that outright act is the same as piracy. Since the crime of piracy is a death penalty, even if you run away luckily, but the other side appeals to the country by sending a letter of demand, you'll be arrested and hanged. Miaro, ah, I see. That's why it's illegal. I had no idea. Well, if you think about it well, it will be very common. Since it didn't go well when you acted on your own and negotiate with a hostile nation, you killed a lot of people and retreated. That kind of picture comes into my mind. The purpose at the beginning is to negotiate. Although there is a room for self-defense in that respect, there is no change that it can blow into a small-scale war. Ah, I see. Yes. Harold was thinking about something. It is dangerous, but the harvest may be big. As what you expected, Yuri-kun. Miaro, I didn't know what to say, but he complimented me. I wonder about that. When I think about it, this may be a suicidal act. Yuri, a merchant with ambition would challenge such a dangerous thing. Miaro said that it was a matter of course. It certainly may be so. There is either image of earning a lot by doing a dangerous trade of high risk and high return, or to curry the favor of powerful people and share interests. It is obvious that Harold is not suitable for the latter, or it seems that he has already disliked it, so there is only the former. If it's not Mitsui, it will be Suzuki. TLN, not sure what idiom is this. By the way, the teacher of the Kura language seems to be a Kuran. Miaro, when Harold became quiet, Miaro said that few words. Ha, Yuri, I didn't know that. Do the Kuran live in this country? No, it's not weird to live here. Is that so? This is my first time seeing them. Harold, me too. Yuri, really? Do the Kuran live in this country? How many of them? Yuri, is it 100 people? They basically don't live here. It's not amusing if they are found out to be a spy. Miaro, well, of course, but they do live here. Miaro, they are exiles, right? Harold, ah, I see. So these Kuran can no longer stay in their country, is it? Yuri, yes. Miaro, but don't they usually escape to the east? Yuri, Eurasian continent is wide. If you have to escape to another country, you should go to the east. You can flee to the south, that is to Africa. In any case, there is no need to come to this country of extreme coldness and with different language. Apparently, the people who are coming here were at risk to be killed by the pursuers. If it's here, it's almost impossible to pursue after that. Miaro, oh, that might be so. Yuri, certainly, there are no worries here. Even if you want to act against an assassin, it is difficult to hide while on the way here since you are obviously a different race. In addition, it is very difficult since you have to move and it is cold outside. Instead of being assassin, you will need someone to do the assassination. So, you will need more money to kill one by one. That is how it is. Especially if the bad people are coming, is it? Harold, since they can't do anything much, they can only come to the conflicted country. Those who are pursued because of doing mass murder are not allowed to take asylum. Miaro, I see. Yuri, there are only demerits. They are basically political prisoners. The teacher who is appointed to this class seems to be a nonconformist. Miaro, nonconformist. It sounds dangerous. The teacher is a religious Kuran, and she seemed to have been exiled about 3 years ago. Miaro, how does he know about that? I suppose he has investigated the teacher. A woman casually came in through the door. She walked with small steps and stood at the teaching desk. She was a woman who appeared to be 20 years old. That person who was Kuran wasn't much different from Shanti in terms of appearance. The difference was that the skin was dark. All Shanti had pale skin, so it felt refreshing seeing her. It was the second race I had seen in more than 10 years. That woman had long black hair on her ears, probably because of a peeling. The shape of the ears was different from that of the Shanti, and the earlobes were round. Of course, there were no hair on the ears. She looked a bit short compared to Shanti women, but this might be an individual difference, so I didn't know if it was the general constitution of the Kuran. In other words, it was exactly the human I knew. Rather than the Shanti, the Kuran was closer to the human I knew. Although I didn't even imagine a race that was like an ogre with horns, it was largely different from what I had in mind, where the Kuran was taxonomically different to the point they couldn't have children with the Shanti. Based on the reference of Tolkien's, it looked like a dwarf. With this, she was almost the same as human beings. Rather than to be told that they couldn't have children, it was much easier to understand that it was possible to have them. I wonder why they can't have children. In terms of biological classification, it seems that there were clearly only subspecies. The making of the face was a little different from the Kuran, but because this person wears glasses, it looked more intelligent than the general Shanti. There were no glasses that could be called spectacles in this country, and they were using something like a loupe or magnifying glass. This was the first time I saw a vine-shaped glasses supported by the ears and bridge of the nose. My name is Isa Veen. Isa, she bowed. As you can see, I am Kuran. I was able to get a job at the academy due to the compassion of Her Majesty. Nice to meet you. Isa, it might be because she wasn't used to the Shan language yet. There was a slight feeling out of place with the intonation of the pronunciation. However, the grammar was perfect and there was no grammatical error. Does the Kura language quite different in pronunciation from the Shan language since she is having difficulty in intonation? Before we start this lecture, I need to explain it to everyone. Isa, what does that mean? The Kura language that I teach is not a language that is universally applicable to all Kuran countries. To be exact, it is called the Teller language. I call it the Teller language as the Kura language as a matter of convenience, but please be aware that there are actually dozens of Kura languages. Isa, ooh. Well, this is my assumption. I'm thinking of the world as divided by the Shan and Kura people, but the latter is not. Out of countless regions around the world, they may be only a mixed race living in a remote area. It does not change even in the time when the Shantilla Great Empire was alive and well. Even though it was larger than it is now, the general rule does not change because it hadn't conquered half of the Eurasian continent like the Mongol Empire. The Kuran does have a uniform language. So, I was amazed when she said that. Well, maybe there is a third race I don't know in the Far East. In other words, no matter where you go in the world, you will not be able to understand the language just because you have studied the Teller language. However, the Teller language is one of the most widely spoken languages among the dozens of classes. Plus, it is also the language spoken in the outskirt area of the Shiyalta Kingdom. Other than that, there are still many speakers even if you go to the non-Teller speaking countries. If you look for those speakers, you will not have trouble in conversation. In other words, there is no doubt that it is the most appropriate Kura language for you to learn. Isa, is it something like English in the previous world? No, it might be different. In this level of human society, there is less international mobility, so it is dangerous to simply regard it like an international language. That's too bad. It would be better for me to think of it as a local language. There is one more. The Teller language or the Kura language is not something that can be learned a lot in the period of 1 year. It is similar to the national language to be exact. It is necessary to divide into at least 3 lecturers. To be honest, it should be divided into 5. In other words, it will take about 5 years to learn it. However, since the only lecture given to me is this one, I can give you only 4 units. In other words, when it comes to giving credits on the condition of sufficient mastery of the Kura language, you will be forced to do as much as 5 times the effort per unit compared to other subjects. I would like to give credits even if the learning is not perfect since this sounds unfair, but I think it is unfair to give credits when the learning is not progressing at all. In my opinion, it will be necessary to put double efforts compared to other general subjects. So I'm sorry, but for those who are not interested in the class, this lecture will be less interesting. Again, I am very sorry, but I have no choice but to recommend that you change the lecture if you are displeased when hearing this. Of course, I will teach the remaining students of the class in a sincere manner, and I will help you learn even outside the school. Isa, that was rather a very long explanation, but it seems that the academy side has neglected the Kura language lecture, and it is said that they are stingy about the credit. It would be nice if you could give about 12 credits instead of 4 credits for the beginner, intermediate, and advanced level. In that case, she probably wants to concentrate on those who want to remain in this class. But what if it takes 5 years? Is it possible to master a foreign language from scratch by only doing 1 lesson a week for 5 years? It feels a little optimistic. I used to speak English for 4 years at university, but it was impossible. I could speak English enough to travel abroad, and I could write the dissertation in English if I took time. However, I couldn't reach the level of talking professionally with the researchers on the other side. In addition, there was also a habit of intonation. Now, I would like to start a lecture. First, I will explain the basic differences between the Kura language and the Shan language. I also don't speak the Shan language perfectly, so if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me at any time. Isa, the lecture began. It's a waste, but I will write the main points on the parchment. It is inconvenient because I can't do it on the writing board. In this lecture, I find that the knowledge I learned when studying English was useful. The Kura language or the Teller language is an SVO-type language. I can immediately understand it. The Shan language is an SOV-type language similar to Japanese, so it is similar to the relationship between Japanese and English. In addition, the accent is also different. The grammar is simple to learn, but the different ways of putting accents is extremely difficult. When you get used to a language that compensates for pronunciation at high and low pitches, you can't easily adapt to a language that complements one sound that is strongly pronounced with another. If either grammar or accent is the same, it should be easy to become familiar at a stretch, but if both are different, you will have no choice but to feel the walls. When Isa-sensei actually spoke the Kura language, Miaro looked confused. Harold was rather quiet. If you work in trade, you may have had the opportunity to hear it from the pirates. The lecture ended when the time block division bell came. Well then, this is the end of the lecture. Please treat me well for the period of 1 year after this. Isa-sensei went out of the room. Yeah, first off, I want to have vocabulary flashcards or something, but how should I do it? Looking at the side, Miaro had a pokey face. He was somewhat gave up. Miaro, what is it? Yuri, I became concerned and called him out. It may be impossible for me. Miaro, a few words came out. I see. Yuri, language studies is not suitable for most people. There are people who are good at languages, even though they aren't good at other things. If there are people who can take the English proficiency test when they are the second grader of the junior high school, there will be people who aren't good with the language even if they study abroad. I think it is not a waste to learn it, but it is not necessary to overdo it. As Isa-sensei said, it's unprofitable. It was like an octopus language or something. Harold, this is serious. Octopus language, huh? I would like to listen to the lecture one more time. I am also uneasy about the future as I am not good at languages. Yeah. It's that dream. When I think about it, it will be a feeling that's sunk in a dream. It's like how you become an orphan who doesn't go. I was surfing around the website that day and was watching a news article I saw. It was a typical article that an economic newspaper wrote for investors and a company that developed a new product. The new product was a photovoltaic panel using new technology. In the manufacturer's case, the improvement of the device increased the power generation efficiency. Furthermore, special processing was made on the film of the panel surface, and the weather resistance was also good. It was a state-of-the-art solar panel fully used with proprietary patent technology developed by the company, and it was stated that the patent was pending. When I learned how horrifying I felt, I immediately contacted the patent office and verified the information. As I asked with a feeling of praying to God, the patent had been filed definitely. I thought that it was a genius spark in my mind. The technology I was studying was patented earlier by my company. It was over. I wanted to patent this technology. I was thinking if by chance I would like to present this technology when I joined a public-listed company. At that time, I was a mere postdoctoral researcher who was leisurely doing postdoctoral fellowship. I, who returned from a long vacation, displayed an empty-looking face due to the shock of it being patented ahead of me. Then, while in the state of disgust, I came to the laboratory for the first time in a long time. I found out that my personal computer wasn't in the laboratory. I'm sorry. While you were on vacation, Roman 20-kun slipped water on your PC, and I supposed he sent it for repair. I was told by the professor, and I figured out what happened. As the professor said so, I could smell the reek of acting. Even though the professor was a full-time researcher, he was a failure as an actor. The inside of my head turned blank for a moment. At the next moment, the brain cells heated all at once as if it was caused by an oxidation reaction. Speaking of which, my head boiled with anger. Is that so? Then there's nothing I can do today. MC/Yuri, I'm sorry. Professor, it's fine. Please tell Roman 20-kun that he doesn't have to worry about it, just in case if he feel down. MC. Roman 20-kun was a postdoctoral senior who had already become 35 years old. He was an unusually timid. Speaking of which, the company that I thought was foreshadowing the patent was also the company that frequently went to and from this lab. I didn't think that was especially necessary because it was a broad and narrow industry, but the cord was connected because the PC was gone. In the first place, I could not imagine the situation that the desktop PC was broken because it was spilled water, as was the case with laptop computers. I didn't think it was broken just because it was a bit watery, or no matter how much if he used a hose to flush the intake fan. He could do as much as unplug the power cord, wiped it over, or dried it up for some time while I was away. However, why did he go for repair without permission? I didn't think the data in it would be corrupted, but I wasn't certain that my research had been stolen. I might be completely paranoid. If I made a noise under such a circumstance, even if my needless fear was real, I would be severely criticized and going to get fired. My postdoctoral position would be gone. Don't panic, don't panic. I checked my desk while telling myself, in this university, the research contents were to be backed up to the connected server at the same time as being stored on the personal computer addressed to each. Assuming that the research was stolen, the research data stored on the SSD of the PC would have been completely erased, and the backup of the server would have been erased as well. Of course, it was impossible for me to erase even the backup of the server, but with the administrative rights of the professor, it was easily possible. If both the computer itself and the backup data were erased, the evidence that I was doing that research would be lost. But I also backed up a small external SSD that I plugged into a USB hub. The computer for research that I used in the past still used HDD. When the HDD broke down, I completely forgot the password to connect to the server. Unfortunately, the server administrator was hospitalized with blind appendix, so it took about a week for the reissue, and the research couldn't progress. Since then, I had been setting up an external SSD to take a backup, even though I thought there was a security problem. It was just one surplus of SSD salvaged from a broken laptop. The external SSD was plugged into one of the USB hubs and should be inside the desk. As I expected, the external SSD was still inside the desk. That's good. It was overlooked. It might be because it was connected to the USB hub and not directly connected to the computer. When I recovered the external SSD, I have come up with something during the vacation, so there is something I want to check in the library. Is there any job need to be done soon for today? MC, I asked the professor. The professor, who usually always asked me to do some job, said no, there's none readily allowed me to go. Is he feeling obliged? Well then, I'm going out for a bit. MC, then I went out of the laboratory. After about a week, I filed a lawsuit against the school and the company. I hired a detective with a small amount of money, gathered various statements under the guise of ignorance in the recorder, and exposed the payment of a mysterious advisory fee to the professor from the company. Then, I consulted with a lawyer and charged them. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to win the case in such a trial. The stealing side insisted that the technology has been developed independently, and it was hard to gather evidence to deny it. However, in my case, the company made a mistake. Among the data submitted at the time of patent application was exactly the same as the data I calculated in the experiment. It was obviously strange that the same data, which were up to the point of the threshold, came out from experiments done in different labs with different equipment, even though the data tends to be similar. Even the company, that seemed not willing to pay a single cent, was overwhelmed by this. As a result, I didn't win, but I didn't lose. It was an out-of-court settlement. I was able to get settlement separately from the university side and the company side, and I made a compromise with it. I couldn't enjoy all my life with the money, but I had got about half the lifetime salary of a salaried worker for the time being. Even I persisted and got a patent. It would stay only up to 20 years, and I wouldn't get enough money to enjoy for the rest of my life. I thought that this was fine because it wasn't always possible for an individual to collect a decent patent fee, but the world was cold to me who lost my job. If there was no research, I have no idea what you are doing. The personality is bad and talking with you are tedious. You look like an idiot. Girlfriend, she came to my house, collected her stuff left at home while saying that. I also thought that it was exactly the same. There was no objection. I didn't have any friends, I didn't have a good personality, and I couldn't talk well. I was certainly like an idiot. I truly became unemployed and I was fired for causing dispute with the laboratory. When I thought it was supposed to be like that, It hurt strangely at the same time. Well then, it's goodbye. MC. Yes, it's refreshing. Girlfriend. I'm sure you're right, but I also sense the resentment. This person probably think that it doesn't matter to hurt the feelings of a man who had been thrown away, as if throwing away the shame of the travel. If there is a concept of kindness to human beings, I think that there is no woman with the kindness of this woman. She was the woman who I liked for the first time in my life. I wonder if it was a misunderstanding because it was a research profession of a famous university. It was like a hopeful stock that I became a professor or something in the future. Postdoctoral fellow wasn't a researcher with a future. Let alone becoming a professor, it was hopeless to become an assistant professor. If I couldn't produce results in my independent research, I would be lucky if I became a professor at a third-rate university. I thought that she was a good woman who would still follow me. I was wrong, however, I wasn't surprised. Is it refreshing? Actually, I got the money that I can live playing around in my life with out-of-pocket money. It can't be helped. I'll use it alone. MC. When I said so, she, who did not know that he got a settlement offer, had a stunned face. I pushed her out of the apartment and closed the door. Soon after, my chest became refreshed. Immediately after that, I felt disgusted. It was a little boy who lied like a brat and was pleased with the performance. With this, I was similar to that damn woman. I felt that I had fallen to the bottom of my own way. I became irritated and hit the wall. The cheap wallpaper cracked, and I was annoyed with the stupidity of what I was doing. Should I really go on a trip? I loaded clothes, tents, and sleeping bags on a 250cc bike in my car and started moving on that day. I rode to Niigata without stopping and went on board a ferry to get to Hokkaido and came back 3 weeks later. It was not because I missed my home that I returned, but because I was suddenly awakened to the act of traveling in Japan. Hokkaido was beautiful, but while traveling in Japan, the gloomy feeling that stuck in my heart didn't disappear. I canceled the contract of the apartment and went my home, which was owned by my parents. Before I unpacked the luggage, I changed to become a backpacker. I took a flight from Haneda Airport to Taiwan and started the journey from there. I traveled around there to rejuvenate the youthful days. From Taiwan to China, traveled from India to Israel, and I went to Spain through Istanbul. From there, I went to the United States, and from Los Angeles International Airport, I went back to Japan. When I returned home for the first time in a year and was satisfied with the trip, I had nothing to do anymore. I spent my days indulging in the internet, games, and reading books, and quietly dried up and rotted like forgotten vegetables in the fridge. When I woke up, I saw the ceiling of the dormitory. A dream. I looked at my palm and checked it. They were white and small hands. It is not an adult hand with yellow skin. Phew, when I got up, my clothes with sticky sweat and it stuck on my skin. Are you all right? You seem to have a nightmare. I heard a voice from the next bed. When I turned my eyes there, I saw Carol. I woke up at once. Rather, my face became pale. Why are you here? Yuri, this is my bed. Carol, oh, by the way, I've heard that before. The other roommate is Her Highness Carol. At that time, I only thought they just prepared a room, but she never used it. The room is very big. To let her stay in a room where there are only men, what are the people in the castle thinking? A bunch of idiots, is it? But last night there was no one here. Dala also wasn't there. Since today is a holiday, there are many people whose hometown in the capital city stay there. So I should have slept alone yesterday. That means that Carol came in the middle of the night or in the morning. I thought she let me using it since she is not going to use it anyway. So I put my school luggage on Carol's bed. I wonder where is my luggage? Was it thrown away by Carol? When I looked around, I found them on my desk aligned with each other. The clothes were folded and the others were stacked. Ah, that's great. Carol wore white top and bottom like pajamas and sat on top of the bed. She had a face that it was obvious to be here. No, it is the bed of this girl, so it is a matter of course this is dangerous. As I expected. No matter how many times I think about this, it is not a matter of course either. There was no one who tried to stop her. Or does she think that I and Dora are relieved? When I think about it, before I had a fight with Dala, I was considered as a calm child with incredibly balanced personality. And Dala is an idiot brat, but he is a child of a long-standing army officer. I thought it is unlucky for me and Dala to be roommates. There are different rooms up to 5 occupants. When compared to Carol's safety, the rule seems like garbage. I see. For the time being, the reason has come. When I looked outside, it was still before dawn. Carol, who quietly sat on top of the bed, suddenly, "Anyhow, what dream did you have?" Carol, she asked that. "It was a dream of going on a trip after being dumped by a woman." Yuri and I answered honestly. "What? Did you go on a trip because you were dumped by a woman?" Carol said it while slightly tilted her head. Is there no such custom? Well, it wasn't only about being dumped by a woman. When I got fired from my job and became unemployed, I was dumped by a woman like a garbage, so I went on a journey with nothing at all. Yuri, I don't get it. Carol, she doesn't get it, is it? Some say that culture is different. I think that it is a typical story to say that being fired, being dumped by a woman, and going on a journey in tears. It is a pity that I was unemployed, but it is a shock that you were dumped by a woman. Carol, that is, the shock is about being in a relationship. Yuri, really? Rather, it's a relief, isn't it? Carol, relief. Yuri, does you feel relief if you get dumped in this country? It is an unintelligible culture. It's because the woman is a waste. Carol discarded it resolutely. A waste. In the past, I was angry because I thought that way too. Especially when you are in Hokkaido, because it is a common law of marriage that the woman has the right to get half. Something like that when the male comes. However, since the man is unemployed, he is no less of a waste. Yuri, that's not it. Carol, what's the difference? Before choosing a marriage partner, the first need that should be removed first is a wasteful man. Carol, I didn't get it when she said that's not it. In this case, it is a woman, but the woman will not change fundamentally. Carol, I don't understand. Is a waste some kind of jargon for her? My mother said that a man who looks at other things than the personality and wants to marry me is garbage. Carol, Yuri, she is somewhat proud. I always think, but why is she so proud? However, Her Majesty seems to be the one who says something very harsh. What would happen if you say you are the worst garbage to the future audience? Do you know why? Carol, I don't know. Yuri, I see you also don't know. Carol, so why does she look happy? Does she know the origin of family precepts? Such a man, regardless of the appearance and social status, if the things he has attracted disappeared, his feelings will disappear. Then he will betray the woman. I don't want to have that kind of man as a husband. Carol, I can sympathize with that. Somehow, I feel like my personality was being targeted. Although it isn't about me, why do I feel like being told something unpleasant? However, that is not the case if you marry because of his personality. Even if I lose the right to be the heir of the throne, I will not cease to be me. As long as he doesn't become a waste, I'm not afraid to be betrayed. Carol, it's a simple and clear theory. Well, that's certainly true. Yuri, she has a point. There may be more or less than one reason. But it's hard to make sure of it. Even if you look at his face or body, he will say that he loves you from the bottom of the heart. Carol nodded with a groan. I completely don't get it, you know. Nevertheless, you have a strange dream. Even though you have never been with a woman, you get stuck and thrown away by a wasteful woman. Did you read any novel? Carol, I don't get it. Yuri, is she going to do that? I mean about reading a novel. If it's so, I wonder how good it is. Hoo-hoo. Carol, so why do you feel proud? How is my guess right? I got you. Is that kind of feeling? By the way, why are you here? Even if the bed is prepared, a daughter who is married into a family wouldn't come to his place, you know. Yuri, what would you do if you were violated by a stupid brat? It's still good for now, but after a few more years, it'll be a real danger. What? Are you going to say that to me as well? Carol, she made a blank face. She might be told the same thing by other people. You are a guy like an old man, isn't it? Carol, old man, it's strange to say that given my mental age, but that's rude. I have to deepen the friendship with the future knight. There's no point of coming here if not because of that reason. Carol, as I expected, she has that kind of motive, is it? You consider well even though you are still a child. It is probably better for you to foster relationships with the liberal arts. Yuri, I am also doing that with them. Somehow, it's annoying to stay at their place. However, here is more important to me. Carol, it seems that the School of Knights is more important than the School of Liberal Arts. It's not like she enrolled in the School of Knights. That decision is probably not wrong. It goes without saying that this is not a situation to prioritize the study of domestic affairs, such as what has been done in the School of Liberal Arts. I see. Well, do your best. I'll go wash my face. Yuri, we'll have 1 round if you go wash your face. Carol, 1 round. What do you mean by 1 round? Yuri, of course, it's Togi. Carol, it's 1 round of that. It was so sudden that I couldn't figure it out. I wonder what she has been decided, and when it has been decided, it's puzzling. Why me? Yuri, according to the dormitory's reputation, you're the strongest, so today I came to defeat you, hoo-hoo. Carol, what kind of person are you? Well, I don't mind keeping her company for a little while. I'm fine with that, but are you the type who likes Togi so much? Yuri, I like it, I really like it. Carol, really? Yuri, for some reason she has the aura of Rook. I hope that it's just an imagination. Result: 9 wins 1 loss, withdrawal from the game, deserting under enemy fire. When I was 10 years old, I was supposed to go to school. The school was the School of Liberal Arts, which I had no idea what to learn. To be honest, I already had a teacher and I didn't think it was necessary. I wondered why I had to go there. It was strange. However, Akasan told me that I would learn something that I hadn't. It couldn't be helped then. I must be ignorant of something. It was because ignorant people didn't know what they were ignorant until they were taught. The School of Liberal Arts was located on the same compound as the School of Knights where Yuri attended. If I had to be more specific, it was the school where the Great Library, where Akasan always visited, was located. It wasn't a similar school as Yuri's, but it wasn't wrong to think of it as something similar, right? Before entering school, there seems to be an examination to decide the class standing, so I went to school ahead of the admission and did it. I solved the same problems together with the children of the same age who wore similar attire. There were problems that were easy enough for an idiot to do it, and there were also problems that I didn't understand. I was able to do most of it because Akasan made me learn it for this half year. Then, the next day, I attended an event called the entrance ceremony. I sat in order that it is excellent from the front. I was in the middle. Yuri, Rooksan, and Akasan were sitting side by side in the nearby seating for the parents. I was dressed in the same uniform with the people around me. During the ceremony, there were many things I wanted to think about, but I couldn't concentrate because the noise was loud. I felt that I had a poor understanding of astrodynamics, and Yuri taught me a lot yesterday. Then, if you think of it as a simple model without an atmosphere on the Earth, by throwing a rock horizontally at the right speed, it will go around the Earth without falling to the ground and come back from the back of the head. As long as they don't get in the way, it's the same satellite with the moon. Since he said so, that had arranged my thoughts. But there were so many people I didn't know. As expected, I couldn't concentrate in a place where people on the platform were chattering. I gave up thinking. When I suddenly looked at Yuri, our eyes met. While looking at me, he waved his hand slightly. I was happy. I was. It had been difficult to meet Yuri since a year ago, but I could see him more from now on. When I thought so, I wonder if this situation wasn't bad at all. However, it wasn't bad at the time when I couldn't see him before this. Even during that time, I wasn't away from Yuri. I always thought of him at that time. I thought of it deeply and I managed to get to the end of it. When Yuri returned and did the question, he seemed happy. He said that it was a good question and stroked my hat. Then, I was happy since I had been recognized. The itchy and ticklish feeling spread all over the body. After that, he always told me the clue to solve the question. Thereupon, the feeling I had when we couldn't meet disappeared. I didn't feel lonely anymore. On the platform, there were endless stories that I didn't really understand its meaning, what was so interesting about it, and what they were trying to teach me. Then, a male student and a female student rose to the platform, said the oath, and kissed the back of the hand of the queen. This was something that Akasan said. It was an honor for Akasan to hold this role before, and Yuri did the same last year. I had been told that. That was why they told me to do my best, but I was sitting at such a place far from the top. I could not live up to Akasan's expectations, but it was all right. That was because Yuri always praised me. When the ceremony finally ended, I was feeling very tired. It was because I had been told endless boring stories that came into my ears on its own. As I became tired with this unpleasant feeling, Yuri came closer immediately and held my hand. "Are you all right?" "Yuri, yes." "Siamu," I stood out from the chair with the help of Yuri. "Next is to go to the dormitory, right?" "Siamu, and there is still time, so it's time to eat. I also have a reservation." Yuri, "Ah, really?" I still had time to go to the dormitory. I didn't want to enter the dormitory, but it was inevitable. I couldn't imagine living in the same room with someone I didn't know. It seemed that this also didn't go well for Yuri. Ah, yes. It was the day of the last year when Yuri came back home. He went along with a person who unbelievably a primitive man. He fought that guy and returned home. "Yuri, will I be all right?" "Siamu," I became worried and asked him instinctively. "About what?" "Yuri, I don't know what to do if I have a roommate who is someone like you had quarreled last year." "Siamu," when I said that, Yuri was burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." "Yuri, I wonder what I said so funny." Yuri had a laugh that didn't suit him. If it wasn't because we were in the public area, it would be interesting to see him rolling on the ground and laughing while holding his belly. He desperately tried to cover his mouth. Far from that, he also shut his nose, desperately trying to stop the laughter. It was my first time to see Yuri laughing like this. "Hee hee, Yuri, this is not a laughing matter." "Siamu," I said that to Yuri while slightly smiling at him. "Ha ha." Yuri, he was somewhat catching his breathing. "Let's calm down by counting prime numbers." "Yuri," he mumbled and uttered something of unknown meaning. I wondered if he would settle down and count the prime numbers. "You're so mean. I'm really worried, you know." "Siamu, it's all right. If it is that kind of person in the liberal arts, they will be like a protected species." "Yuri, protected species." "Siamu, it was my first time to hear that term. It is rare to see them." "Yeah. The difference between this kind of people and the liberal arts is like between the outer planet and the inner planet. It is impossible that the outer planet happen to be the inner part of the Earth. Since they are such an animal, the possibility of them staying in the liberal arts is zero. So don't worry." "Yuri, ah yes. In other words, I didn't have to worry because the world we lived in was different. That would be reassuring." While being escorted by Yuri, I left the royal castle and took a carriage ride to the restaurant. The restaurant seemed to be in the very high threshold, and when we sat down in a private room, the dish came out immediately. I munched and ate the dishes that had slightly different taste than the ones I had at home. It was delicious, and since I was hungry, I felt like I could eat everything. "Satsuki," and I noticed that Akasan was watching me like that. "What is it?" "Siamu, are you all right?" Satsuki, Akasan put her hands on her cheeks and she had a worrying face. "About what?" "Yuri, when I asked that, huh?" "Satsuki," she sighed. "It's nothing, really. It's just that don't you think the way you're eating is not clean?" Yuri helped out by giving a clue. It seemed that my way of eating wasn't appropriate. I wanted to say that I was eating it as usual. But, "Siamu, it's fine. To begin with, you don't really have to get along with those pretentious people of the witch household." "Yuri," I didn't get what he meant. "There are such people, isn't it?" "Satsuki, are you worried about bullying?" "Yuri, well, yes." "Satsuki, bully? What is that?" "In the past, I was told not to bully a cat when I was pulling its tail at my home. I wondered if they were worried about that. I learned my lesson since the cat clawed me at that time, so I didn't want them to worry about that. I forgot to tell you, but I've asked Her Highness to help you, Siamu." "Yuri, Her Highness Carol." "Siamu, yes, I've helped her in exchange, so you don't owe her anything." "Yuri, I'm not worried about that." "Siamu, Her Highness also seems to be doing well in the School of Liberal Arts, so if you ask her, she will help you." "Yuri, I see. I can finally feel at ease with this." "Yuri-kun, thank you for your concern." "Satsuki, I didn't know who that was, but Yuri seemed to have asked someone about me. Was that person going to be my roommate?" Once I got home, Yuri and I both got on a carriage and headed to school. At that time, I wasn't anxious. I talked to Yuri a lot in the carriage, but the reply that came back was always "it's fine" and "don't worry." The two of us rode a carriage that run on the cobblestone road for a while. When we reached the school, we got off the carriage. Somehow, I was still reluctant to enter the dormitory. It felt itchy. There were a lot of carriages and a lot of classmate-like kids at the same time. "You're late, see." There was a woman who suddenly talked. She talked to Yuri. She had see-through golden hair and it extended to the back. Her hair seemed like a wheat field. Her eyes had a profound color of the sea. She had a very dignified and imposing air around her, and she was wearing a similar uniform as me. What a beautiful person. I wondered who she was. Was she a senpai? "I have been eating for a while with mother. We aren't going to see each other for quite some time." "Yuri, I see that can't be helped then, see." They were somewhat friendly. She looked like Yuri's friend. "Hello, Yuri-kun." The other person who spoke to him was the same person who wore the same uniform as Yuri. When compared to that of Yuri, the line of the body was very slender. Besides, he looked very soft. He had a very well-groomed face, and at first I thought that he might be a woman, but I realized that he wasn't so because the hair was short. I had seen a lot of men, like martial artists and soldiers, so that gave me a fresh feeling since there were also such men. Why are you here?" Yuri looked at that person with a slightly puzzled face. "I heard that Yuri-kun's cousin will be enrolled. I thought I'd take a look at her." Are you a child?" "Yuri, that girl over there is a cousin, isn't she?" "See." "Yes, Yuri, I am Siamu, nice to meet you." "Siamu," I bowed my head and said hello. "Yeah, nice to meet you, I am Miaro." Miaro, the person who called himself Miaro, returned the greeting with a sidelong glance. "Nice to meet you." "Siamu," I was nervous and for some reason I repeated "nice to meet you" twice. Was it weird? It was embarrassing. Without laughing at me, Miaro-san looked at me with a friendly smile. "He just wants to see you, Siamu, so don't mind him." "Yuri, that's mean." Miaro, despite being told that, Miaro-san was somewhat happy. He was treated without formality, but I could feel that he was happy. What kind of relationship was that? "She is the one I want to introduce you, Siamu." "Yuri, I'm Carol, nice to meet you." Carol, the woman named Carol, held out her hand, asking for a handshake. I held that hand. The skin of the palm was a little hard, though it was a thin and beautiful hand. The skin that had become hard and wrinkled was stuck in my hand, and I was a little tickled. It was somewhat similar to Yuri's hand. "Nice to meet you. My name is Siamu." Siamu-chan, is it? "Unlike your cousin, you are a straightforward and cute girl. I have a good feeling about you." "Carol, do you feel unpleasant?" Yuri said it while amusingly smiling. I was asked whether I felt unpleasant, but I completely didn't feel that. It was a bit funny. Yuri's attitude toward these two people was very different from his attitude toward me and my family. I felt that it was unnecessary concern. Was it done among friends? I wonder if I could make friends like this. Even so, she's really a cute little girl. Carol, while tightly grasping and shaking my hand, she stroked my head with the other hand. I wondered about me being a little girl. It was true that the people who sat with me at the morning entrance ceremony were taller than me, despite being of the same age as me. Even so, she stroked my head wonderfully. She was quite tenacious. That much is fine. She is not a cat or anything. Yuri, ooh yeah. Carol-san finally took my hands off of my head. This time Yuri touched my head. He straightened my hair. It was somehow embarrassing. When he finished straightening my hair, "Well, I'm counting on you." Yuri-san tapped Carol-san's shoulder. "I got it. More importantly, you know about the gratitude, right?" "Yeah, I know." The truth is, I don't want to let you ride it, but it can't be helped." Yuri, I will definitely ride it." "Carol, your highness, that is nicely." "Miaro," I could hear from Miaro-san's mouth. "So please, Yuri, leave it to me." Carol, as Carol-san said that, she took my hand again. Yuri turned his back on me. It looked like he was going to go somewhere else. Yuri is not coming." "Siamu, yes, I will be killed if I come along." "Yuri, he would be killed." "Siamu-chan, men can't enter women's dormitory, you know." Carol, the dormitory was a place where Yuri could not enter. I did not expect to be in the same dormitory, but I didn't think that he couldn't come in. "Then where should I meet Yuri?" There's nothing to worry about, I'm with you." Carol, that didn't become a consolation to me. After saying goodbye to Yuri, I was brought to a big building by Carol-san. It was a building with piles of stones and bricks and a lot of windows on the walls. The building was much bigger than a country mansion. If this was a dormitory, I wondered how many people lived there. There was a crowd in front of the gate. It was somewhat noisy. It seemed that the children who newly entered the dormitory like me were making noise. I walked in the crowded streets with my hand pulled. "Good day, Carol-sama." The passerby greeted her uniformly. What was going on? "Good day, Carol-sama." We met people and they greeted her. I wonder if it was a procedure to greet such when one met face to face. A similar greeting was held all over the place, but it seemed that only Carol-san was the only person who greeted everyone just by walking. It was kind of strange. In the past, when father was still alive, the guards and servants greeted the same way when I returned together with him. But they didn't say good day. They either said thank you for the hard work or welcome back. Now, mother and Roxanne were also greeted in the same way. It gave the feeling of a dorm master. However, there were some students who were much larger than Carol and they were like adults. Everyone wore the same uniform as me, although the sizes varied. They also greeted Carol-san with good day. Carol-san replied with either yeah or good morning. She was somehow amazing. The basic here is that it would be the best if you say good day. "Carol, I should say that, right?" "I understand." "Siamu," I heard such a word for the first time, but maybe it was something specific to the people in this dorm. "Good day, good day." It was so long compared to morning, so it was difficult to say it many times from morning. "Good day, Carol-sama." "Siamu," I did it as a trial, but Carol-san was burst into laughter. "Hee, that's fine." "Carol, what is strange about that?" "Siamu, no, it's not strange, but it is interesting when Yuri's cousin says it, I think." "Carol, I wonder what was the strange part." We went through the large door of the dormitory as it was and went inside. Then we got into an open space. Natural sunlight came through the vaulted ceiling. Apparently the middle of the building was hollowed out. The hollowed-out part was a garden with a small forest. The tall trees were all birch. At the root was a shrub with bright flowers. The green color of the plant appeared to shine in the world of stones. There was a crowd in a large lobby area in front of the garden. It seemed that a schedule was somewhat pasted there. "Let me through." "Carol." When Carol came into the crowd while saying that, a road was immediately opened. Amazing. Carol seemed to be a special presence here. Where is it? Found it all right. "Carol," she said that alone. Then she started walking again while pulling my hand. After climbing up the stairs to the third floor, Carol-san stopped at one room. "This is Siamu-chan's room." Carol-san knocked the door. "Come in." A voice was returned. When I entered, it was a small room with bunk beds. It was as big as my room in a countryside mansion. There was a small closet and 2 desks next to the bed. One desk was a blank and empty desk, while there was a person who sat at the other desk. The other desk was messily loaded with things, and it was a mess. It was like my desk at home. Akasan always told me to clean it up. "Lily, this is the child I was talking about." Carol, yes. Lily, the person called Lily, had a thick apron in front of her uniform. "She is a cute child, isn't it?" Carol, she sat on the chair as it was. She looked at me and said that. She looked like a gentle person. There was a dialect of those who live at the side of the mountain. In addition, she looked somewhat older than me and Carol-san. "Well, let's get along." "Lily," she waved her hand. "Nice to meet you." "Siamu," I bowed my head. With this person I might be able to get along well. It wasn't that scary. What a polite child. Her Highness said that I was going to take care of you. Lily was somehow relieved. What kind of person did she think I was? However, I was afraid of people in my room who I hadn't met. I also met her for the first time today. "Carol, is that so? Well then, Yuri-kun is more worried." "Lily, that's true. It should be all right since this child is several times smarter than him. He told me something like he was scared that she would be polluted by idiots." "Carol, what did Yuri say? What were they talking about?" "There was no such a thing. Yuri always told that it was because he had lived a year longer, so it was kind of cheating. But even though it had been 3 years since we met, I couldn't seem to get to the level of Yuri when I first met him. Let alone a year, I felt that there was a difference about 100 years. That means Yuri could explain 100 times better than me. It was logically impossible for me to be smarter than Yuri. She is smarter than Yuri-kun, is it? What an amazing child. Lily, that's not true. Siamu, I denied it in haste. Well, if you think calmly, it may be so. If a child like Yuri-kun is born repeatedly, that would be incredible. Lily, it seemed that she was convinced. That was great. I heard the word incredible for the first time. There were many words I heard for the first time today. Good day, incredible, what were those words mean? It's enough for me to be alone. I'm glad that Siamu-chan doesn't resemble him. Carol, is that so? I think that would be interesting. Lily, if you are close friend with him, you'll understand. He is quite twisted. Since he is capable, it's difficult to get rid of him. Carol, she said so coldly. I didn't know whether it was a compliment or a criticize. However, I didn't think that Yuri was a twisted person. Our schedules don't match. Lily-san seems to be really sorry. Sorry to interrupt, please excuse me. I have to show her around the dormitory. Carol, are you going to do that too, Your Highness? You're always busy. Lily, it's a promise with him, so I have to do it properly. Carol, I see, that's exceptional, isn't it? Lily-san was grinning. It's not exceptional, but it's the first thing he's ever asked for. Carol, did Yuri ask Carol-san something unreasonable? I'm sorry. That's what exceptional means. Lily, no, it's not. Carol, it's just that if you want to do it, you will say it because of your sense of duty, right? Am I right, Tilda? Lily, don't be stupid. This is just a deal. Carol, a deal, is it? What is the deal? Lily seemed to be interested. I'm going. Carol didn't answer Lily-san's question, but she pulled me out of the room. Siamu-chan, see ya, Tilda. Lily, I heard a voice from the other side of the door. Then, I was guided to various places while going up and down the stairs. There were various facilities such as a laundry room, a bathroom, a cooking area, a water area, a well, a shop, a dining room, and so on. Carol-san was the focus of attention wherever I went, and if I wanted to go there, she opened the way from there. However, as I walked from the dining room to the garden while she held my hand, suddenly a shadow appeared and blocked the two of us. Of course, it was a girl. Did she have some kind of business? When I thought so, One-sama, what on earth are you doing? That girl suddenly yelled out. Since I was obviously meeting her for this first time, I wasn't this girl's One-sama. I assumed that she was the younger sister of Carol-san. As I was a freshman enrolled this year, I wonder if she was the same age as me. Carol-san was just above me, so it was reasonable to think so. The girl in front of me had a very pretty face and the wheat-colored hair of the older sister. They resembled each other, but somehow she was in tears with her face in red, and that ruined her pretty face. When I looked at Carol-san, she made a face of dang. It looked like she didn't want to meet her. I'm not doing anything. Carol, who is this girl? She was pointing at me with her index finger. I felt like she was being rude, but that didn't overwhelm me. She is the cousin of my schoolmate. He asked me to be her patron. Carol, I'm your real sister, you know. If One-sama is not my patron, my standpoint isn't like this. I couldn't understand the situation at all, but the girl was shouting too emotionally. It was the first time to other people getting angry, and I was scared. No matter what your standpoint is, you are a royalty. No one is making light of you, so don't worry about it. Carol, that isn't the problem, right? That is the problem. In fact, I didn't get a patron from the start. A royalty has its own way to deal with. Carol, no, why don't you get it? I am your sister. What was with this girl scary? What was she so angry about? I suppose she was angry that Carol-san didn't do what should be done normally. I wondered, was it because of me? I assumed from the way of Carol-san spoke, it was about being the younger sister. I had no plan to be like that, though. The heck, which royalty requires someone's patron anyway? Carol-san was somehow astounded. There are many, isn't it? There's none. Carol, even if there's none, I won't be embarrassed to have one. Not embarrassed, was it? I didn't know what was going on, but I didn't think that was something she could talk out loud in a place like this. Here was in the middle of the hallway, and people were starting to gather because of the loud voice. I wasn't sure if I was the related party, but I wondered what to do if I was the one. If I were to be imposing, I wouldn't be embarrassed. Wearing new clothes, beautiful wheat-colored hair that had been carefully combed, and she had a cute face that attracted other people involuntarily. However, when she said I'm not embarrassed, I would think, yes, this child is not embarrassed. The people around us were gradually gathering, and I felt like running away. When she looked at me like that, do you know the way back? Carol-san whispered that to me. I nodded. We're still not done, but it can't be helped. You may go back to your room. Carol, yes. Siamu, I also didn't want to be in such a situation. I hid behind the shadow of Carol-san and got away when the crowd increased. Ha ha, Siamu, I managed to come back to the front of my room. Half of it would be my room, but I wondered if it was fine to go in arbitrarily. First, I knocked the room. I took a breath and knocked again. Come in. Lily, I heard a voice, and then I turned the knob to open the door. Ah, welcome back. Lily, I'm back. Siamu, it was a bit awkward to say I'm back somehow. This was something that I didn't have much opportunity to say at home. Why did you come back alone? Did Her Highness leave you in the middle? Lily, no, there is a problem along the way. Siamu, what's the matter? I don't think that there is anyone who can hold Her Highness. Lily, I explained what happened just now. Ah, I see. Her Highness is bothered. Her younger sister, is it? Lily, it seemed that Lily knew what was going on. What is a patron? Siamu, I asked the question because it seemed like the focus of the girl's angry issue. Well, the easiest way to say it is that a senior student guides children when they enter the dormitory. The girl said something like a standpoint of an older sister who is like a parent in the dormitory, am I right? You know, when people in the dorm become a patron, the people around would care the children and they will never bully them. So it's somewhat convenient. Lily, I see. I thought she was simply Yuri's friend who guided me, but somehow it seemed to be different. Yuri might have arranged that way. Her Highness will become the queen in the future, and it is a big deal if she is the patron. I guess her younger sister wants her to be the patron. Lily, Carol-san would be the future queen, was it? What a great person. Yuri befriended such a person. But if that was the case, I wondered if I had done something bad for that girl. When I thought about her getting angry at me later, I felt that my spine froze. I think you don't have to worry, Siamu-chan. It's their family issue. Lily, is that so? Siamu, well, I don't think this will happen, but if the girl is going to meddle, you can tell me. I can't do much, but I'll talk to Her Highness. Lily, I understand. Siamu, it should be all right. By the way, which bunk beds do you want, the top or the bottom? Lily-san asked me. Yes. Which was originally used by Lily-san. Siamu, I was living in another room until yesterday. I stayed on top bed over there. Lily, is that so? Siamu, I thought she had been living here for a long time because of the clutter on the desk. I felt like I shouldn't choose. I don't mind which one. Siamu, I don't mind either. We can change later anyway. Lily, yes, I really didn't care either. All right, I'll get the top. Siamu, then I'll get the bottom one. Lily-san looked happy. I felt that she was a good person. It was good to choose the top. Why was that? I felt that the top bed was more suitable for thinking things. Besides, it was kind of fun to climb a ladder and went to bed. After that, we sat on a chair and faced each other. It was a comfortable chair. It seemed too big for me, but it looked just right for Lily-san. If it was the right size for Lily-san, I would reach that degree soon. Surely. Maybe. I guess we should introduce ourselves. My name is Lily Amian. I am a daughter of a mechanic shop owner. Lily, so a mechanic is it? Siamu, I thought this was a school where only the nobles could enter. Even craftsmen can enter. Even though he is an owner of a mechanic shop, he is also a village chief tilde. We're in the flow of being a fallen noble. Lily, she explained without asking, as if she could guess the question I had in mind. Is that so? Siamu, it seemed that she was a noble after all, but I didn't understand the meaning of fallen noble. I understood about the fallen noble, but when it came to the flow, did she mean that their territory would go away? I couldn't imagine for a moment. And I like machines. My hobby is tinkering with clocks. Look at this. Lily, on the desk where Lily pointed by hand, there was something like a small workbench, and there was a lot of scrap metal on it. It was kind of amazing. I tried to look closer. Gears and parts of various sizes were rolling on the desk. In particular, small parts were put in a kind of cosmetic box with fine partitions. Those were probably the parts of the clock. In the middle of the workbench, there was a clock which had been already half assembled. It's a small, palm-sized clock that was different from the pendulum clock in my house. I had seen Akasan had this kind of clock. I was interested and told her you show it to me after you disassemble it, but she said no, definitely no, with an anxious face. That is a small machine. Siamu, yup. Lily, that's amazing. What is the mechanism for this? Siamu, after all, I didn't know the mechanism, so I became interested. It isn't assembled at the moment, so you may not understand. Lily, can I take a look for a moment? Siamu, sure. Lily-san easily gave the permission. When I took a closer look, I saw how it was assembled. The dial and the pin were off and the contents were exposed. It didn't seem that any parts were missing. Somehow, I understood the rough theory. Speaking of the fine arrangement of cogwheels, I wouldn't understand unless I had to disassemble it some more. Who would have thought of such a mechanism? How did they make such a small part? There were smart people. Did you understand? Lily asked. I don't know the fine details, but I can understand in general. This is how it works. Siamu, you really do. Lily, I don't know everything though. Siamu, was it all right if I didn't understand everything? If you don't mind, can you tell this one-san what did you understand? Lily, she wanted me to tell her. I think it's a very interesting idea to use a small spread instead of a pendulum to gain isochronous from the power of the main spring. So this part is the place of the pendulum. Siamu, I put together what I had noticed. Yes, why you really do understand. Have you ever seen something like this? Lily had a slightly surprised face. No, I haven't, but the pendulum clock in my house has been disassembled. Siamu, I tried to disassemble it with Yuri. Basically, it's like that, is it? I wonder if you can understand just by looking at it. Lily, I've been always interested about the mechanism. If it's a pendulum clock, it would collapse if the mechanism's arrangement is changed. So, it is like why a clock is still being isochronous when it is being carried. The answer is to define the spring constant. Siamu, SP spring constant. Lily, oops, I wonder if I should use different term. Should I use a different term? Siamu, have you been studying about machines, Siamu-chan? Lily, somehow, I felt like I made Lily-san confused. I shouldn't say anything strange. No, not really. Lily, when it came to the pendulum clock that was disassembled, I was still learning about the isochronism of the pendulum and the function of the vector. Since they would get angry if they found us, we secretly disassembled in the middle of the night and looked at the contents. By relying on the dim light of the nightlight, Yuri taught me how to change the vector at the front of the clock that produced the sound of cuckoo. If I have to say why I knew the mechanism of a clock, it was because of this. Then, what were you studying? Lily, I'm not studying anything in particular, but I guess I studied arithmetic, astrodynamics, and physics. Siamu, I was taught that when Yuri was around. As astrodynamics, what kind of study is that? Lily, it's a study of how stars move. Siamu, what an interesting child. I feel that I understand why Yuri-kun worried about you. Lily-san was laughing as if she had given up. Yuri, I'm here. Carol had returned. I asked her to do help with Siamu's school debut, but it seemed that she had done it properly. As I would expect, there would be no one who wanted to do anything in particular to the girl brought by the Highness Princess. With this, I had ensured Siamu's safety. Well, except for studying. At that time, I was in the dormitory's lounge and I was leisurely playing togi with Miaro. It was a promise. I'm fine, so please don't worry about it. Miaro, who was on the other side of the game board, said so. Really, sorry about that. Yuri, I'm sorry for doing that in the middle of the game, but should I stop the game? Wait a sec, is it togi? Carol leaned forward and looked into the board as she came close. Carol wasn't very strong. Rather, she wasn't good at it. She liked the game as much as Rook, but she was the type that didn't do well. She was stronger compared to Dala, who could be set at the bottom rank, but even if in the same year her capabilities were less than the average person. Fine. You can play one round. Carol, you just want to see it, aren't you? Yuri, I give up. Yuri, I put my hand on the board. Sure. Miaro, a fool, was raising a ridiculous voice, but Miaro was grinning. Oi, it's too early to give up, too early. Carol, it's 7 moves checkmate. Yuri, TLN. Chinese letter, Japanese letter. It's something to do with chess game. It seemed that Miaro expected my next moves, and he hit it without leaving any gaps. If this was repeated 5 times, anyone could understand that it would be a check. It was a clear loss. Ho, you've noticed. Miaro, you go the nerve, but it's understandable. It's difficult to follow him, but it's a 7 moves checkmate. That's because Miaro will do the checkmate the moment he realized it. Yuri, is it good to put the bait and guide it? There are many people who place obvious bait, but Miaro's is a bit confusing. While generously letting the small pieces taken out, he is going to kill big pieces. When you feel suspicious and try to attack him, you will get attacked at will. Even the move just now, I noticed that I was getting stuck in the fifth move, but it was impossible since I was stuck when trying to do something. Since it was being evenly matched on the surface, it was also early that Carol give up and she consented. That's too bad, but we can have another round. Carol, I had to go out with Carol. Sure, I'll clean up the board. Miaro, thanks. Yuri, please entertain Her Highness. Miaro, no, I think you are mistaken. We're not really going to play. Yuri, is that so? I thought it was a date. Miaro, what a fool. Don't say something stupid. Carol also had a regrettable face. It is unusual for her to agree. Hey, isn't today the day where everything talks about something nonsense? That's what I've been told to. Carol, he says that at me. I've never heard of such a strange custom. No, but well, that's what it looks like. Miaro was smiling like a bad guy. I don't see it. Carol stubbornly said so. Hey, let's go. Yuri, I held her hand and pulled her away. Miaro looked as if it was amusing while waving his hand. The promise is a promise to get on my Eagle King. I brought it from my home. Somehow, Carol thought that I had a skill thanks to this eagle. There were many who wanted to be heavenly knights, but since Eagle Kings couldn't be raised as easily as raising a chicken, there were fewer than the candidates. Eagle Kings were expensive, so the School of Knights didn't have more than 10. Because of that, I decided to bring my Eagle King since it was possible to do so as I came from a wealthy family. If a person brought it, the number of people who would be dropped from the Heavenly Knight course would be reduced by 1. As for the academy, it wasn't because if it was possible, but it would be brought with a nuance of everyone who could bring it unless there were special circumstances. In fact, there were various problems if they couldn't bring. The Eagle Kings of the school had to endure high utilization every day, and they always fell sick. Therefore, if people rode the Eagle which was already in bad condition, the risk of accidents also increased. Moreover, even though it was only ridden by poor riders, there was no time to retrain the birds regularly, and the ride seemed not so good either. In addition, the waiting for the practice order also occurred. Since only half of those brought it could have practice time, the improvement of riding skill would be delayed. There was also a wait time limit, so those who couldn't bring it tend to focus on improving their skills. The first time Yuri heard it was when he entered the academy. Even if they obtained the skill and obtained one of the qualifications to become a heavenly knight, half of them lived their life away from Eagle Kings. It would be good if they could get on an eagle regularly, but after graduation, they weren't flying for decades. So there were many heavenly knights and became like a paper driver of a motor vehicle license. Of course, since I came from a household that could afford it, I brought my Eagle King. I asked Rook to raise it. I named it Stardust, and its godparent was Siamu. It was an eagle that Rook took care from hatching. Rook's Eagle Ranch still shipped birds as usual, but since he wasn't active in the bird business anymore, the eagles that Rook raised from the hatching was now a rare commodity. If I met it after the Eagle King had aged, I had to train the eagle again. Since he said something like that, eventually I had to give the egg to him and hatched it. I felt like I wanted to raise my eagle from scratch. Carol took the Heavenly Knight course for some reason, and she was also good with eagles. Carol's eagle was called Saren, and its godparent was the queen. This fellow was also an eagle that Rook had raised since hatching. When Carol was still small, the queen brought it and gave it to her. I also accompanied the eagle during the delivery, and I had also rode it before the handover. It was only a short time, so I didn't remember it well. It seemed to have been excessively spoiled at the royal castle. When I met that fellow for the first time in a while, it had a cheeky face, and he had a habit of pecking the head of its caretaker. It didn't peck Carol since she was a rider, but if there was even a single eagle with this habit, its caretaker needed to wear an iron helmet. When I entered the hut for eagles, Stardust noticed me and came down immediately. Kururu, Stardust, it welcomed me with a low, clogged throat. When it came closer, it offered me its beak. Stardust, you're a good boy. Yuri, when I pat its beak, Kururu, Stardust, it squinted with black eyes on the yellow ground complacently. After patting for a while, I put a saddle on it and took Stardust out. Carol was waiting. "Look, I have the feed." What Carol held in her hand was a fish, and she took it to the nose of Stardust. It was a bite-sized, cod-like fish for the Eagle Queen. Stardust picked the tail with its beak. It threw the fish high and ate it. When it came to feeding it, the Eagle Kings were similar to the dogs. Eagle Kings were originally birds that lived in fjord area on the backside of a mountain. There were still wild Eagle Kings even today, and they mainly ate deer and other land animals. The way they hunted was unique. As they dove in, they nailed the deer and caught them vigorously. Then they released it while in the air. They ate the dead deer once again after landing on the ground. In some cases, they brought it back to the nest and gave it to the chicks. It was rare for them to attack humans, but as a result of releasing it, deer frequently fell from the sky in local villages and the roof was broken. In addition to land animals, they also ate sea animals, and they could eat fish as they feed on their offspring. They didn't catch the fishes themselves. They didn't hate it. If it was about fishes of the sea, the eagles wouldn't get sick by parasites. There. Stardust didn't dislike when Carol tried to reach it out and it held out its beak. Carol stroked the beak and fine feathers with her thin fingers. "Just eat it as it is. In the meantime, I'm going to put a saddle on you." Yuri, when I tried to put a saddle on it, Stardust folded its legs and put its belly on the ground. "Well done." I put the saddle on the back and tied the safety gear. Stardust was used to it and it didn't dislike it. Carol even gave it a fish. It repeatedly opened and closed the mouth, munching it. Then I finished putting on the saddle. "All right, get on." Yuri, "Sure. Are we going to do it now?" Carol, this spot was near the Eagle Hut and people usually didn't ride here. For safety reason, there was another called airfield. The eagle would walk up until there and then they could fly. We should let it get used to before it can fly. If you're alone, it's not too heavy. Yuri, normally, an adult and a child, carried a weight of nearly 80 kilograms, so a person like Carol should be no problem. 80 kilograms was a burden to the Eagle King, so it wasn't common to walk while riding on it. If possible, it was better not to carry even a child. Rather than some physical exhaustion, it was frightening if the eagle suddenly scared and panicked in the air. "It is an honor to bring Her Highness on board. Be nice, all right." Yuri, I was talking to Stardust without letting Carol to hear it. It couldn't understand the words, but Stardust replied with the sound of the throat. "Wearing the safety belt done." Carol confirmed it like an honor student. "This is not a class, well, it's fine." When I pulled the rein, Stardust raised my body quickly before pulling its head. "It's possible to do this." Yuri, Rook's training makes it more attentive. Now, I understand why other heavenly knights wanted the Eagle Kings raised by Rook. Then I pulled the rein and walked to the airfield. The airfield was a flatland where trees were cut, but less maintained compared to the schoolyard. Weeds were also pruned moderately, but not completely pulled out. The reason why such a place was required for the Eagle King, who didn't need a runway for takeoff and landing, was because unskilled riders might make mistakes during takeoff and landing. For example, when taking off, there was no need to pull the rein except for giving instructions for taking off. But if the rider pulled the rein while taking off, it was possible to fall down to the front and back. In that case, rather than falling to the ground like the schoolyard or crashed into trees and buildings, it was better to fall to a place where grass grew and soil was soft. Plus, the damage would be reduced. For that reason, the weeds weren't done. I threw the rein that I had pulled to Carol. She caught it in the air. "Listen, you absolutely can't control the rein abruptly in the air." "Yuri, I understand." "Carol, let's go." Carol quickly pulled the rein forward and lifted Stardust's neck. Stardust spread its huge wings. While flapping in a big way, it lifted up. Then it fluttered up diagonally as it was. Carol and I had the permission to do basic practices on our own. Miaro was also taking the Heavenly Knight's course, but he hadn't gotten the permission yet. Since he didn't own an Eagle King, his progress was slow. Although it seemed dangerous to let the students of a middle school ride alone, due to the weight which would increase day by day with the growth, it was necessary to hurry even if there were some risks. Carol and I weren't really getting better, but in order to learn aerobatics in the sky, We had to learn basic flight skills by the age of 13. Hence, we had to hurry. If a person was over the age of 14, the weight of the two-seater became close to the limit. Even the instructor would be unable to teach aerobatics because it was too dangerous. If students couldn't make it in time by that age, they had to study in a classroom on the ground. It was said that they could practice aerobatics by themselves, but it involved risks. The aerobatic flight was nothing short of a stalled flight, but since Eagle King's living creatures, if people stalled it in the air, that would cause panic. If it was an airplane, when it stalled in the air, it could regain speed as it fell, but since Eagle Kings weren't a machine, that wouldn't happen. According to its instinct, it would be likely to release whatever it grabbed and what were attached on its back if it was stalled in the air. However, the rider who was on its back was connected with safety belt, so they couldn't be thrown off. While doing so, it would land on the ground. Eagle Kings completely trusted the rider. In the case that it was being stalled by a rider who was skilled enough, the eagle also had a sense of security, so it didn't become panic. But if it was handled by an inexperienced rider, the eagle couldn't feel a sense of security. Under such circumstances, it seemed to be particularly dangerous to practice aerobatics alone. For the Heavenly Knights, there was a trend of being able to handle aerobatics. In order to let the students' ability grow until they reached 14 years old, the School of Knights gave permission for self-practice quite easily. But since there were many noble children who had high self-esteem and thought it was easy to ride, many accidents occurred during self-practice. Among those high-ranking people of the School of Knights, their sons weren't a heavenly knight from the beginning. There was no point if they died in an unfortunate accident. That was the reason. In addition, becoming a heavenly knight wasn't for those muscular warriors. Therefore, the children with large physiques might sometimes give up from the start. I actually wanted to say that this was for Dala. He couldn't be related with eagles at all. When I looked up, stardust that Carol rode was calmly flying in the sky. There was an excellent sense of stability. However, since there was nothing difficult in basic self-practice, there was almost no element to fail. When the rein was pulled on the ground, the Eagle King would take off. It would go up to the desired altitude. It was also trained to keep making a big left turn. The only thing a rider could do in the basic self-practice was to keep the large turning counterclockwise. In terms of things to do, if the center point shifted while turning when leaving the landing area, the rider just needed to make minor adjustments to fix the center point. If it couldn't be fixed, the rider should give instruction to land before they got too far. They could get off at any place. That was all the rider needed to do, and it wasn't difficult at all. It would be difficult if it was with Eagle Kings that had no sense of direction, but since Stardust created almost perfect circle, if Carol didn't do anything, there would be no problem. If I take a nap, she would come down sooner or later. I cleared the weed on the root of a tree. Then I started to rest with my back on the trunk of the tree. Ah, nice weather. The sun shines brilliantly and the sky is blue. In this country, you can enjoy a short nap outdoors. But there was someone who didn't allow me to do so. Ha ha. There was a strange girl who came close to me. She was out of breath, probably because she was running. The girl was wearing a school uniform. She had blonde hair, which wore rare among Shanty. It was unusual, but I only saw Carol and Her Majesty the Queen with such hair. The girls of liberal arts who went deep into the ground of the knights had their prices fixed and bid for good-looking seniors. Although it was a dangerous place, they spread out the sheets in the middle of the airfield and started a picnic. After that, they were severely scolded and kicked out. If possible, I didn't want to get involved with them. Have you seen my niece Sama? The girl took a breath, lifted up her face for the first time and looked at me. What? She has a face that makes me wonder. I had never made this expression before when I was looked at by other people, so I turned around, wondering if Godzilla suddenly appeared behind me. There were only trees there. Then I looked at the girl again. She seemed to be younger than me. She had a pretty elegant appearance, but she was cheeky. What? Yuri, what is your name? Girl, why do you want to hear my name? Yuri. Yuri, however, I told her since there was no loss if I gave my name. Yuri, is it your surname? Girl, who? Yuri who, right? I wonder if you are the second son of the Who household. Girl, what's with this girl? If I am the second son, I will want to thank God. Rook is a second son, but this isn't about my parent. Whatever it is, it doesn't concern you. Yuri, what kind of mouth you have there? Who do you think I am? Girl, she's somehow getting carried away. You're being cheeky toward ordinary people, you know. That's how I feel now, and I don't know who you are. I don't know. Yuri, I'm a royalty. Girl, a royalty. Are you really a royalty? You look proud of it. Yuri, I'm Karya full Sharders. Karya ha, I see. So is she Carol's younger sister? I haven't heard that she has a younger sister who is close to her age. I don't think she is Carol's half-siblings or a daughter from a different mother, but it is quite unusual for Shanti to have two babies in a row since we have low birth rate. Even though Rook and Suzuya have been working hard for 10 years, the next child isn't yet born. Are you Carol's younger sister? Yuri, you have the nerve to address one Sama in that way before me. Karya have the nerve, is that me? However, I more or less call Carol Her Highness before adults who seems to mind it. That's because I'm her friend. Yuri, are you an acquaintance of one Sama? Karya, well, yeah. Yuri, acquaintance, is it? I'm not sure how to explain. When I think about it, I'm wondering about your relationship with Carol, you know, and I have never heard about you. I see. If that's the case, I'm going to have a close relationship with you. Karya, Yuri, why are you suddenly implying that? I said I'm going to get close to you. Karya, no, I really don't get it. Yuri, shouldn't you be happy? Karya, she moved her smooth hair. The hair of the blonde was soft and fluttering in the air. Well, she's quite a pretty girl. If a perverted lolicon old man looks at her, I feel that he would give up his life by committing a criminal act. I'm not happy. Yuri, oh really? Karya, but let's do it with discretion. Yuri, yes. Karya, I'm not a homo, but I don't want to get involved with women. It's like that. Getting involved with a royalty is no good. Or rather, I don't want to get involved with the girls of liberal arts. That advice came from the greatest pioneer, Rook. Rook was a handsome and popular guy while he was in school. However, he didn't go out with the liberal arts girls even once. Why is that? At this school, you are free to get involved with everyone, but there is a mechanism of instant engagement if you have sex. There was a culture among noble women, or rather witches, that they had to be a virgin until marriage. There were also cases where after they got married, they started having male mistresses, or reverse harem, which was also known as polyandry. Even so, they would keep chastity until marriage. That's a pretty big thing, but for some reason, it is logical to say that if you just go out and mess up, the responsibility lies on the side of the man. The man should take responsibility and marry the woman. At that time, excuses such as the girl asked for it, I forget to take the D out, or I thought it was fine to play a bit won't be accepted. Rook talked about this matter seriously. So after having sex with a witch who he started dating, and she was a woman that he really liked. However, since he couldn't overturn past mistakes, it ended in a tragic love affair. There were many heartbreaking stories in the School of Knights. Well, it was something like that. A fool learns from experience, and a wise man learned from history, and the wise Rook learned from history. As a result, he didn't have fiancé who he loved until he met Suzuya. Then he married Suzuya, the woman he truly loves. If he had a fiancé, there was a high possibility that he couldn't make his own decision, walked on his own path, and couldn't drop out from the school. However, Rook wasn't a virgin when he met with Suzuya. That was when he was 20 years old. I was told that he went to a bar in a town, associate with the town's girls, and he frequented the brothel. So, a wise knight didn't associate with the girls of liberal arts. And this girl, far from being a liberal arts, she was a royalty. If I happened to do it by mistake, it would be seriously outrageous. Even if she was cute, would there be men who want to get close to a landmine that could make a mess with their life? I don't care if a perverted old man died because of it, but I still have a long life. I don't want to ruin my life. I told you it's fine. Yuri, what should I say to her? What are you complaining about? I'm a royalty, you know. Carol is a royalty as well, so I don't need two of them. Yuri, could it be that you are going out with one Sama? Karya said with a stern face with frowned eyebrows. What are you trying to say? Do you think I would do that? Yuri, when I said that, her expression became loosened. What? Is that so? Then I'll go out with you. Karya, I was somehow getting tired. I'm sorry, but I still haven't think about marriage. Yuri, oh my, going out and marriage are two different things. Karya, this girl, how precious are you? Don't you know the iron law of this academy? Do you believe that you can maintain a clean relationship with a libido-intense adolescent man just by holding hands? I don't want to have a relationship without marriage. It's insincere. Yuri, in the end, I said something that was not in my mind. Oh, really? Well, it can't be helped. Karya, oh, it looks like I pulled it. Then go somewhere else, I want to sleep. Yuri, see you. When you see one Sama, please tell her that I want to talk to her. Karya, after saying that, Karya went somewhere. I leaned against the trunk of the tree and slept. Oi, oi, Carol, a voice woke me up. When I opened my eyes, there was a eagle king and Carol holding its rein. Are you done? Yuri, I'm done. Goodness, you can sleep well in such a place. Carol, my back hurts though. Carol is a young lady, so she may not have the opportunity to sleep outside the bed. Well, it's the same as sleeping at the desk. Yuri, I do not fall asleep at the desk. Carol, really? I'm serious. Carol, then I got up. Then shall we head back? I'm hungry anyway. Yuri, it was already too late for lunch. Yeah, Carol, we brought back Stardust to the Eagle Hut and then I went back to the dormitory. Carol had gone somewhere without eating. She was a busy person after all. While eating at the dining hall at dinner time, Carol returned to the dormitory again and spoke to me. Oi, Yuri, did you meet my sister? Carol, oh, come to think of it, we met. Yuri, I forgot about her. I just remember. Karya told me that she had some business. Should I tell Carol now? Come to think of it, she said that she had something to talk to you. Yuri, you're late, we've met already. Carol, it seemed that I was late. Carol pulled the chair next to me roughly and sat there. Hear me out for a bit. Carol came close to my ears. What? This is awkward. How should I say this? Did you like my sister? Carol, ha. Yuri, a sudden indignant voice came out unconsciously. I felt like the ears were leaving me. Did you talk foolish stuff with her? Yuri, I can't believe she is doing something not so smart. No, that's not it. Carol, I had forgotten, but I just talked to her for a bit while you were flying. That girl is so cheeky. Yuri, I wanted to say that she was a stupid brat, but I stopped since she was the younger sister. But my sister said it was a mutual love or something. Carol, wow. What the heck is that? Is she a fool? She was talking nonsense. Yuri, that girl is weird. Seriously, I don't get it. Speaking of love, it sounds good, but only in this school the meaning of mutual love is completely different from the one that the young people of the general public casually talk about. It is directly linked to the word's association between households or marriage. My household is a middle-class household, so I won't care if an insignificant noble girl says it unilaterally, but the story changes when it involves royalties. There will be people taking it seriously, and it will cause me great inconvenience. Even if it is done in discretion, I still don't want to get involved. In other words, you don't like her. Carol, that's obvious, isn't it? Yuri, I see. I'm relieved. Carol, her face really expressed it. When I think about it,
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.